Beautiful. Awesome. Welcome, everyone, to this Dogecoin holiday space. This is an idea that Andrew Forte shot over to me a few weeks ago and said, why not? I don't know much about Doge, honestly. And this is, whether you like it or not, one of the biggest cryptocurrencies in the space. And what I did actually was I just reached out to contacts that Andrew suggested as experts on Doge, folks that are active in the Doge community, so that we could do a couple things. One, dive deep into the world of Doge, but also speculate on whether or not Elon, I mean, he's suggested before that he is going to integrate Doge payments into Twitter, but when he's going to do it, if he's actually going to follow through with it, and also if that's something feasible, especially with Doge's transaction fees, the TPS, all that. So what I did, and I pinned it to the space. Alex Valatis, uh, Valadis. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's on a flight right now. He's on his way to the space, but he shared an ultimate guide on Doge. And what I'm about to read off is basically stuff that I've pulled from that guide because it's such a good way to learn about this honestly asset that people are either crazy about or people hate. So without further ado, I'll give some high level bullet points. It is one of the most polarizing blockchains for obvious reasons, and the irony is that haters oftentimes don't even know anything about Doge's tech and the consensus mechanism. Myself being one of them, not a hater, but I didn't know much about Doge. I didn't know that it was its own layer one blockchain, and I knew that it ran on the proof of work consensus mechanism. But I didn't know that it uses script technology, which means that you can't mine it with equipment that's used to mine Bitcoin, SHA-256, right? You have to use ASIC miner or certain ASIC devices and FPGA devices, which should in theory make it easier for the average person to mine. Now, the Doge founders modeled it based on Litecoin and Lucky Coin, the former, which most of us are familiar with, and they're currently a little under 6,000 Dogecoin nodes. And to give you some context, I believe Bitcoin has 10,000 full nodes. And if you look at a map, I'm gonna pin the map to this space at some point, but it's pretty decentralized, right? And it touts 33 transactions per second, whereas Bitcoin, it's faster than Bitcoin. I'm obviously slower than ecosystems like Solana, but it's not exactly something that people should laugh off. Block times 1 every minute. The supply was initially not inflationary, but the cap was removed, I believe, in 2014. But I want to open up the floor. I mean, I want to discuss. There are some other points that I wanted to bring up. One alarming kind of metric that I looked at was the token allocation. Right, it looks like I believe 50% of the total Doge supply is owned by the top 11 wallets. And I understand that the top wallet is held by, is Robinhood, which is owning 28% of the coins, but it still seems to be an uneven allocation of Doge compared to Bitcoin, where I'd have to find the metric on Bitcoin, but I believe it's nowhere close to that lopsided. But anyway, I'm going to open up what's up, Trish? I'm going to open up the floor. Feel free to raise your hands. We still have some panelists that haven't joined us yet. But Trish, you had your hand up. The mic's yours.
Hey,
Let's start.
sorry for being all and raising my hand first. I have to go, but I came in here as your friend to tell you he's never going to change. And I'm all for the Doge. I'm actually really interested to listen to talk about the tech. But Elon is the bad boyfriend. He's the emotionally abusive, like, leader in this space, and we're all in an emotionally abusive relationship with him, and we should go no contact and mute him. And just because our Doge goes up a little bit, or he gave me my profile picture back but took the blue check away again, he giveth and he taketh away, and he usually giveth just a little bit, something cool to keep us hanging on, and then he like rugs us. So I think we all need to go no contact. This is speaking from experience. He's never going to change, Noah, and I want better for you. That's all I have to say.
Well, thanks for dropping And Trish, I want the focus of the space to be on Doge's fundamentals. And I also want us to speculate whether or not it's even feasible for Twitter to integrate Doge, because I do think it's something he's going to do. And there are a lot of different retailers, I think over 2,000, that accept Doge. Again, shout out to Alex. I pinned his guide to the top of the space. I would not have been able to research for this space as fast as I did without his work. So a lot of what I'm reading is um, is based on Alex's guide. He's going to be on the space in a bit. He's still on his way to New York City, but definitely give him a follow. Definitely subscribe to his work. I mean, it's a very good piece. Let me read out some of the retailers: the Dallas Mavericks, Air Baltic, Newegg, Twitch, Tesla, AMC, GameStop, Sling TV, ExpressVPN, Sheets. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is just to name a few. Those are some big retailers, and they're accepting this cryptocurrency. So rather than scoff at it, I would rather have a conversation about its future, right? Whether people see it as a viable crypto asset. And by the way, even though it is inflationary, Doge's inflation rate is around 3.87% per year, which is actually lower than many other inflationary cryptocurrencies, as well as fiat currencies like the US dollar for that matter. So, also something to consider. By the way, guys, I'm hogging the mic because no one else is speaking up.
I'm going to say sorry. I'm going to interrupt and then I'm going to go. I'm totally sorry for derailing right to open the space. I just think I have this thing with Elon, but also I totally agree with you about Doge. I think it will be something. He will integrate it, and it'll oddly be something, which is weird and kind of cool. But I still don't like him, and I still worry when we think he's going to do the right thing. You know, just carry on. Buy the Doge, and have a
Yeah,
good night. And I'll listen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean nothing to be sorry about. This is an open floor for people to express what they think and have discourse as long as it's respectful. Um, I think that's a bit of a I think it's a bit of an aggressive view on him, but I also understand, I understand where you're coming from. I would hope he's going to do good things for this platform. But again, we're going to derail the space, and I want to stay on topic. Santa, I've been a good boy this year. You've had your hand up. Mike's yours.
I just wanted to pop up real fast and say I do think that it will be integrated. I really do. But I also just want to say that everybody inside this space that's listening right now, let's just go ahead and drop you on the nice list. But as I usually tell people, inflation and market going down has also affected the elves. So if you could just ask for like really cheap gifts, I'd appreciate it.
Adele, Mike's yours.
Good morning from Australia, everybody. It's morning for me. I hope all of you had a good day, and thanks so much for having me on the show. Okay, I'll get right to it. It's just quickly something I want to mention on this note, and then I agree. Let's move on to talking about Doge fundamentals. But I just want to add something that I think might play a part into whether Elon will integrate Doge soon or not, and it's purely just opinion. His racketeering lawsuit of $258 billion has escalated recently. There's 7 new investor plaintiffs and 6 new defendants added, and including Boring Company. So I think that plays quite a big role as to Elon's moves around what he can do with Doge. Can he promote it? Can he integrate it? Because that's quite a big lawsuit. I'll drop a link to the Reuters article on one of my tweets I just said about the space. You guys can go and read up about it. So I just wanted to comment on maybe why some decisions are being made and why his hands may be tied around Doge at the moment.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't speak to that. I'm not familiar with the nuances of the details that you've just shared with us. But from a technical perspective, and according to Alex's research, again, I'm quoting this guide, with 33 TPS, it doesn't seem like it's high enough throughput to scale to Twitter, right? So I would assume that Dogecoin would need to scale throughput either through layer 2 scaling solutions or by increasing their block size. Um, However, I would love to hear if people have other thoughts, or I'm here to be I stand to be corrected with respect to that, because it does seem like a lot of folks do believe he's going to integrate it into Twitter, and it will be used as a way to tip your favorite influencers, to send payments, to run giveaways, all kinds of things.
I'll make a quick comment. Sorry, I didn't put my hand up. I think one limitation there that maybe we can discuss is Doge limitations in terms of smart contracts. As we all know, Twitter's integrated NFT is your profile picture, so you can connect that way. I believe there was a leak regarding from the Twitter API that you could actually, that they are looking at a coins section in the hidden in the tips settings on Twitter. So that was a leak that came out. So I think they're definitely looking at coins and integrations for tipping. Elon also launched for Twitter to be a money service business. That happened in November. He filed for that. So he's definitely busy with tipping, sending money back and forth. I mean, we already have the little wallets on our profiles on mobile where we can tip people. I think it's Ethereum, Bitcoin, and a few. So that's already integrated. I think the only talking point maybe is the limitations of smart contracts. What's your opinion?
I don't. Well, I don't think that it's really important whether Doge allows for smart contracts, right? It's just meant to be a form of payment. Am I understanding your question? Am I understanding your question correctly?
Yeah, I was just expanding in terms of use cases. So yes, for payments, tipping, perfect, fine. I don't see a problem there. I think it's a perfect coin for that, just because of Doge, you know, what it stands for, the community around it, the positive approach and vibe around sentiment. So totally agree. For payments, straight back and forth, that's fine. I was just thinking in terms of use cases.
Yeah, apart from payments, I'm not too sure about other use cases. I know that someone once said they implemented an NFT, but then it was said it wasn't a real NFT. So I don't think that Doge is a fully smart contract enabled blockchain, and I'm not sure if it's capable of doing that. But anyway, I want to pass the mic to Sir Doge of the Coin. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I have about 15 minutes I can stay here for and speak. It's 1 a.m. in Ireland or 1:15 at the moment, so I gotta hit the hay in about 15 minutes. But just going back to the kind of payment, with Doge and Twitter and everything. I think that I think a lot of people are getting ahead of themselves. I don't think he's going to just bring all this stuff to happen with Doge straight away. You can kind of see him. We're paying for Twitter Blue, etc. at the start now, but I think you're going to have to implement a base layer in fiat, so you have everyone that will be able to use it, and then slowly but surely integrate your cryptos into doing the same thing that your fiat was, and it'll also give time to properly integrate Doge and see if it is kind of actually viable to be done. But I think that if you kind of jumped the gun and went straight to Doge, I think that you're kind of limiting your audience there with regards Twitter users' capability there. So if you get everyone using the tipping and purchasing and stuff on Twitter with fiat, and then you start giving options in crypto, and then you start with Doge and make it like that, I think that's probably the way they'll start, that they'll go with regards to Twitter and Dogecoin.
So you're thinking that Doge wouldn't be alone for them to just integrate Doge. They would have to integrate, let's say, like Doge, Bitcoin, and Ethereum, for example. Doge, Bitcoin, and USDC.
I would say maybe at the start it would be just Doge or something like that, or maybe he could just do Doge. But I mean, again, you're going to have people who will never use Doge as well. So you're obviously limiting yourself there. But also, if Doge is the one, I think that's what he could do and should do. But I mean, obviously, you're going to have your Bitcoin maxis, etc., complaining. But although I think that's something that Elon would get a giggle out of. But first and foremost, I think that everything needs to be done in fiat first and get your whole user base using it. And then slowly but surely you can integrate cryptocurrencies, and hopefully Dogecoin will be the one that is the payment of the internet and the payment use of for Twitter, and also if he makes X the everything app, it could down the line be the currency for that. So I think we're at the at the beginnings of something big here, but I don't think there's any rush, and especially with the macro environment, interest rates, everything with regards to crypto, and his companies. He has a lot on his plate, so I don't think he needs to be rushing this right away. So I think if people are like, "Oh, he's not going to do this, he's not going to do that," I don't think it's something that's at the forefront of his plans at the moment. But I definitely think that there's plans for it in the future.
Sir Doge, really quick here. I know you got to hit the hay, but really, really quick. So, in the likelihood, in the event that Elon does step down as CEO, I'm not sure what the likelihood of that is, but theoretically he does this, right? He steps down as CEO of Twitter. Do you believe that there's still a strong possibility that there's implementation of Dogecoin to Twitter? Do you feel like it's still possible even if he steps down as CEO?
Yeah, sure. I think so. I think he's gonna pick a like-minded individual. I don't think he's gonna be picking somebody that he doesn't have his full trust in. And if he thinks he has plans with for Dogecoin, he gives his plans to the new successor. I think obviously, I think definitely there's a huge chance. I think I think definitely he would be signing on a like-minded person. So I don't think there's any big worries with regards to that. And I think he does need to step down at some stage. I think he has so much on his plate, but obviously he's just trying to set everything in motion at the start. And obviously, if he is going to implement Doge and he knows that he's going to step down, I think that he's obviously going to bring somebody on who has the same.
I will say, though, to Elon's credit, despite what your beliefs may be on what's transpired the past 6 weeks with him under Twitter, or over Twitter rather, he's worked a lot faster, more diligently than I would say Jack Dorsey has for most of his career. Twitter, in my opinion, was kind of a dying platform to an extent. There wasn't much new innovation, and despite what some may say about Elon, innovation is happening, whether you like it or not. It's a completely different conversation, but at least something is being done and is being implemented to objectively move Twitter forward, and obviously, not allow it to become bankrupt.
Absolutely.
I think Sir Doge of the coin dropped for a second. I had a question for you. As someone that is just starting to learn about Doge, I've kind of put meme coins out of my peripheral and focused on other things, but I'm starting to explore, especially Doge, more and more. You've clearly branded your entire Twitter profile out of Doge, and you seem to, okay. You've clearly branded your Twitter profile, and you're a big part of the community. Why do you love it so much?
I'm sorry, I hopped out there. Is that a question for me?
Yeah, sorry. Sir Doge of the coin. I'll rephrase. I'll ask you again. You've obviously branded your entire Twitter profile, and you're a big part of the community. Why do you love Doge so much?
Yeah, so I mean, I graduated college in 2019, and I got into was always researching cryptocurrencies all throughout college. I didn't have any money to actually invest. I did all my research in Bitcoin and Ethereum really throughout the years. I bought a little bit of XRP and left it in a wallet, never looked at it again until I graduated college. But then after college, I had some money I was doing accounting for a year, didn't like it, had some money to invest. It was around the time of, about this time 2 years ago. And I was doing my research on cryptocurrencies a bit more, and I saw Doge, and I saw it was memes, and I'm a huge guy for a sense of humor, and just I don't take anything seriously really. So then I was a huge advocate of Elon Musk as well, and still am. So I saw he was talking about Doge on Twitter, I made this account just to, keep up to date with Doge. I started investing in Doge, and to be fair, like I didn't even like prepare to have a big influence in the community or anything. Elon started liking my tweets at the start, and then he replied to me a couple of times, and I was like, this is crazy. And then I just started making my own memes, posting memes, and then I just fell in love with the community. Really, they're just like they're just good people, and just really fun, funny, smart group of people, and I just got to know all of them, like a lot of them personally as well. And yeah, it's just kind of sparked on from there, really. I don't think I'll ever step away or stop making memes or anything. Yeah, and I'm basically making memes every single day for the last 2 years, for the sake of Doge. So yeah, that's basically how I kind of got involved.
So, actually, let's go to. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, sir, but whoever the Guatamundo. I'll just pronounce the second part.
Thank you very much. It's John. I'm glad I'm able to hear him, Sir Doge. And like you, I'm fresh into this also, fresh into Dogecoin. I just started just a few months ago, and I'm learning a lot more about what's going on. And I do like this aspect of the meme thing and stuff like that. I live in Central America, Guatemala, and I'm looking at how this process of the coin can actually benefit many people here in this area, and I'm trying to see how I can integrate all this into getting more individuals from here in this area that are financially down, but I can see with this process right at this moment, actually they can become pretty nicely to stay comfortable, not to become millionaires or anything like that. I'm not even thinking about that type of aspect. I'm just thinking about what I can do to benefit communities within this area through this process, because I know there's a lot of individuals here that have cell phones and they have access to Twitter, they have access to other accounts, social medias. And, that's basically where my interest is. And I need to get more information into this too. So I really don't have a question. I was just kind of like you. I'm learning more, and I'm wanting to learn more.
But do you find John that the people of Guatemala would accept Doge as just a alternative payment method over, let's say, Bitcoin or USDC, even a stable coin?
Well, that's where I'm looking at this aspect, because of the fact that the economy here is very low, right? And dollars is one of the main things that drives the economy here. But the reality is, how can I incorporate this to their knowledge of how it works, how it functions? It's kind of like bartering, and they do a lot of bartering around here. So most likely I could kind of like put it in that perspective to them.
Okay, I can see the angle that you're coming from. But bartering with Dogecoin over Bitcoin, how would you if you have a country and you have a population, for example, that is already skeptical about crypto assets, isn't it easier to sway them on something like Bitcoin versus something that is named after a meme? I mean, I can see from a technical standpoint why Doge is actually not that bad, right? From a fundamental level, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is actually pretty interesting. I can see why people like it once they peel back the layers and they break it down from a nuts and bolts perspective. But for the layman, I just don't really see them being like, yeah, let me transact in this token that's named after a dog.
Yeah, what's benefited in my side, it looks like, because El Salvador is right down the street, and they are total Bitcoin. I mean, their system is completely Bitcoin. So I'm also thinking about incorporating with El Salvador, and I know most of Salvadorians may know also about the Dogecoin process, and since Dogecoin is totally decentralized, Bitcoin is kind of centralized as far as my knowledge. I'm not much familiar with this stuff either, but I do understand that since Bitcoin had a fall, I was talking to a friend not too long ago about he was being pushed by some individuals to buy Bitcoin for investment. And he was telling me, these people were pushing me to put $800 in and all this and stuff. And all of a sudden, Bitcoin just boom went down, and he was like, "These people are no longer calling me." So I don't know. I'm like, "You got to be careful." So they have that big sign, I say, that they don't trust Bitcoin.
Interesting. Okay. Well, but by the way, welcome a bunch of new people. Just hop on the panel. Welcome. If you guys have any thoughts to share, if you have any ideas, feel free to uncue your mic. Feel free to raise your hand. This is a really open discussion.
No, I want to go to Santa here because obviously it's really close to Christmas. Santa, you also have top priority in this space because it is very close to Christmas. So before you talk to the elves and organize certain things to make everyone happy, you did have your hand up. I want to go to you really quickly.
I can't even remember what I was gonna. Oh yeah, I do actually. I was just gonna say somebody was saying that they're wanting to learn more about Dogecoin, things like that. The best advice that I can give is if chart go up, make a meme. If chart go down, make a meme. That was it. That was all I was gonna say. Just make memes.
If anyone's questioning our credentials here, this is the real Santa Claus. This is not a fake. It is the real one. So please do not question our integrity or the panelists we have up here. Thank you.
Exactly. If you do it, you're immediately on the naughty list. And just remember that people like Andrew and Noah are on the nicer list. So respect them as if they're like the lords of this space. Santa says, Santa decides.
I mean, I think a thing that you just said there was like, I mean, it sounds like a joke, but like sometimes a meme, is you can learn so much from memes as well. Like sometimes a meme is worth 1,000 words as well, though. So I think it's like it's a joke, but also if you do look at memes as well, when chart go up and chart go down, and anything to do with crypto, I think you can learn a lot, to be honest.
Very true. I mean, honestly, especially instead of like our society, our cult, like basically our generations, we do things with humor. Humor is what we all thrive on, no matter how you look at it. And so memes, that's how we're all going to learn things the best ways, at least for me personally.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I like that.
I'm probably going to hop off in a couple of minutes, but I think a final thing that I'd like to say, that it's like a little nuance that I always kind of think about when I think about Doge versus Bitcoin with regards payments. I just think, like, I don't understand why people would pick Bitcoin over Dogecoin with regards payments, when in theory, if you want, like, why would you pay in Bitcoin if in theory that is a limited asset, and in theory, like a limited supply. So in theory, it should just constantly go up in value. And then you're looking at Doge, there's fixed inflation rate, and there's a lot of coins in circulation. Like that's like, I just don't understand why people would rather pay in Bitcoin. Like it's more of a investments thing, for Bitcoin, you hoard that and that's your wealth. But like, transacting in Dogecoin is obviously, is more practical, really, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's three things actually in regards to what Sir Doge was just talking about, and what I think John earlier was talking about. It's the ease. It's the ease of use. It's the transaction fees, and it's the transaction speed. And then the fourth thing is going to be the price. So it's a much better currency to use in terms of buying things or payments, as opposed to something like Bitcoin, which has a much bigger fee, much longer speed. And like you said, the price, I mean, who's going to want to take small increments from the price? And it's just like a store of value thing as opposed to a transaction currency.
So before I pass the mic to Doge, EM, and Crypto Fella, I'm going to, again, refer back to Alex's guide, which I've pinned at the top. It is exceptionally written, and I would not have been as well prepared for this space had he not shared that with me. He'll be on the space soon. He's on a flight right now, but Misha Bor, I guess, who is a common Doge advocate, suggested that since most Doge transactions are well below 1 kilobyte, the actual fee paid by participants, it's often closer to 0.002 to 0.004 Doge, which is around a little under 2 cents. So a little under 2 to 4 cents per transaction. So that means each user can complete around 100 transactions for a little over $3. So it's not that bad. I do believe that if there's a lot of Doge transactions on Twitter, it might require them to increase the block size. But it is a lot better than Bitcoin. I agree. And I do agree with you, Sir Doge. Bitcoin, I see Bitcoin as an asset. For me, it's something that I put my money into, and it just sits there. It's not meant to make daily transactions. Anyway, I'm not going to hog the mic. Doge EM, welcome to the panel. Mike's yours, and then I'll get the crypto fella after you.
Hey, thanks, Harold. So I do believe I'm very optimistic about the Dogecoin, and just to tell you, I have invested more than 100,000 in Dogecoin. I would be one of the big investor, though I didn't gain out of it in last 1 year, but with the obvious reason the whole market is going down. But if you see the 2022, the acceptability, that's so much. It's just the market going down. That's why it's not picking up. But I do believe the Doge is a people's currency because of price. Bitcoin is investment to a coin, but Dogecoin is a transaction, the coin where we can do the transaction more and more. And going forward, 2023, I do believe Doge will shoot up like anything. Once the acceptability by increasing by Twitter, it will shoot up very high. Now you can see that today's the registration at European exchange also. There are so much acceptability all over in 2022. Today, one of the biggest news, if we have read all of you guys, European exchange also accepted the registration completed on European exchange. So the acceptability is increasing, and I do believe 2023 will be the year for Doge, and the price will shoot up like so. People, guys, stay invested. Even though market is not very positive, but stay invested in Dogecoin. It will go up like anything.
Nothing on this broadcast is financial advice. For the love of God, do your own research. But I did want to add to your point there, Doge EM, and as I was mentioning earlier, over 2,000 different retailers now accept Doge, and I've pinned Alex's guide to the space. You can go and see for yourself, and I've read a few of them out. Again, I'll repeat a few more. Dallas Mavericks, Newegg, Air Baltic, Twitch, Tesla, AMC, GameStop, Sling TV, ExpressVPN, Cheats. So it is happening. And I believe, it is happening. And I think that list will probably increase over time. Again, NFA, but that's just my speculation. Let's go to Crypto Fella and then Sir Doge. I'm going to let you skip the line just because I know you have to go to sleep soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That's basically what I wanted to say. I'm going to hit the hay. I didn't want to leave abruptly. So thanks for having me up, and send Alex my regards because that everything about Dogecoin thing up there is really, really good. So yeah, I'm going to head off.
Good night, brother.
Thanks, Sir Doge. Appreciate it.
No worries.
Fella, Mike's yours, man.
All right, so unfortunately, I kind of wanted to talk while he was still on here, but I understand he's got to get some sleep. I know I'm maybe first of all, is this only a shill space for Doge, or can we challenge any of their claims? Or
no, not at all.
No, feel free to challenge.
Not at all shill space. We're talking all things Doge, and we're talking about whether Elon's gonna integrate. We're talking about whether we hate it, whether we love it, whether we're in the middle. Go for it, man.
All right, just making sure because I didn't want to kill the vibe, but I am one of the people who has not been a big fan of Doge since the very beginning. I mean, and I'm gonna also admit my ignorance. I want to read that article. I actually just got home, so I plan on reading it after I shut up, and this little piece right here. But as far as Doge, it was built on the back of Litecoin, right? Same exact tech as Litecoin. But Litecoin's got a fixed supply, so I just don't see why if you're gonna talk about the fees and the benefits of Doge with an inflationary rate of what was it, 3.9%? What was it, Noah?
3.8 something. Like let's say 4 for the sake of the argument.
Okay, 4% versus a fixed supply. So how is Doge better than Litecoin in that point of view? And I didn't want to pin it without your permission, but if you just go, anybody opens up their browser and types in what is Doge in Google, I mean, it pretty much makes a mockery of the entire cryptocurrency space as far as it being it was started out as a joke, and to me, it's gonna never stop being a joke. It will always be defined as a joke, even if more and more people accept it. It was still a joke all the way throughout. It's the price is way too volatile for people to expect it to be a serious payment system. And to your argument, I think that stable coins would be much more stable for third world countries that are trying to look for a payment system. And anything that's more stable in price would be a better option. And but then again, I'm also going to admit that Litecoin, I know, is supposed to be going some kind of a privacy route. I haven't looked a whole lot into that because I'm not super techie into that kind of stuff. But I guess that's also what killed their momentum. Litecoin performed terribly, and Doge took off like crazy. And to me, it didn't make any sense that inflationary token that's literally a joke was beating out the original tech that they just copy pasted, and that was what just drove me crazy about the entire thing.
Crypto Follow, would you agree that Doge did bring X percentage more adoption to the entirety of the space at scale?
Yes, it did, but mostly to people that were probably already into crypto or that got into like the GameStop, rise. But I think as far as like serious investors, that's a hard sell to people who have followed the likes of Warren Buffett or something like that. I think even as much as he doesn't like Bitcoin, I think it'd be a lot easier to sell Bitcoin to normal everyday people than it would be a joke token named after a dog.
So, a couple things. One, I think that Litecoin lost steam partly because its founder Charlie Lee sold most of his bag at close to the top of the 2017 bull market. As for, yeah, I mean, it's. By the way, what do you mean by fake supply? Can you elaborate on that?
I don't remember saying fake supply. I think if I did, I meant to say fixed.
Did I mishear you? Did I miss?
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I've been going back and forth between the Wi-Fi and my mobile service, so I may have been dropping out.
Got it. Okay,
fixed supply.
Fixed supply. Got it. Wait, Dogecoin's. So what I'll say about Dogecoin is that sure, even though it is a pretty much copy, from my understanding, again, I'm still learning about Doge of Litecoin. It still has what people call it. I mean, community is important. I think a lot of projects rely a bit too heavily on community, but the Doge community is a juggernaut of a community. And that people like Mark Cuban and Elon Musk have actually come out and shown support for it. I mean, it means something. It counts for something. So while the tech, and I believe that the tech for Litecoin isn't bad, right? I don't know. My knowledge of Litecoin is rusty. I used to know a lot more about it back in the day, but it wasn't I mean, he did a pretty good job. So I'm okay with it being modeled after Litecoin. They have the biggest cult-like community that I have seen in this entire industry. I mean, Doge heads will defend it to the bitter end. And again, I don't see Litecoin being accepted at over 2,000 different retailers. So the tech is decent and the community is massive. And I think that is the distinguishing feature between Doge and Litecoin. But I'm here to learn, man. I don't know if I'm right or wrong here.
I kind of want to look that up because I've seen Litecoin payments being accepted everywhere for a long time. And then there was a more serious project, but like you said, in 2017 was somewhat of the collapse, and then we saw a big run, this last bull run, and then I guess they're going this privacy route, and that also killed a lot of their momentum. But yeah, I would also challenge if Doge's community is stronger than the XRP army. I'm not a part of either one, but I think those two are pretty cult-like.
Doge Pound, welcome to the panel, and Guatemundo, You have your hand up again, sir. Go for it.
Yes, just to understand something, as far as I know and I've read, Dogecoin is not a token, right? It's literally just like Bitcoin. It's just like the brother to Bitcoin. I don't know about the other coins you were just talking about. Are they tokens? Because if they're tokens, they're less value than what Doge is. That's what I know.
What do you mean by token?
Tokens are
coin is-
basically those are coins designed by some company, as far as I've read, that they're just somebody decided to create a token to be able to give to their communities and be able to share those tokens, but they're not actually like the Dogecoin. Now I need to read more into it, because the Dogecoin is totally separate from all that. It is literally just like a Bitcoin.
No,
It is not a token.
No, Doge is its own layer 1 blockchain, Dogecoin, and Doge is the native coin of the Dogecoin blockchain. So it's at this point used to pay network transaction fees and used in various cases. It's similar to Bitcoin in that sense, but it's similar to other crypto assets, cryptocurrencies in that sense. There's no difference between, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, a cryptocurrency or a crypto token or a crypto asset. They're kind of all one and the same, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, a coin is usually the native token for the native coin for the blockchain, and tokens are typically what you call what's built on the back of other blockchains.
You just like they're
like Ethereum is a coin, and Shiba Inu is a token.
Well, Ethereum is a network, and Ether is the native token of Ethereum. But yeah, so Dogecoin, there's a Dogecoin blockchain, and Doge is the native token of the Dogecoin blockchain. Bitcoin, spelled with the capital B, is the Bitcoin network, and Bitcoin, spelled with the lowercase b, is the actual Bitcoin, the token, native token of the blockchain. Andrew Forte.
No, you're cutting out, but I heard you call my name. What's up?
I'm saying, what are your thoughts, sir, on what has been discussed so far?
Yeah, so I would say back to what Santa said, moments ago regarding, if it's down, post a meme. If it's up, post a meme rather. I would say that's a great marketing strategy in my opinion, in the sense that not all things have to be marketed super seriously. Like there's certain brands out there that have scaled that use animals or things that are more silly and more appealing to the eye as well, to the humor, that does sell product as well. I mean, Geico is a lizard. There's tons out there that use animals or whatever to market their products. I feel like that's what Doge exactly did and it currently is doing. I would say not everything needs to be serious, right? Like, when you come into investing, a lot of it can be scary to new users as well. And Dogecoin, like, fellas said, it's fun, right? It's a fun thing to do. It's fun for investing. I feel like that's great for a lot of new investors. I really do, especially when it comes to this space and the newcomers. I feel like having fun, potentially believing in something fun and starting off that way, and then going to something more serious gradually over time is going to help out the space as a whole, as well as many people as can. I'm one of the byproducts that came in through the space through Dogecoin, and I've been here for about a year and a half now, and I managed to make a name for myself within the space to an extent. So I would say that Dogecoin has done a service in my life, bringing me to crypto, allowing me to scale forward.
Yeah, I think you made a good point earlier, Andrew, when you said how many people has Doge. I used to hate meme coins, and now I kind of like them because they've brought so many people into the industry that otherwise might have not paid attention. There are so many folks that bought Doge or bought Shiba, and in order to do that, they had to actually learn how this stuff works. And in that process, they're like, wow, this is really cool. I can hold custody of my own assets. Oh, I can do this by making this and that transaction. Oh, I can buy a Trezor or a Ledger and just store everything in a cold wallet and access it whenever I want. I'm going to stick around. So I think there is something to be said about meme coins like Doge and Shiba lowering the barrier to entry, or at least drawing people in that otherwise might not be interested.
No, I wouldn't even use the word meme anymore for the sense that, like, McDonald's uses a clown, right? Is that a meme, or is it more fun and appealing to different consumers? Like, on a basis level, right? Like the clown to me looks silly, but lots of children like it. They got a playhouse, play place, whatever it may be, and it's more fun. It's engaging a different type of consumer, and that's what Dogecoin did, especially through Robinhood, right? So the creation of Robinhood was kind of to attack or cater to the Gen Z audience that wasn't really investing much into stocks or crypto. Period. Obviously, that was a huge success. Robinhood, integration with Doge, vice versa. It did exactly that, right? So the majority of Dogecoin holders, I believe, from personal experience, without looking at too much data, are generally younger audience. As fellas said, it's fun, right? So that's kind of what happened. I believe that was a great thing for history. I'm sure some of those investors as well that got into Doge very, very early are now have bigger, wider portfolios that are more serious, and hopefully that's kind of opened up their investment portfolio. As we say many times, financial literacy isn't taught within school, but that was one way to kind of onboard the masses at scale.
So I do see people requesting to speak. If those of you are on the panel don't have much to say, I'm going to actually bring you down so that other people have opportunity to share their thoughts. So let's see. Grab J.R. Castillo. What's up, man? Code Red. Let me get you as well. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the panel. Santa.
Hello.
Santa's leaving us.
Hey.
He said thank you for the space, and he said that we're all getting Bitcoin for Christmas. What's up, Coach? What's going on?
Hey guys. Wave. How you guys doing? Real quick, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents as to what I believe Doge is. A lot of people, like the last gentleman that was speaking, he's like, it's not like it's a hitch on Litecoin, and it's not serious. But the point of it is it's not whether it's serious or not. I think the main point here is whether it's functional. And it was discussed prior, the denomination for exchange and buying and selling is perfect. Plus the locked in inflation of 5 billion that are printed or minted on a yearly basis relative to the US fiat, which is, it can be from 4.5 billion to about 8 billion that's printed yearly. And that's not counting the value. The value can range from of notes that are minted. So it could range, I think, 160 billion or more yearly. So because most, like in this case, it's fair to say that a pivotal persona in our generation, in our era or lifetime, etc., is Elon, and we can all agree that he's extremely smart, intelligent, and visionary. A lot of countries are created by visionary people groups, aka leaders, i.e., etc., and that creates a movement. In this case, we got this country, the U.S., and we've created the dollar. People that left Europe, like, we don't want to be under the king's rule. We want to do our own thing. George Washington, everybody rallied. And here we are, and we've got this denomination, which we call the dollar. But the dollar itself is valueless. What gives the dollar value is the ecosystem that backs up the dollar. So the ecosystem that's being created is very strong. One of these individuals who can easily create a commerce and who's got orbiting satellites that can literally transmit signals with internet signals globally, and can be interplanetarily moved and mobile. It's motile. I can lift those satellites and make them orbit around Mars or any other planet. So it's literally interplanetary, and entire commerces or AK little countries could exist within the internet, like an Amazon, so to speak, like the everything app that he's trying to create. So that is what's going to give Doge its true value. Now, the fact that it's 5 billion printed yearly is a perfect intergalactic currency, and it will happen. We will become interplanetary. It's going to happen. Now, it also helps in regards to it competing with other nation states. So if we leave planet Earth, we can't use Terra-based fiat. We can't use the dollar from Earth if we're out in Mars or in other parts of the space. So I think it's a beautiful coin. I think the fact that it's fun only adds to the beauty of it. That it can be both poetically useful and at the same time have that fun factor. And it doesn't necessarily, and it can be serious in its function, right? Like a dog is serious and protects you, but he's always wagging his tail when he comes and meets you. I think it's cool. So that's how I see it, and that's why I like it, and that's why Elon likes it. I think that's his master plan from the very start. Yeah. So that's my view on it. Yeah. I don't know what you guys think.
I love it. Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that take. I certainly agree with some of it. And I had a question for you. You said you can't use the US dollar on Mars, but isn't the whole idea behind a stable coin the fact that you have the US dollar on the blockchain? You know, what makes you think if the US, let's say the US is the country that spearheads the Mars initiative, hypothetically speaking, and the US is the first country to colonize Mars, what makes you think they wouldn't just use their own US dollar blockchain to transact on Mars?
But I don't think it's the US, isn't it? Isn't Elon as a private enterprise going to do that? I don't. As far as I understand it, it's SpaceX that's going to be going to Mars. Or
it's a great point, man. I actually didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
And this is why I love hosting these spaces, because I just had some knowledge dropped on me, and that's awesome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely, brother, man. Yeah. Cool.
But I would think if he's going to Mars, he's going to be subsidized by the U.S. government.
Well,
So,
yeah, perhaps, but that big spaceship they're building, I don't think that's the U.S. I think that's SpaceX with all the revenues they're making with all their Falcon 9. As far as I know, that's a private vehicle that they're making. I don't think it's NASA or ordained or anything like that. That's pure SpaceX, man. That's private enterprise at its best.
I love it. We got hands up. See, Code, you came in, you dropped some bombs, and now we have a bunch of hands up. I want to go to Brookser first. Brookser, welcome to the panel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Listen, Doge icon, okay? Elon, man of business, but he likes to have fun, okay? And what Dogecoin is it's the thing of the future. I mean, what Code Red said, I mean, yeah, you have this dollar, which is something that our entire society has been built upon, but you have this coin. It's almost a glimpse into the future, and I mean, again, it's Dogecoin, like it's an icon. It's something fun, it's the future. And I mean, it's either we reject the future and we just slowly evolved, or we embrace it and, take it on, yeah.
I want to also remind everybody for a second there, without getting too far in the future, the sense that every crypto asset that we're investing in, it's pegged to the dollar. It's also in dollar value. So in the sense that the dollar, I think, whether you think it's garbage or not, is still going to be here and still does play an important role in society. I mean, people can say Bitcoin's to be the future. It's a new form of currency. Bitcoin is priced in US dollars. So I mean, arguing with that one. But great point though, Broxer. I believe Dogecoin does have a future within this crypto ecosystem at scale.
Yes, of course. Sorry, but yeah, exactly what you said.
And just to counter that thought, Donut, who's on the Aquarium account right now, piggybacked off of that previous comment, is that the U.S., I mean, a conquest of Mars would almost certainly be U.S. subsidized, he says. Mars missions and most of the SpaceX stuff Elon's not going to just land on Mars and call it Elon Mars. It's obviously going to be some sort of a collaboration with the U.S., given all his businesses are here, his family's here, all the innovation that he's trying to accomplish is here. So great point to consider. Let's go with Adele, and then we'll go to Jorge.
Hey, I just want to quickly add in something interesting that some might have missed this year. It happened in April when they sent Doge transactions using Starlink with radio waves. So that's something I wanted to add to the whole Mars conversation that I thought was interesting, that they did manage to send Doge without the internet using Starlink, and they sent it via radio waves. And it was one of the Doge developers that actually tweeted about it. I'll drop that in my comments as well, so you guys can go check it out.
I was gonna say, Adele, can you drop that in the comments and then pin it to the space? That'd be awesome.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Let's go with Jorge.
Hi guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I agree. I was also looking into radio Doge, where you can just use radio waves to, be able to send, Dogecoin to people. But I do see in the future that we do become an interplanetary species, and of course the U.S. dollar, we wouldn't be able to do that. And yes, everything is based on the U.S. dollar. But what if the U.S. dollar fails? Like, what is the whole world gonna have to look for support?
I'd say Bitcoin.
Well, the U.S. dollar is a base. It's kind of like a little bit of a guiding post, and it's worked really well up until now because of democracy. We seek and we strive towards it, and we're hoping that other societies that are started in other planets, whether it's with the U.S. help, but again, which country? It would be like the United Nations type of task for them to maybe map out like the next planet. And you guys are right. For one businessman to claim an entire planet might not be too viable. But I think they could probably give him a little bit of levity. Doge, and I think the guy that got us there might just get that. I don't know, but that really cool stuff, and we're totally sci-fi. Yeah, we're like Star Trek in here, guys. This is cool. All right.
Noah, who made the dollar account if it were to collapse? Who had that take?
That was Jorge. He said, "What if the dollar collapses?" And I said, "Then the world reserve currency is Bitcoin, baby." But yeah, Jorge was the one that said it.
Noah, do you actually believe that Bitcoin is a world reserve currency?
Do I believe that it's a world reserve currency right now?
No, do you believe it can be if the dollar were to collapse?
I think that if the dollar collapsed, then we're looking at a geopolitical geopolitical atmosphere that none of us can fathom at the moment. I don't think the dollar is collapsing anytime soon in our lifetimes.
I don't think they would let it. I mean, the only thing you can do to, I guess, prevent that would to be somehow eliminate debt. I don't know how you'd eliminate debt. And then essentially you would have to go back to the gold standard, which seems the most effective, I guess, long term, before they started printing out of control back, in the 70s, 80s, when this first began. But here's my thing, though. If you're going to go to a gold standard, why would you not go to a Bitcoin standard over a gold standard? It's a superior asset to gold. And again, this is going to kind of take the space on a tangent, but I'm happy to have this debate with anybody, especially as our lives become more and more digital and we start to interface more and more with software. You have a software-based peer-to-peer decentralized network that has never been hacked, that can't be taken down. It's beyond the ability of any nation state or corporation to take it down. So I don't really understand how people can say that gold's a better asset than Bitcoin, especially as we continue to evolve and become more technologically advanced species. But this is again a tangent. I want to quickly ask whoever. Go ahead.
Go.
I would like to say that the reason why gold is far better is because it is a precious metal. And basically, what will be found in different planets, like the moon and stuff like that, is going to be precious metals. Those are necessary to have an economy. The thing about Bitcoin and anything that's digital, it needs a process to be made. So what's being used? Energy is being used to make it. It's not tangible by itself. It can't be made by itself. It has to be processed. So gold is already made, and that is tangible. And other minerals and other types of assets that are value, those are the things that are needed.
Gold is being mined though, and it costs and it requires energy to mine gold.
And
being
it's
lab
finite.
created.
Finite too.
It is not finite. It's being lab created as well.
Yeah.
Gold.
No,
Two-
I also no, I
gold
also
miners
gold-
produce
Oh.
2% of the total supply every 2% of the total supply every year, something like that. And also, gold is hard to move. How are you going to move $100 million worth of gold if shit hits the fan?
Yeah, so there's gonna be the plus and minuses, pros and cons for each thing. But I would say and right now in this point in time, gold is utilized in more ways than Bitcoin is. I mean, you can practically put it on pizza, which you do in France, and eat it. So I mean, there's so much you can do with it, right? As of right now, but there's also the case that Noah made, to which you can't move it time and space as fast as Bitcoin can. That's the problem, right? But I would also say that Noah, the reason why Bitcoin right now, in my opinion, can't be the reserve currency, because there's no consumer trust in it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're way far away
Yeah.
from
But
that happening.
can I say something? I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Check it out. So the most famous formula that everybody knows, you know, they look at it and it's got even stylized and whatnot. People, you know, sport it on shirts. Is E energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. So technically speaking, gold in tangible form is just pure energy, and that's the flavor which it takes in the form of something that has mass and weight. But it technically, that gold is just energy. So why not just, you know, why go through the middleman? Why not just jump on the energy train and let it and quantize the energy so that we can use it as a denomination to maintain and harbor a massive intergalactic economy? And if we want to maybe back it up with some precious metal other than gold that we find that is more useful in the interplanetary wise, okay, fine. Maybe Doge can be instead of the dollar, it'll be pegged to the weight or the intrinsic kilogram, you know, net mass of a specific metal. But this argument that gold, because it's just you can touch it and feel it. I mean, quite literally, Doge is physical and exists in the form of electrons and energy. It just does, and you can't negate that. You see it in your cell phone, and it's just the value that is incurred upon it. And any society that is democratic and thrives, their denomination will conquer. So why does the dollar rule? You know, because it's the infrastructure that it supports, or that the infrastructure that gives it the value. So as long as we have free societies throughout space or anywhere else, and Doge permits that or facilitates that, Doge will predominate. That's my view. Yeah, but it or technically it could be any other. But in this case, we're talking about Doge. But that's the case that I see for Doge. It's not, doesn't take a lot of resources to process. Like, you know, somebody was mentioning the 2 cents, etc. Versus, you know, energy consumption. There's value in that. There's energy trapped in there, and yeah, so that's something that I think is important.
Dragon, welcome to
What's happening, man? Hello, everybody.
What's going on?
I'm from China, so English is very poor. It's very bad. But I want to say, Elon Musk integrated Doge into Twitter is not important, you know, because Doge is future. Doge is freedom. freedom is international and global. So I teach you my son and my daughter, Doge. Teach you
Cool.
family, love, and the Doge community is very much love. It's enough, and I hope Doge price up is slowly. Even I have a little, no more. I need time. Okay, love you. Thank you.
Hey, Dragon, love you too, man. Thank you so
谢谢。
much for coming on. Cheers for that.
谢谢，让我用中文告诉你们 how to say Dogecoin is go B.
Go B.
Jongo. Ha. I agree. I concur.
All right, we got my boy Kelso next. Go for it.
Hey, how's it going? So I was just gonna say, I don't know, in the direction of like the U.S. and everything, I just don't see gold or us going back to the gold standard, only because like once we switch to, yeah, I know, right, but really just by the way our government is switching over to the Federal Reserve just makes much more sense for us, not necessarily in a positive way, but in a way that allows us to be sustainable. Mostly because, like with the U.S. government, we've been, or the U.S. as a whole, been, trillions of dollars in debt. Switching over to the Federal Reserve allows us to, you know, um, be able to maintain our debt in a certain way of actually being able to manipulate it in one direction or the other, having to be able to print more, but just having the Federal Reserve being that powerful instrument behind it, being on the gold standard would cause for much more, I would say, dependency on like the global factors. Whereas since we're backed by the Federal Reserve, that allows our government to be able to make those deals with certain trades, or say if we want to build, infrastructure on the whim, we can do that just by signing new bills. Now, I don't think this is the perfect way of things, but I think this is something that it's just worked in that sense. I think it would be hard to convince politicians, and especially our people of power in the government, to switch over. And in reality, that's kind of the hardest ones to convince.
Yo, Alex. By the way, Kelso, completely agree with you, wholeheartedly. I align with that line of thinking, for the most part. Alex, welcome to the panel, man. And I have to confess, I have been using and quoting your guide for almost the entirety of this panel. I said it at the very beginning of the space. I said Alex wrote the ultimate guide, and I would not have been nearly as prepared for the space as I am without it. So, but I've been giving you credit every time. Welcome to the panel, sir.
And thanks for having me on. And yeah, I'm glad that it's of use to people. That, ultimately why I wrote it was just to spread education and awareness. And, just for some context, I'm not, by any means like a Doge maxi or like been super involved in the community. I've, been working in crypto for like 6 or 7 years. And in the past 12 months, I basically realized that there are a lot of blockchains that have not been properly covered, and there's just really not good material out of them. And so since May, really what I've been doing is every 2 to 3 weeks, I pick a different blockchain network. I study it really in depth, understand the protocol, how is consensus built, what are the dApps built on top of it, what are the tokenomics, how is the community built. And then I try to publish an in-depth report where if anyone were to pick it up, they could theoretically, know all the major facets of the blockchain, or at least from a beginner's guide point of view. And so, yeah, I just, I think just add some quick thoughts on Doge, and then would love to kind of chat if you all have touched on some topics or had questions on anything. But, I think from my point of view, I do think Dogecoin as a blockchain is like pretty misunderstood. The average person probably doesn't recognize, that it's even its own layer one blockchain. It's actually relatively decentralized on the consensus layer. The fact that it has a fixed inflation schedule actually does make it a good candidate for a currency, because with currencies, you need a certain velocity of money. And if there isn't natural inflation, then it's actually really difficult to consider something a currency. So, that was kind of my takeaway. And then I think part of the reason, though, Doge sort of gets this rep is that it's kind of got two parallel tracks it's trying to run. So on the one hand, there is, a team of really hardcore developers at the Dogecoin Foundation, and they've, I think, been trying to expand it out, trying to build its use cases, especially as it's getting more attention. But then there's also no denying that, memes are powerful, right? And there's been a whole other facet of the community that has risen. And I think, if Doge is going to actually, succeed as a blockchain network, there needs to be that balance between the two, because, I think a lot of the hardcore devs might not like the meme community, but there's no doubting that has brought so many people in and has actually helped, bring capital and liquidity to the network. And then on the flip side, it's important that people do understand the basics and actually start to use this network as much as possible, because that's ultimately where any network actually obtains its value, is by people using it for different use cases. So I'll stop talking there, but yeah, that's just sort of my takeaway after I researched Doge for like 2 weeks, and hopefully that report is helpful.
Yeah, no doubt. And after reading your guide, Alex, I pretty much agree with everything you said. I didn't know much about Doge. I just knew that, as you put it, it's very polarizing. People either love it or hate it. But if you peel back the layers, the fundamentals don't look that bad. And on top of that, you have a very tight-knit and massive community supporting it. You have big names like Mark Cuban and Elon Musk supporting it. And you have a big list of retailers that accept it as payments. So whether you like it or not, it has steam, especially in this bear market, or rather, even in this bear market. And I wouldn't sleep on it. Crypto fella, go for it.
Hey, this is for Alex. Have you done any studies yet on the Litecoin blockchain? And can you compare the two?
Actually, I haven't. It's one of the ones on my list. I know Litecoin's been around for multiple cycles, so I owe it to that community to dive in more. But unfortunately, I haven't. I've done deep dive reports on about a dozen blockchains, and then obviously read like surface level content on the rest. But to actually do like a full report actually takes a lot of time. So I have it on my list, but I can't speak to it now.
Okay, so I would recommend doing it sometime soon, because you're going to see that Doge was built off of the same technology as Litecoin. So that's why I was hoping you could.
Yeah, I knew it was a fork. Like initially they forked it off of that, and then that's also like, I think there was one other blockchain at the time that was leveraging a similar core protocol that they forked initially.
It's not a carbon copy, though. I was reading up on that crypto. Your last the other part of the name. Yeah, brother. But I know it's not a carbon copy, but I also know it's forked, and it has roots in Litecoin, but it's not carbon copy of Litecoin, my understanding. But yeah, but isn't everything carbon copy? It's like it's code. It's written. There's similarities, tangent, to everything.
Yeah. The other one that they modeled it off of was Lucky Coin. So both Lucky Coin and Litecoin. I don't think Lucky Coin has much community at this point. I actually don't know if it's still live. Obviously, Litecoin does have like a core community and some activity on the network still. And yeah, so I think they modeled it. I don't know if it was an exact fork or not, but they're both proof of work blockchains, similar to Bitcoin, but there's some differences in how they implemented their proof of work.
Yeah, and some people would say that Litecoin is a fork or basically almost very similar to Bitcoin itself, Litecoin. So, yeah, there are that's what I read, and but yeah, I mean it doesn't equate to them being the same. They're not carbon copies of each other, my understanding. But yeah, anyways.
I just have a hard time seeing how it's superior to Litecoin. That's what I'm saying. I can see that Dogecoin does hit a certain audience, like we were saying earlier. It's the fun audience and the younger audience most likely. But as far as more serious investors, Litecoin is something that I think could be pushed at the same time, and they would be somewhat like carbon copies. I mean, Litecoin was Bitcoin Lite, and that's why the fees are dramatically cheaper. I just as far
I
as
can answer. I think I have an interesting thought. I don't want to say thoughtful to aggrandize it, but I think it's the view is. I think you answered your own question. Why is it that Dogecoin is more accessible? Why do you think it's more accessible? What's the
it's
price
not
that
more
Litecoin has?
accessible.
No, it is. In price wise, how much does each Litecoin cost? How much is it going for now?
But $100 buys you $100, whether it's
Okay,
Litecoin,
perfect. Yeah.
Bitcoin, Ethereum. $100
If
buys you
If I could
$100.
just
if I'm
jump
gonna
in
go buy,
real quick,
if I'm gonna go,
just to kind of, I just wanted to answer Crypto's question real quick.
okay.
One thing Crypto to keep in mind is that, the serious investors is actually a very small pool of people. And see, with crypto, in order to get people to, we're talking from grandmas to kids, to not be intimidated by cryptocurrency, we have to reach everybody, right? So the reason that Dogecoin is, in my opinion, going to be more used and more popular is because it's user friendly. It gives people a sense of ease because they say, oh, it's a cute little dog, it's cute. Oh, you know what, they got funny memes. It's easier to get people to want to learn about it. And, I mean, listen, you might not agree with that, but most people, when it comes to finance and cryptocurrency, it's extremely intimidating to most people. And so, for them to, want to learn about it, they have to ease into it. And with Doge, it's affordable. And see, a lot of people can't, they're not going to want to use their $100 Litecoin to go and buy a t-shirt or a cup of coffee, where Doge is something affordable. And I actually always tell people, people shouldn't want Doge to go to 20, 30, 40, $50. They should want it to stay at below $5, because then it's more likely that more people are going to use that for everyday items, which is the whole point, right? If we're going to switch from fiat to cryptocurrency, it has to be something everybody is going to want to use. And Doge is just a friendly, fun cryptocurrency. And people underestimate the power of the community. It is an extremely big community. If you were to go look right now, Doge is literally one of the most popular cryptocurrencies and one of the most known cryptocurrencies in the United States. And if you think about it, there's only about 1%, maybe 2% of the world that even knows about cryptocurrency or even holds any. So this is just, it is, I've been invested since 2016. So it's been a very slow process with cryptocurrency, but education right now is key with just all cryptocurrency. And so I think that, while the serious investors might shy away from it sometimes, the everyday new investors don't. And I think that's where, the target audience is for everyday, I'm going to go buy a cup of coffee, let me use my Doge. That's just more feasible for most people.
Alex.
Yeah, I would build off of that too. I mean, I think there's a good, and by the way, like I'm probably different than a lot of the speakers in the sense that like I don't have like a huge like Doge position or anything like that. So when I'm saying these things, it's like trying to be as objective as possible. I don't have like an axe to grind with Litecoin or either of them. But I do think like at a high level, right, there's the core tech and protocol, but then, like Coco was saying, I do think community and what you do with the protocol over time matters. And a really good example of this is, for a long time, Ethereum, or to this day, it still has two, blockchains that are running that are hard forks of each other. So back in the DAO hack, basically Ethereum made a vote to fork, and there was Ethereum Classic, and then there was Ethereum, the main chain. And at the like up until the merge, they were actually using the same exact consensus and protocol. But the reality is that it's not just tech. You also need a community to rally around it, and the community that rallied around the hard fork ultimately is the one that has been larger, had more adoption, grown to a larger market cap. And so I do think tech when it comes to this is just one facet. Ultimately, a lot of these blockchain networks and communities, they come down to social consensus, right? It's what do the group, since they're maintained and grown by people, social consensus and community matters a lot. So maybe Litecoin has that same strong community as well. But I think the bigger point I just wanted to make is the tech alone doesn't mean that one product or protocol is inferior or superior to the other. And then just like the last thing I would say is that I just did a quick look again. I haven't gone super deep on Litecoin. It looked like they had a fixed supply as of now. So I do think from a currency standpoint, you need some amount of fixed inflation if you want people to spend it, if you want it to actually have the proper velocity of a currency.
Yeah, and full transparency, I don't hold the position in Doge or Litecoin, so I have no dog in the fight. But I've been around long enough to see both of them, and it never made sense to me that the joke took off the way it did until I did see the community. So it made more sense that there was a lot of fun being had around it, but at the end of the day, it was still a joke. And whenever I would talk to people about bringing them into cryptocurrencies, I never mentioned the joke because most of the people that I was this is again just my personal experience. They were serious investors that were trading stocks or forex and things like that. So bring them into cryptocurrency. It was a lot easier to sell them something like Bitcoin, which everybody knows because I think a lot of the things that Coco said, you built a strong case for Bitcoin as far as things that people know and would trust, and you get everybody. And the fact that you said that there's not very many serious investors, I think the entire stock market is mostly serious traders. So I'm not sure that I really agreed with that statement.
Well, what I'm saying by that is, yeah, there's a good portion of this world that they don't invest. They don't do that, right? So what are the whole goal, right, to go from fiat to cryptocurrency, right, is to make it something that is accessible and easy for everybody, right? And so that is kind of more of the point. There's tons of serious investors, but my point being is that compared to all of the people in the world, it's a pretty small portion. And you have to understand that the everyday person who lives paycheck to paycheck can't afford to buy Bitcoin and then, have something like, oh, hey, I want to buy some coffee, right, with their Bitcoin. And then the next day it shoots up, a few $1,000s. They're going to regret that, right? Dogecoin is not,
But
it
that's
is more likely, for everyday items. Now, that's your, opinion. I totally respect it. You're in a pool of serious investors, but we're thinking in a much, much broader, range here of everybody, because that's, if it's going to be a currency that people are using on a day-to-day basis, you can't have it fluctuating hundreds or even thousands of dollars a day when you want to buy, a t-shirt or coffee. That would just be such a regret. I mean, no everyday person. And so I think you're thinking more from an investor point instead of an everyday person point.
Are we talking about the same currency that went from what 70 cents all the way down to 7 cents as far as the fluctuation goes? And I just need to remind you that
But
$100 is $100. Like 100 pounds of bricks is the same as 100 pounds of
that's the
feathers.
point, though,
hundred
is
dollars
that
worth of Bitcoin
$100 isn't a
is
big deal
$100
to
doesn't.
you. 60 cents isn't a big deal to
But
the everyday person. So, I mean, you kind of sound, not to be rude, this isn't an insult. It just sounds like you have a maxi mentality of, oh, but
no,
$100 is
no, I don't.
$100 to an everyday person. $100 is a lot of money. People are struggling right now. That's the whole point. So, for a serious investor like you,
The
sure, it
price
might.
is irrelevant though. The percentages is what you need to be talking more about. If you're looking at something that's more stable, Doge is anything but stable. Right now, you can argue that from January till now, Bitcoin is anything but stable. So neither one of them would be very suitable for a currency.
Did
But
you ever hear
I'm,
about the
I,
guy who bought the pizzas with Bitcoin, right? When it was almost worth nothing, and then it shot up, right?
yes.
Okay. That is the kind of mistake people don't want to make. So when
Okay.
I
Well, the
understand
same
to
argument would be
you that a hundred
you bought.
dollars or a few $1,000s isn't a big deal, but I'm not sure how to get it You know, if crypto is going to be a mass worldwide adoption, it has to be something that the majority of the world, whether you don't make very much money or you make a ton of money, it has to be something that is feasible for everyday purchases. So while I understand your point, Doge is just more likely to be accepted by more retailers because it doesn't fluctuate by hundreds or even thousands of dollars. So
I
yeah, I mean, I just you listen. You can sit and laugh all you want. In my opinion, I feel like you're being a little disrespectful because there's a way to handle yourself in rooms. Um, but I respect your opinion. And the whole point is that while you might have a lot of money, there's a lot of people out here struggling. So if we're going to introduce
That's not
them
true
to,
either.
it's not true. So people aren't struggling right now. There isn't a recession going
No,
on.
no, no, no,
Hey,
not that. No,
Sorry, guys. I want to stay on topic. I appreciate the discourse, but I really do want to stay on course and continue talking about Doge, its pros, its cons. We did also speculate on whether Elon would integrate it into Twitter or not. Alex has had his hand up for a bit now, so I want to pass the mic to Alex, and anyone else is welcome to chime in, but I do want to stay on topic.
Thanks, Noah. Yeah, sorry to be talking a lot. I'm about to actually get to like my hotel, and I'm gonna have to hop off. But I just wanted to add like a few thoughts, kind of on that discussion. So, I think the first thing to recognize, it's getting back to that point of like social consensus. I think the way in which finance and investing has evolved over the past 5 years has really gone underappreciated by a lot of people, specifically how social oriented it got. So if you just like rewind like a decade ago, if you actually wanted to invest in a stock, you had to actually pick up the phone, call a broker, actually buy it through a brokerage. It was a very high friction process. And once you actually had smartphones and basically brokerages with native mobile apps, basically anyone could pull a phone out of their pocket and invest in assets. And the natural sort of result of that is that the pool of investors, the total addressable market of investors in the US has skyrocketed in the past couple of years. And B, it means that things have gotten more social. So as you've seen with things like GameStop and AMC, these social basically movements can actually move market caps in really big ways. So I think that is the point that Coco was trying to get at, is that, regardless of the technology or, the technicalities behind how people are investing, like not everyone that's going to invest in asset classes moving forward is going to be highly sophisticated. And I think that's just a reality of the markets moving forward. The second point I would make, just again in regards to Doge, is like if you ask like a Bitcoin maxi, for instance, right, which are, a lot of the Bitcoin maxis I know were some of the first people that got involved with crypto, what they always keep a long-term vision on is they actually see a world in which they don't denominate their Bitcoin in terms of fiat US dollars. They think about it in terms of Bitcoin, because if you think about it, the US dollar is a fiat currency where it's backed by the trust of people who believe it will continue to retain its value. So there are a lot of people who, when they talk about cryptocurrencies, they're not actually looking at it in terms of price fluctuations, in terms of fiat denominated dollars. They're actually thinking about how many of the asset do I have. Now, again, that's not for everyone. People who are taking money that they actually need to cash out in the short term should absolutely be responsible with how much they're putting in. But I think that's a really good thing to keep in mind, is that if you're actually looking to a future in which there is widespread adoption and the network has high usage, all that matters is actually the native token itself to that blockchain. And then just the last thing I'll say here, and I might lose service in this tunnel, so just cut me off if I do. But, in regards to Elon integrating Dogecoin into Twitter, I have some thoughts on it. Like, I worked in big tech company for a number of years. Like, I worked at LinkedIn. It's in many dimensions larger than Twitter. And, I think a few thoughts here, right? I think one, there absolutely would be value to that, but I don't think it'll be prioritized in the short term. And I'm not saying that to, I don't want to bring down the spirits of, the Dogecoin community. I just think, Elon has to prioritize certain initiatives. And the first thing he has to do is make Twitter cash flow positive. And so integrating Doge would be what we call in like corporate a venture bet. So it's one that's away from your current core business line. And it's really hard to justify venture bets if you can't get basically the core business line to a cash flow positive position. And I was actually on Twitter Spaces with Elon a few weeks ago. We asked him about it. He basically said that, you know, he wants to do it in the future, but in terms of the timeline of like the crypto wallet integration, it's still a little bit of ways away. So again, I think Twitter has shown a ability to embrace things. They've added NFT profile picture support. You know, they've added a tipping button on the actual profiles themselves. But I think in terms of timeline, it still might be a little bit of ways out. So yeah, those are just my final thoughts. Thanks again, everyone, for having me. Sorry I couldn't stay longer. The travel got a little screwed up today, but I appreciate you letting me join in this discussion, and I thought it was a really good conversation.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Alex, thank you for coming. And guys, special thanks to Alex. Again, I will say it for the 10th time. The quality of this space was increased strictly because I had his guide to go off of. I was able to research it. I was able to break it down. I was able to learn a lot of new things about Doge, which I broke down for you guys at the beginning of the space. So yeah, show him some love. Give him a follow. Sub to his articles. I'm not sure what the Web3 pill is. Sub to the Web3 pill because he put out some good content, and I think it's worth digesting more of it. Okay, we got speakers. We got Crypto for Columbus, and then we got Marshall, and then we got Coco.
To be fair, it was the other way around. Marshall did come up first, and I brought Columbus up afterwards.
Okay, cool. And one more thing, guys. If you're not going to speak, please don't request, because there are people that are trying to get up, and I'd like everyone to get an opportunity to talk.
Marshall, the floor is yours.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, I just want to say I'm an early Dogecoin supporter and longtime crypto guy and entrepreneur in the space. I built a digital payments banking app. We're one of the first platforms in the US to support Dogecoin with MetalPay. And I've always believed in the power of kind of the vision for money. Money is really just an idea. And so why did Dogecoin become so popular? It's because it was this concept that money could be a joke, when in fact we don't actually know how money works. And so, to Coco's point, the idea of affordability, there is a psychological barrier. I hear what both people were saying earlier about prices and things like that. All price aside, the joke in 2014, in the first year of Doge's existence, when you would come to Reddit, is one Doge equals one Doge. We say, wow, what's just such fun, and we tip you Doge. And in the other, Bitcoin world, and I had built a crypto app called QuickCoin at the time where you could tip people over Facebook. This is as Josh Mullen's Doge tip bot was taking off. That was like the original spirit of Doge. And so when the unit price is low, it's not that like $100 equals $100, but it's like, I want to give you some, right? It's viewed as cheap because the unit is cheap, but $100 of sats is the same as 100, whatever the equivalent in Dogecoin is, dogs or whatever, right? Units of Doge, right? So I think that, really, as we move forward, Dogecoin and crypto will be a store of value, but it will also be something that we use for commerce. And I think that stable coins will really kind of pave the way for that. We have to have good stable coins like USDC and so forth. We get better apps like MetalPay and Robinhood, and hopefully someday Cash App supports it. And the topic of this conversation, which is, will Elon Musk support Dogecoin? Well, he already said the most entertaining outcome is is probably the most likely to happen, sort of like Musk's razor or whatever, right? Sort of like Occam's razor. And so I think that, I think that Dogecoin, Elon loves it because he loves memes and he loves to have fun. And, when I think about Elon's products like Tesla, I love, Starlink is really cool, all the products, and, I'm a big subscriber. I have a Tesla. I think it's fun. It's cool. Like, I love how the Tesla has this like bioweapon defense mode. It adds a certain level of fun. And I think we're going to see this in Twitter. And I think that Dogecoin as a standard for payments is great, but I would be really excited to see Dogecoin as a blockchain evolve someday to support stable coins and other things like that, because as the community grows, we want to develop more. And so I just see Dogecoin as a fun and friendly place. And I've been in crypto since the very beginning, and watching my hobby in Bitcoin become kind of stuffy in 2013 and 2014. That's why I got into Doge. And that's how I met my co-founder, because we have that same kind of mentality. We want to share crypto with people. So I've always said the spirit of Dogecoin is education and sharing. So I just want to say, I think that that's really what drives it. I think in the future, if Dogecoin has stable coins and smart contracts, that will evolve it. And I just want to say, community is what brings us here together, and that's what's so powerful. And Elon's interested in community, because obviously he wouldn't have bought Twitter if he didn't think otherwise. So that's all I have
Marshall,
to say.
those are some great points. I do have one question for you. On a side note, Elon Musk is the best customer service rep that I've seen probably thus far, responding to tweets very, very quickly. Credit to him. A lot of CEOs don't want to get their hands dirty, but I mean, look at the best in the world. He's getting his hands dirty. Marshall, my question to you is that as Dogecoin evolves, obviously throughout time, in the future at scale, do you believe that the investors surrounding Dogecoin could also change to where they become more quote unquote serious investors and they're not just, retail perhaps?
A friend of mine who's also kind of an OG in the crypto space, who just left a top exchange, said something to me about this topic, which is, institutional needs retail buying when it comes to, trading. If it was all institutions and what we're calling quote serious buyers, or institutional buyers, these are family offices and funds and pensions and so forth. If it's just them trading with themselves, then it's a bunch of massive bots trading with each other. There's no real price discovery. Retail moves the volatility, and market makers absorb it. And market makers are usually supported by institutional and so forth. What did Wall Street bets teach us? It taught us that the power of people is stronger than the power of the institution. So ultimately, what Dogecoin represents is the people's currency. If you go to the website and you read about kind of the mission statement of Dogecoin and the denarius and trying to become a fair and true currency, that's the vision. What started as a joke became real, and people realized that money was an illusion, a joke the whole time. It's the community that brings people together. So, your question, what will it take, I guess, to make the market, you need the retail alongside the institutions. Institutions will not want to come unless retail's already sufficiently interested and is making trades and using it and finding utility. And why Dogecoin is so much more valuable is because cryptocurrency, and like I said, I've been here since the very beginning. I started a crypto company within the first few years of crypto, and my whole vision was to make it fun and easy and fun to use. And that's how I got involved in Dogecoin. If we don't have that, then institutions don't want to come. If young people don't want to be involved and be a part of this, then institutions are never coming. So if we can be, hot and exciting like TikTok, and we can, if we're captivating the younger generation to get inspired about learning what is money, where does it come from, and how do I use it, then we win. And I think that unfortunately, a lot of, top crypto communities have become really toxic with, have fun staying poor and all this. When one Doge is the place where one Doge equals one Doge, and wow, such fun, here you go. Let's support each other. When I got involved in Dogecoin, crypto was in a really kind of critical space because it had hit $1,400 and fallen all the way down to $150. That would be like Bitcoin at 6K right now. So you can imagine how people felt. And so I used to go to Bitcoin events as an engineer, and people would ask me all these financial questions. So I started hanging out in Dogecoin places, and that's where I met my co-founder and CTO, Glenn Marion, who built the first Dogecoin wallet and dogechain.info. And so I just believe that institutions will only come if you're regular mom and pop and everybody really likes this and uses it. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Bravo.
Drop mic, man. Yeah,
Beautiful.
That was awesome. That was an awesome stream of thought, and I'm not going to hijack the mic because there are a lot of hands up. So, Andrew, do you remember the order? Was it?
I believe it was Columbus, and then I'm not sure if it was Coco or NPC.
Yeah, it was Crypto. Cool.
Yeah, man, really great conversation, everybody. Kudos to all the speakers and all the thought provokers in the space. Man, I agree with so much that was said, and I really, what captivates me is the recent report about Vitalik and Elon getting together, because I definitely agree from a business standpoint, it doesn't make sense to focus on Doge implementation immediately right now because they're bleeding, right? We have to get the finances under control. But I also believe that outsourcing is the way to make things like this happen. And who better than Vitalik to be a partner in the outsourcing effort, so Elon doesn't have to do it all himself. He is also running Tesla, so this guy does a lot. So it's so funny. We're always talking about Elon should do this and Elon should do that. I'm like, if I had to do all the stuff this dude does on a daily basis, I probably would die. So like, I'm like, this guy, how does he do it? Well, because he's AI. So mic drop on that. Elon's AI. If you didn't know, you heard it from me. Crypto for Columbus. But I digress. My point of all the stupidity that I just stated was, Elon is going to build something broader for this Twitter app, and he's definitely going to incorporate crypto in it. And he has a fascination with Doge ever since it thumbed its nose in the face of finance and traditional finance and said, you know what? You guys printed in 2020 over $3.3 trillion out of midair. You just printed money. Like the US government just said, you know what we're going to do today? What? First, we're going to have this bagel, and then we're going to print 3.3 trillion US dollars. And we're going to basically fund, you know, all these projects just out of thin air. And you're like, well, my money's becoming worthless. Inflation's going through the roof. Then people said, you know, I want to have control of my own money. I want a currency that I can confide in and I can believe in. And then it was kind of a joke, right? But the whole concept of decentralized money starts breaking barriers, socioeconomic barriers, international barriers. Right now, you can have a coin, Dogecoin, it could be whatever you want it to be, Ethereum, that can now be transferred instantaneously from one place to another. Elon appreciates that. He sees the beauty in it. And he also is a person who likes to create controversy. And what's more controversial than a coin that was made out of a joke and now it's like market cap is what? You know, out of nowhere? This is like, you know, Wall Street bets on crack. Look at Doge's market cap. I mean, freaking was a joke. Can you imagine? We made a joke and it became a $1 billion entity that now is going to become its own. I really wanted to have stable coins. I wanted to function like a proper L1 or a side chain with a very, very powerful partner that they can work together and streamline a way where Doge becomes not just Doge. You have to use Doge to work on that chain. You want to create dApps on Doge, you want to create NFT projects on Doge, and you could have a whole weird ecosystem like Polygon, but it would be Doge, right? That's where I see the next generation of Doge going. I really hope, because I'm pulling for them. I was owning Doge when stupid Elon got on Saturday Night Live. He didn't say anything good about Doge and it dumped. I sold on Saturday Night Live. I was like, man, he didn't go for it. He kind of mentioned them, but it wasn't wholehearted. So I was like, you know what? He still is going to fulfill the promise to the community, regardless of what happened on Saturday Night Live. He's like, no, don't worry. I haven't forgotten about Doge. I just bought Twitter. So the coin that is definitely going to be integrated in Twitter is definitely going to be Doge. And remember, Twitter wants to become X. So how is he going to incorporate Doge in X? Are you going to be able to do rideshare and pay in Doge? Are you going to be able to do, you know, all sorts of other things and pay in Doge? Because we're looking at Twitter as Twitter the way it is now. But what it becomes this multi-platform super app like X, and now crypto can be used across all of those business models. That would be fascinating. Now you're talking about use case for Doge, like by a factor of 5. It's no longer just going to be a tipping thing on Twitter. It's going to be used to freaking rideshare. You can order pizza. You can do whatever you want. And that's interesting to me. And I don't think it's going to stop at Doge. I think it's going to be ETH, and it's going to be the big boys because this is more money and more revenue. He wants to broaden his platform to as many revenue streams as he can. It behooves him to do so. So the report recently about him and Vitalik getting together, that really made me raise my eye and say, could it happen sooner? Because if it really Vitalik gets in, that changes everything. Because Elon doesn't have to be the one to facilitate it by himself. He has a very strategic partner. I mean, Vitalik is CEO's brain of ETH, you know? So like he is the CEO of ETH, right? So you know, those two CEOs to get together and figure out a way, who knows? I'm really interested about that. I'm waiting for like more rumors and more updates on that and see where that goes. But long and short, I'm a huge Doge fan, and I'm a big fan of disruption. So I think that's why Elon is also a Doge fan because it was all about disruption and started as a joke, as has been previously mentioned. And I think that's where he takes joy in that. He takes joy in like memeing people and saying crazy stuff on Twitter. This is what he likes to do. Doge was a fun thing. It's all about fun. It's all about thumbing your nose at the establishment, and I love that. I think the last thing I wanted to say was, great panel. I'm gonna listen as I mop the floor because I got my nephew coming over, 1 year old, and my wife said you have to have the floor mop because if you don't mop the floor, he's gonna fall. He's gonna get dirty. I'm like, well, he's a 1 year old. He's dirty. That's all he is. He's just dirt on a human's body. But whatever. So that's what I'm doing and listening to you all. No, it's great seeing you, Andrew. Always great seeing you. And I'll mute now.
That was Columbus. That was a great point there. I also want to say that before we go back to Noah and Noah gets the rest of the guests going with the hands up. Due to us having a Dogecoin space, we do not endorse purchasing Dogecoin or selling Dogecoin. Obviously, practice follow your own beliefs. Invest, don't gamble. Just because we're having a space doesn't mean you doesn't mean you should buy it. Purchase what you believe in. Purchase what or don't purchase what you don't believe in. It's pretty straightforward. We're just here to provide education. Noah, back to you. I guess we can go through the rest of these hands. I'm not sure. I lost track.
Yeah, man. I think I lost track too. I want to let Crypto Fella speak really quick. He wanted to share some thoughts, and then we'll move down the line. I see you, Bernard. I'm gonna get you next, brother.
I think Coco. Yeah, Coco and NPC had their hands raised, but first, Coco, I do want to hear what you have to say, but I think you misrepresented what I said earlier. I was not saying that people aren't struggling. That was not what I was saying at all. I don't want you to misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. Okay, I meant that people are struggling and that they do need help. And so I just want to clear that up, but go ahead, and then I'll put my hand back up for my points. But I want to say that before you went on a rant at me, please. Thank you.
No rant here, and I appreciate you clarifying that. I want to, say everybody has actually made, mic drop, fantastic points. Alex, Marshall, Crypto for Columbus, everybody has made really good points, and I actually agree that Doge is not on the top of Elon's, integration is not on the top of his priority list. He has to get Twitter to stop bleeding money. It's really bad. Somebody extremely close to me just left Twitter not too long ago. It was a mess there. There was so much corruption and shady stuff going on there, and Elon has only broke the tip of the iceberg with the letting out what's been going on there. So, Twitter was a mess. I'm glad he came in and he's fixing it, and he does. He's got a priority list. But crypto is going to be part of Twitter. And I do believe because Doge is, it's friendly, it's fun. People, I think that's probably some of the times what confuses investors, right? Is that serious investors like, I don't get it. It's a joke. Nobody should be taking this seriously. I don't get it. And it's because people underestimate the simplicity of things sometimes. Sometimes just having a fun place with memes and really welcoming fun people. We have a tradition in our community called Tipping Tuesday. And every Tuesday, people go out and tip each other Doge. They tip new people who have never been part of Doge community, even if they don't even know what crypto is, whatever. We will have rooms where people in the Doge community will help each other set up wallets. They'll help walk them through the process of understanding crypto. It's a very powerful thing. I have had Bitcoin maxis come into my old rooms and say, you know what? I was so against Doge, but you guys are such a friendly, fun crowd. I see you guys are all about educating people who don't know about, cryptocurrency, and, you don't put any pressure on people. You just say, hey, can I give you some Doge? And it gives people this incentive to want to go and learn about cryptocurrency. I can't even begin to tell you that's probably been the biggest way that I have had people in my life learn about crypto. As I said, let me just give you a little bit. If you do nothing with it, that's totally up to you. If this makes you want to learn more about it, great. If not, whatever. But the point is that, sometimes just, that generosity, that feeling of like, oh wow, you're gonna give me some cryptocurrency. It's such a powerful tool and it's very underestimated. And so I do think that, that for just the general public, for the everyday person, is a much more, likely scenario for them to, say, hey, you know what? I remember that person gave me some crypto. Let me go kind of learn a little bit more about it, and it just helps people a lot. I think, with all cryptocurrencies, whether you're Bitcoin, Ether, Light, and for the record, I have Bitcoin, I have Litecoin, I have Ether. Those were the first three that I bought, and then I bought Doge. And when I bought it, I knew, I said, hey, you know what, this is a joke. It might not become anything, but I'm gonna take a chance. And I'm glad I did. I got in, at a nice price. It was great. But listen, all cryptocurrency, when you're investing, it is a gamble. You think the stocks are volatile? Cryptocurrency is 100 times more volatile. So I always tell people, listen, do not, it's the number one rule. Don't invest more than you can afford to lose. It's critical that you follow that number one rule or you're going to lose all of your money. So I do think that, you know, Twitter will have Dogecoin. I do think that, Elon will probably start off with that, and then he will eventually allow the other cryptocurrencies to, come on board and be used. But there's a reason that he likes Doge so much. One, it was accidentally made to actually be a very long-term solution for a everyday, use case. And we actually have some great people in our community who do things like they will put together, a printout that anybody can go take into a mom and pop shop and say, hey, you know what, I come here a lot. I would love to be able to use cryptocurrency. Here's a printout flyer on how you can set up to accept cryptocurrency at your business. And I actually want to shout out the Giving Block, because they have made it very easy and accessible for major charities and nonprofits to be able to accept not just Doge, but Ether, Light, a lot of these other cryptocurrencies. And so we have big places like St. Jude's, the American Cancer Society, all these big places accept Doge. And a lot of them come back with, hey, you would be surprised at what a big chunk of people are donating in Doge. And so because the Doge community has this do only good everyday attitude about not being perfect every day, but just simply doing your best to be better the next day and to try to, think about other people and how to help them. It's such a powerful tool because we're living in some dark times. It's really hard for people right now. And so Doge is like this little glimmer of hope with this cute little dog, something that's fun, something that they can come into and not. Oh, exactly. And it's just fun. Listen, anybody that knows me knows I love to shitpost and troll a lot. But, in a friendly troll kind of way. But we have fun. And many people in the finance industry don't have fun anymore. And so this is a place where, whether you're into NFTs, crypto, fiat, doesn't matter. You can come and you can have fun, but it's a very welcoming tool to get people to learn and to just, you don't have to buy Doge, but come here and at least learn about cryptocurrency. We want to get the world educated. And I actually encourage all cryptocurrency lovers, no matter what your favorite is, help educate your community. Help teach people about crypto and why they need to be using that over fiat and why they should have a little bit, because it's important to, don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you have all your money stashed under your bed, guess what? 10 years from now, it might not be worth very much. So, diversify yourself. Don't just stick to one thing. I even tell people with Doge, listen, it's okay to branch out, but just know whether it's Doge or anything else, you're taking a risk. Okay. It is a big risk. So, I do think Elon will integrate Twitter, or Doge into Twitter. And that was just kind of, what I wanted to go over. And you guys have to excuse me. I woke up about 30 minutes ago with a horrible, horrible head cold. So if my thoughts aren't coming out exactly clear, it's my head being extremely congested. But But I really appreciate you guys. And if you guys aren't following the host and Andrew, please shoot them a follow because they don't have to host these rooms. Sometimes it's hard and a headache too. So just show them some love and support. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Coco. That was a great stream of idea and thought. Bernard, you put your hand down, man, but I want to make sure if you had anything to say. I know I skipped over you, so I apologize for that. Go for it, brother.
No problem. The big thing I wanted to talk about, so like, as far as what future goes, so there's Bitcoin, 21 million Bitcoin. You divide that by how many Doge, and you actually got 6,500 Doge per person if you spread that out evenly. So basically, where I see this going in the future and adoption. Basically, once you actually have adoption, you're going to end up having Doge being carried on companies' balance sheets. But that's going to become with basically things like Twitter, Robinhood, any type of integration. And I'll go into that a little bit. But pretty much store of value and investment wise, right now, one Doge is one Doge. But as adoption becomes more easily conducted, and people are able to actually use it, and it becomes more prevalent, more mainstream, that's when a lot of that Doge that's just sitting there is going to get spread out, and then people are actually going to have it in their wallets. How much money do you carry in your wallet a day? I know nowadays we're just debit cards, but think of it just like a checking account. And so pretty much, I know it's a little bit all over, but what I'm looking at is if Twitter does do the integration and makes it easily like a platform to where it's actually used, that 21 million people actually holding that. Right now we have my Doge wallet with my Doge CTO that they just made some big moves on that, where they're actually now purchasing gift cards and stuff like that online, and that's into their platform. You're gonna see that get eaten up. Right now, if you look at the actual value of Doge, 6,500 Doge basically is one Bitcoin in a sense, if you actually broke it down. And right now I see Doge as it's at a good point right now because there's enough of it, and you don't have that mainstream integration yet. But once you actually do have that, it may come a point in time where you have different corporations, different companies holding that on their balance sheets. And when they hold it on their balance sheets, it's a store of value in a sense. What crypto are you going to accept that's actually worth something? Now, like take MasterCard, Visa, any of those that are integrating like with the swipe cards, and like with Binance and Polygon. Now take Doge on that, and like in the U.S., it's full of consumers. So once you actually bring that to an easy, accessible thing, such as like wallets, and they're easier to use. I know that Doge is working on different things like Giga Wallet. You got the My Doge wallet. Robinhood's coming out with a Web3. And then, I bring up Robinhood because Robinhood's heavily tied to Doge right now, if you think about it, and how much retailers hold, and as far as Doge on actual hood. So with that, now you have the Twitter where they just came out with cash tags, and it's linked to Robinhood, which that integration, it doesn't seem like much right now, but with Twitter Business and that being linked, Robinhood's been a big supporter in a sense, where they've been stable and they hold Doge, from the beginning, but they've also practiced a lot of discipline in the crypto community. And, things like with SBF and all the other stuff going on, Doge has been that fun, safe coin, so to say. So I could definitely see that holding, ground when, Elon looks at it and he's thinking about integrating it into Twitter. That's probably at the, the front of his mind is, here we have something that it's not, people can actually afford it.
Bernard, I'm gonna have to step in there really, really quickly. You're onto something good there, but you said that Dogecoin is safe, I believe. I just want to kind of put out there that no investment at this point in time is safe. Even VC firms, private equity firms, whatever they may be, are not safe at this point in time. I believe we're still going to incur a recession for the next, let's say, 10 to 12 months. Nothing at this point in time is safe. Everything could possibly drop down further, another X%.
100%.
Yeah, I don't think anything's safe at this point in time.
I mean it more as like the community, so to say. I know there's been some bad actors, this and that, but so to say, Doge has
It's more decentralized, which it's more decentralized than other things such as FTT.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that holds to the fact that retailers are really the ones with it. They hold a main store of value as far as what the actual Doge goes. But yes, any crypto, I mean, it's risky, 100%, especially that crypto's been around, but at the same time, we're still at the early days, very early days of where crypto could go. And that kind of goes into the next point. So like I was talking about as far as with there's only 21 million people held 6,500 Doge a piece across the board. That would eat up the market cap and float whatever as far as what people are willing to actually pay for it and what's the actual value of it. And that's going to come as far as with the more adoption. Adoption is going to be a huge part of that. And as you see adoption increase, that value might get eaten up. And when I look at that, so you have a ton of corporations, companies that they have their balance sheets, it's like debt, equity, everything that they hold, their assets. But you look at these balance sheets, eventually crypto maybe become a part of that. You see a lot of stock offerings and the companies just go, to the dumpster right away. Or over time, those companies get older and the company exactly is not as valued as it used to be. A lot of those vintage companies, like look at JCPenney, so to say. Now, what if they actually had Doge on their books at the time or, Bitcoin? Would they have survived? Would that have floated them through the tough times? Because at the same time, you do have those increases where that increase of value, increases. So the way I see it is, as you have different cryptos become the adoption grows and it's actually used, you actually have people carrying around in their wallets and using it, just like you used to use cash. Cash is kind of, vintage, but as that increases and the common person, starts building that up further and further, those companies will actually be floated on that. And it depends on, whether or not it's a good company or not and what they're doing to attract, basically that crypto is going to be like an investor. Their customers are going to be investing by using their crypto. And a lot of stocks, a lot of, market cap, let's say like AMC with the apes and everything like that. Now, give it crypto, Doge, whatever, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all that stuff, it actually holds value, so to say. And as that adoption grows, that might actually float those companies. So I do see that in the future as well. And that's going to eat up a lot of, as far as like if it's an asset, it's going to be a store of value, so to say, but they're also going to, it's going to move, it's going to rotate. And when it does rotate, it's going to, people are going to cash it in, whatever fiat or change it to another crypto. And when they do that, the price is going to flux a little bit, but at the same time, eventually it's going it's going to get eaten up, and possibly, in my own opinion, that the price is going to rise eventually to where it does become a little bit higher. You know, it's no longer like a dime, a dollar, $5. It gets into $100 where people aren't using it as much, or they use it, but for larger purchases, stuff like that. But then you're still going to need stuff to fill those penny dime transactions. So like, you know, you have Sheep and, you know, Shiba Inu, that the coin is, you know, very risky, in my opinion. However, the size of it, and it operates and it has a huge community. I do see that other sheeps being able to actually, that possibly growing eventually. But we're talking who knows how many years down the road if that actually takes place. But you're going to have these other cryptos that are going to have to eventually fill that void, in my opinion. And that's something that I see, you know, as far as where the Doge is going, and possibly how like Wall Street, the different, you know, corporations within America or around the world, you know, and that's the thing is Doge is global. So you're talking 21 million people, 6,500 Doge. You know, once you get mass adoption, and then we're talking, you know, as far as that goes, one things I do want to touch on, I think I touched on that enough, a little bit all over the place, but it's a lot to talk about. But with you know, some of the things like my Doge wallet, huge breakthrough as far as what that goes. And then radio Doge, a lot of people only talking about radio Doge, and to be able to conduct offline transactions just anywhere with no internet, you know, that's insane. That's awesome, and that's something that's going to be needed down the line in different places. But I definitely see where that's going to have its own place, and I really hope that they build on that further. And kudos to everybody that's working on those projects. That's all I got.
And Bernard with the mic drop, thank you for that stream of thought. We've had these long monologues and streams of thought. I love it, guys. They're thought provoking. They make hands go up, and they make emojis go up. I want to go. I'm not going to hog the mic for too long because we have a lot of people that want to speak. NPC JC, man, you are next.
All right. Hey, thanks. This is really cool. This is a neat space. I appreciate it. A lot of great speakers. I just, for the title, you know, I do think that Elon Musk is going to integrate Doge into Twitter. I think he's going to do it slowly. I understand that he's got a lot of engineering needs to shore up, and also financial things to shore up at Twitter. But I even heard him talk today in his spaces, and he sounded very positive that things are just progressing in the correct, you know, direction. So that's good to hear. He said that you know, it was taking up most of his, you know, cognitive, you know, process power, and now it's sort of moderate. And then in a month or so, he said it's supposed to be low. You know, he could spend more time thinking about other, you know, companies and things. So that was really positive to hear. And if he is able to get his engineers and everything, the servers and everything, in a stable you know, functioning system, then you can expect some you know, a whole lot of features to come out soon. And I don't know that you can expect a lot of Doge right away. I think some other speakers have said that, you know, it's going to take a little time, because as far as payments are concerned, he's probably going to want to, you know, do most of that, you know, set most of that up with, you know, the US dollar or fiat, and then slowly integrate Doge, maybe you know, tipping, or even just you know, some small things at first. But I think you're probably going to hear more about Doge soon. He's been signaling that he wants to do space about Doge. So I mean, I think he's really ready to start talking about Doge. I think he's starting to phase out of the chaotic period. So that was kind of my thoughts on that. Somebody once asked if Dogecoin is going to be on Mars, and I wanted to say it. And now that I'm here, I'm going way back to an old question, but it was an interesting question. And what I understand is he has spoken on this a couple times, that because the speed of light takes like a minute or something, a couple minutes to get from Mars to Earth, it wouldn't be ideal to use Dogecoin on Earth and Mars. So it might be something similar to Doge, or something that transacts sort of in unison, or that sort of thing. They might have something like it.
It would have it'd be Mars Elon.
There you go. It'd be something probably different than Doge, but I think he really, and I think he really cares about Dogecoin, and I guess that, to bring it back to a more recent topic, the reason why I think he likes Dogecoin, and I'll full transparency, I've been investing in Doge since early 2021. It was like about 5 cents then. Wish I bought a whole lot more at that time, but now that it's low again, I think it's a really good time to buy some more. No financial advice. This is just stream of consciousness. But I think the reason why he likes Doge, and I was been thinking about this ever since then, is like, why? I know there's memes, I know it's fun, but what was the when you get into the technicals of it, how simple it is. It's really just that it's so simple that it was started as a joke, and at that time decisions were made because it was a joke to make the block size 1 minute, because it just made more sense to you're like, you can just whatever, it's a throwaway decision, but it turned out to be like really, really sensical. And also the inflation rate was set at the time that it would create like I think it's up to 5 billion coins per year. It sounds like a lot, but there's I don't know, there's a lot of coins out there right now. But so it does inflate every year, which means that it's not like you'll want to be able to spend it. It's not like you're going to only want to hoard it like like Bitcoin, where it that they're capped out. You don't want to spend that. You don't want to hold it. So it makes it better, more suited. And Elon's talked to this a number of times, but so there's technicals to it, but I think there's like a third reason, and because Elon, he probably makes a lot of decisions like this based on like triple reasons, like a perfect storm of stuff. That it's funny. The technicals are pretty much there. I'm sure there's a little more work to do on it, but anyway, is that it's so damn positive. I mean, just think how dark money is anyway. Like financial industry is so dark. I mean, you just think about a type of currency that's trackable and all this stuff, but it's also fun and light. Come on, that's something. I mean, I think people are going to get over the fact that it started as a joke. They get, it takes time to like, warm up to this stuff. I know I've been in the community for a while, and I see the memes, and I see the community, and I see people just sharing wisdom in the community. I mean, like if you search for Dogecoin on Twitter, you'll quickly see like who everybody's following, who you'll find out, okay, like Billy Marcus is like one of the founders, and a bunch of Doge devs, they're out there, the developers, they're also part of the the conversation and positivity and fun, and Elon, and your favorite memers, and influencers. Coco was speaking really eloquently about the community, and there's writers that write about it. Like there's like It's All Risky. Oh, and I'll wrap this up. I don't want to be long winded. There's a writer out there called It's All Risky, and they have a newsletter that goes out probably like every couple weeks, and it just sums up like all the little hints that Elon dropped about what Dogecoin, what you can expect. Just a lot of things that really fact based. It's all in the news. And one of the things that they said was that is really interesting, what they might use Twitter and Dogecoin. I'll wrap this up. That Dogecoin, that obviously Elon is a supporter, just a constant supporter of Dogecoin. But with Twitter, I think you can expect it to also have Bitcoin and probably maybe Ethereum or something, but Bitcoin but that Doge would be used as a currency for payments and actual currency transactions, but that Bitcoin would basically be implemented at Twitter as well, and used sort of as a driver for what is it called? Energy, like the creation of not reusable. What am I? What's the word I'm looking for? Um, Clean energy and renewable energy. Yes, like to connect like systems of renewable energy across the world, because the mining involved in it, and like you see like Jack is out there, like even like this last few weeks, like doing something like with regard to Bitcoin, helping small communities, you know, around the world, and helping to lift like the parts of like the world up and stuff. And so, and a lot of this has to do with like, from what I understand, like the connection of like renewable energy. Anyway, so that's what Elon Musk's business is too. So, you know, like this is like, it's like the 1-2 punch, guys. Like I think that Dogecoin is actually about to be set up as like a world class currency. And you know, like crypto is in its infancy. I know that we have like a lot of everything's risky, right? It's all risky, but anyway, I'll just, you know, wrap up and say that I do think that whatever happens, I think that, you know, we got somebody that's, you know, going to give a real shot at championing Dogecoin, and I think that's going to happen relatively quickly. So, I mean, crypto is in its infancy. So, like, if you think things are like really unstable right now, it probably would get more stable once you actually have a digital currency standard set up in the world. I just hope that the United States plays nice, you know, but I think that we have a lot of supporters, crypto supporters in powers, halls of government, you know, fighting for this kind of thing. So, you know, just keep it up. Anyway, just stay positive and, you know, do only good every day. That's the Doge way. Thanks, guys.
Another mic drop by NPC. Next up, we got Cryptopher.
MPC, is that it? Okay, yeah. No, I wanted to give you more emojis, man, but I'm like, I don't know if you understand what like mopping is for like a Latino household. This isn't like regular mopping, right? This is like you have to mop the walls, you have to like strip the floor, you have to get on your knees, you have to like move everything into the center of the room and make sure that you've triple mopped every piece of surface area. I'm doing that crazy stuff right now, so I wanted to give you more emojis, but I'm knee deep in it, brother. But I just wanted to say, all joking aside, to your point with respect to Elon being a champion for Doge, I got to tell you, every blockchain that exists, every dApp known to crypto mankind, every tech would love an Elon Musk to have in their corner. That's the X factor that a lot of cryptos and a lot of projects do not have. They don't have a multi-billionaire with power, with vision, with the ability to execute. The one thing about Elon that I really appreciate, even though, you know, he's always, you know, getting into the drama, you know, I can do a little bit without some of the crazy stuff. But long and short, he is all about executing in an idea. He's great at taking an idea and bringing it to fruition. There's so many people that have great ideas, but they can't bring it to across the finish line. He has the ability to do so. He's proven it. Everyone, when he was basically living at Tesla, and he was failing to meet the minimum amount of Teslas that were supposed to be made. He didn't stop. And look where they are now. They're talking about the stock price of Tesla and everything. There's a lot of spaces about that. It's not. Listen, unfortunately, he's such a polarizing figure that, you know, him taking over Twitter has ruffled some political feathers. He's having a lot of power in terms of media right now. It's like what happened with Rupert Murdoch and all that. I've talked about that previously. He now has a different level of influence and power. And if he's able to make Twitter what he wants, he's going to be basically controlling media. And that's big money. So there's a lot of powers that be do not want him to be successful. So hence, he's going to have a little bit of, I guess, friction with regard to the implementation of crypto and social media. You got the SEC with XRP. There's a lot of tailwinds that we have to overcome with regard to crypto. But as like was previously said, if the U.S. plays nice, doesn't start banning crypto and doing some crazy stuff, the transition of Dogecoin into becoming like a currency that's going to be used in social media and any other way that Elon Musk sees fit, I think is an eventuality. It's not about matter of if, it's just when. And we'll see. We'll see what happens in terms of the economy. We'll see what happens with terms of the Fed raising interest rates. We'll see what happens with this winter and the war. There's a lot of political and socioeconomic things that are going to affect us too. So Elon Musk may want to do all these things, but certain things that we can't foresee could happen, and then we're extending the timeline. There's so much unknown. But what I do think I'd like to say is, if you are investing in this space and you are down 95% and you're like, damn, I don't know, and you're having hard times paying the bills, if you got to exit because you need money and it's a decision you need to make, do what you need to do for your family, do what you need to do. But if you can hold on and endure, because I've been through many of these cycles, and there's just cycles to bears and bulls. So we're in a tough one right now, but we'll get through this. Don't make emotional rash decisions. Don't make decisions based on emotion. Only invest what you can, and never buy a crypto based on something that you hear in a Twitter space, because the Twitter space is going to give you a perspective. It's going to be people in there that are, they're trying to pump their own backs. Because I own a lot of Doge, I'm going to speak good about Doge, right? So you don't know all of the why you're getting the information you're getting on these spaces. So do your own research, go to YouTube, try and get your hands on a white paper. Read a white paper. I recommend everybody in this space read at least one white paper. I think I've read like 20. And I got to tell you, it's because just my own technical background. I used to read and write legal documents when I was a banker. So I used to have to do this. And I got to tell you, when you start to read a white paper and you start to read what's technically out there, you'll be able to better make decisions. Obviously, with NFT projects, the white papers are like, just essentially marketing material. And, with NFTs, it's a little bit different. But if you're really interested in the tech and the blockchain tech and becoming a dev and, whatever it is that you're looking to do on the tech side, really educate yourself so that you understand why Doge is such a technological, product, and understand why should I buy Doge as opposed to like the FOMO of like, oh, Doge, oh, it's anti-establishment. We're cool. We're having fun. Great. That's wonderful. But why Doge? And understand the tech behind it and see, oh, why does Vitalik want to work with Elon on Doge? Can Doge even be implemented as a payment system? How is that going to work? Is it scalable? Can it handle the volume? Get the answer to those questions so you understand whether it is a good investment or not for you. And I'll just end by saying this. Everybody's got a lot of hard times right now. We're all suffering in different ways. Some people have it better than others, but some people have it really, really bad, and they just are really good at hiding it. And mental health is a prevalent issue in our day. A really like a person that I really just admired from my couch was Twitch from So You Think You Can Dance. He was 40 years old and unfortunately committed suicide. And I've been in situations where, unfortunately, I've seen the sad part of mental health in my life. So if you're going through some stuff, talk to someone. And you know what? We're all going to have bad days. Remember this. You're valuable. You're loved. Sometimes things that happen to you, it's not your fault. And just, endure, because this space needs to make mental health a priority, because a lot of people in this space that I speak to talk to me about it all the time. PTSD, traumas and stuff like that. And these wonderful spaces where we get educated, look to your left and to your right, because the likelihood is that somebody, maybe even yourself, is suffering in some way. So, I just wanted to highlight that. I hope everybody in this space is great. Noah, I always love coming to your spaces. You're an amazing host. Andrew, you too. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to finish this up and chill with my wife before I go to bed. And I appreciate you guys. And if you haven't been to this room before and hanging out in the aquarium, and Andrew and Noah, Whalecoin, man, you're missing something. So keep on coming back and invite more people. Let's get as many intelligent people in the room. We don't know it all. We're always learning. And I appreciate it as just a participant, where I get schooled every night. And I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. I got to up my game. I got to do a little bit more research. Damn, I didn't know that about that. damn, if I go into this space, I'm gonna look like an idiot. Do I sound like an idiot right now? I don't know. I hope not. Maybe when people listen to the recording, they'll be like, dude, that guy's a freaking idiot. I hope not, but I'm gonna end on that. Love you guys, and may
Columbus,
everybody have a blessed season, man.
Man, we appreciate those kind words. I want to shout out the rest of the team: Donut, Dizzle, Acti, all the mods in here. You guys are the real team. We're just showing face. All the work gets done behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys as well.
Christopher Columbus, another beautiful stream of consciousness by the panel. Mic drop. Thank you so much for the kind words. You're always welcome back on these panels, as I've mentioned to you many times before. Same goes for everyone else. If you like the content here, guys, give us a like. Or God, I keep thinking this is YouTube. Give us a follow. Give the panelists a follow. Next up in line is Marshall Hayner. Mike's yours, brother.
Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out to the organizers of this host, and I haven't been in this this community before, but I'm active in the Dogecoin community, and just wanted to say this is a beautiful space. It's one of the best spaces I've ever been in. It's so supportive, everyone's so friendly, and that's how crypto should be. And there's a lot of crypto spaces that can become toxic, and people get so fixated on price, and everything Cryptopher just said is like beautiful and on point. And I raised my hand because when he said something about who wouldn't want to build on the blockchain that Elon Musk is on, Elon looks at products. He's a product guy. He knows how to make products that people love, right? Like he made an electric car when nobody had electric cars. And if you've driven in a Tesla, you know how intuitive and how awesome it feels, right? And he looked at Twitter and said, he's all about trying to make tools for humanity, right? To get us off the planet, to get onto renewable energy. So he saw Twitter as like the digital internet town square. And I think when it comes to Dogecoin, he's not, Elon's very smart. He looks at products and he looks at crypto and said, all these other things take themselves way too seriously. They're not friendly. They're not fun. They're not a product I would want to use, but a product I would like to use is a product that, like I like Dogecoin. It's funny. It's that you come in this space versus a lot of other crypto spaces. And you can tell the difference between night and day, where people are actually, what Cryptopher just said, look to your left, look to your right. I don't think we're doing that enough in crypto. And I don't think that we treat mental health. There was this time when we were talking about up only and all this stuff, and it wasn't healthy in the same way. It's not as healthy when things go down and people start, just getting really upset. The exciting thing for me about Dogecoin in December 2013, when it was created and I discovered it, I emailed Jackson, the creator, and said, what is this? And he said, I don't know, it's a joke. And that's what got me excited, right? That's what got me involved in the Dogecoin community. So if you want value, long-term value outside of just the community, which is incredible value, you really want to get involved in this space and learn how to code and learn how to build products and different things like that. Get involved in a company like a Metallicus or a MyDoge or Coinbase, and even before you get to that, just playing with it, right? You don't have to be a Doge millionaire to be a crypto person. You only need one Doge, which everybody can have. So I think that thinking about like what's the balance in your wallet is the wrong way of thinking about it. Thinking about it in terms of more what's the experience that you have, what's your attitude towards it. And if you learn how to code and you learn how to build blockchains and wallet technology and dApps and DeFi, I guarantee you're going to get a million times back any more than you would have ever have gotten day trading or even getting lucky at some startup. You're going to get this knowledge, and that knowledge is going to build community around you and businesses around you. And you're going to find a lot of friends and like-minded people. And so for Dogecoin, for me, Elon looks at that as like this amazing blockchain, unlike Bitcoin that did kind of have this early unfair start where people were hoarding it. Nobody thought Dogecoin was going to have any value. And that's actually what decentralized it really well, because nobody saw this coming, right? So Elon said himself, I wish there was more wallet holders. I wish it was a little more decentralized, but he already knows it's one of the best, most decentralized currencies. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Young people, old people can use it. It's very cheap and inexpensive. It's fast. And I think that as Dogecoin evolves as a technology, when people can start to, do stable coins and smart contracts and other things, and, we're going to, Mars with Dogecoin, who wouldn't want to build on that, right? And I think that the biggest, funniest joke in all of crypto would be for Doge to flip Bitcoin's market cap and usage. And if the Musk razor is true, then that might happen, right? And it would just drive everyone nuts, and it would really drive even non-crypto people to think about, what is money, right? And I think that's like the real value, to question that, and then to become a part of the community around that, and like not only in your career, but just also in like what Christopher was saying, in happiness and finding fulfillment. If this excites you, start to build something or get involved with some of the companies. And I took this journey, starting companies almost 10 years ago. I'm coming up on my 7th anniversary for Metallicus, my company with MetalPay. And, I just love it. I just love all the people. I love the community. And even right now, while there's all the FTX drama, it's actually pretty exciting to be building something while people aren't really watching and paying attention. And it's less competitive. It's more about building together. But I just wanted to agree with Christopher that, take care of yourself, look around here to everyone around you, and try to support each other. And if you learn to build something, it never really matters how much crypto you have right now or whatever. Learn to build something, and I guarantee you, in 1 year, 5 years from now, you'll have way more in terms of economic opportunity, career opportunity, and fulfillment than you will by day trading.
Live by the coin, die by the coin. Live by the chart, die by the chart. I couldn't agree more, man. Now is the time to build. Now is the time to network, especially in this industry. I think bear markets are prime for doing both of those things. It flushes out the noise. It flushes out the nonsense. It makes people that are actually building something substantial more willing to network, because they have the noise flushed out. They have the nonsense flushed out. They're able to focus and see clearer. And yeah, just if you're building something in the space, then keep building. The folks that are going to stick around now for the next 2 years and build through the pain, the ones that are the ones that'll reap the rewards, in my opinion. Let's go with I think it was no, sorry, it was Crypto Fella. It was Crypto Fella.
Hey, man, I really wish Christopher Columbus was still here, because that guy's freaking hilarious. I love that guy. So Marshall said a lot of things that really made an impact on me. I've taken down some notes, because a lot of people have talked since then. First of all, I want to clarify that I'm not a maxi of anything. I'm not an Ethereum maxi or a Bitcoin maxi. I don't own any Doge. I don't own any Litecoin. So everything I was saying previously, I'm just looking at this with as unbiased of a view as I possibly can. I hold a little bit of everything, but not a whole lot of anything. And I'm not a maxi on anything. I think that everything is supposed to coexist, including the U.S. dollar and stable coins. They all serve a purpose in this ecosystem. I can say that I have opposed Doge since day one. On a personal level, and I do think until today, you guys have somewhat changed my view on the community, especially everything that Coco said about how they go out, and they like an outreach program, like a grassroots outreach program to try to reach out to more people and extend the Doge family to people that are not in crypto at all. I think that's awesome. The community is extremely strong, and that's apparent. I mean, you guys are huge. I said, I don't know who's bigger, the XRP army or the Doge army, but both of them are very necessary, I think, to the space and continuing to grow. One is a lot more fun. I can definitely say Doge is a whole lot more fun to be around than the XRP army. I think that some of the views in here, though, that have been around for a while, like Coco, I'm glad you got your hand up next. I want to address something with you. You said you've been in since 2016. I pinned it in the space up here on the what do you call this? The board or whatever up top.
The Jumbotron.
Jumbotron. Doge is up 55,000% since 2016. So you have an extremely vested interest in this thing performing well, because you are up a ton since that point. Now that's awesome, but again, from an unbiased perspective of my own, I see a ton of potential profit taking that could happen. The other thing that concerned me was if you click on that tweet and you look below it, there is a list of the holders. Robinhood currently owns 25% of the supply. And I understand that a lot of that is probably users. Like I think whenever Crypto.com released their reserves, they showed that they've got a massive holding of Shiba. And people were like, what the hell is wrong with you? You're holding a joke token. Well, apparently now Robinhood's holding a gigantic amount of joke tokens too. How much of that belongs to Robinhood? How much of that belongs to them? And how much can we trust Robinhood, period? Because I think that the same wave that made Doge so massive was the same wave that was fighting against scumbags like Robinhood. So that makes me a little bit nervous that they own 25% of the entire current supply. And then from there, I think the first 11 wallets hold 50%, over 50%. That's extremely concerning because I know Marshall said a lot of things that I liked. I love the fact that they can build on the chain, that they can make stable coins on the chain. That would turn Doge more into like a vehicle to move a stable industry forward. And that would kind of put Doge as like a background, or it'd still be the foreground, but I guess it would be coexisting in the ecosystem of more serious investments. But if you're going to say that they're very distributed and they're very decentralized, I can't see how you can say that with how many billions or millions of people hold Doge. It doesn't say it right here on this page very clearly, but lots and lots and lots of people hold Doge. But 15 wallets hold over 50%. That is far from decentralized. And that's to me a bit concerning. So I would love for either one of you to respond. It doesn't matter to me which one.
Fellas, some of those wallets, I will input some of those wallets. I believe Noah said this earlier. The number one, the first one is an exchange. So I mean, we have to exclude those factors as well.
I said that. I clearly said
Oh,
that
okay,
number one is
my bad.
Robinhood. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of it's Robinhood and how much of it's users, because Crypto.com had the same problem whenever they released their reserves, and everybody's like, dude, you guys hold what was it, like $30 million worth of Shiba?
They were
people
were
like
upset because they had a large dominance of SHIB with the
Yes.
reserves. I believe it was Bitcoin, then SHIB, and then I believe it was Crow, and then there's a couple other tokens. But I can tell where you're coming from. But fellow, though, I mean, in full honesty, most of the cryptos that exist today, to my knowledge, they're not fully decentralized, right? So you're never going to get something that's 100% decentralized. You might get like 95, 96, 98. You'll never get 100%. It's not going to happen. I mean, even with Bitcoin miners, right? Like someone's actually got to mine the Bitcoin. Someone's got to turn that stuff on. Someone's got to turn the miners on. I mean, it is what it is. It's never going to be 100%. But when it comes to allocation, I feel like every token, especially Ethereum, and there's a bunch of others, not to beat down any community or any token or any brand, there's all, teams that have majority of the vested interest. I mean, that's just what it is. Like it's somewhat part of the reality in a sense that investors have to kind of learn to live with, as long as we're going to be here doing this.
Yeah, and I didn't disagree with that. I'm looking. I've got the list pulled up. I don't know if you've got it pulled up. I posted the link. It's in the response below the one that's pinned in the jumbotron. It's got a couple of 1, 2, 3 of the top 5 are exchanges, and then there's some personal wallets that hold quite a bit. I mean, the number 2 looks like a personal wallet. It's got 5.5%, so it is decentralized, but to a point, there could be a lot of profit taking in the coming.
But that's kind of like with anything, though. I mean, if I get to if I create a product first within a certain market and a certain vertical, and I get there first one to do it, I mean, I'm probably gonna marginalize, monopolize most of the market share. I mean, this happens everywhere, especially when it comes to buying land. I mean, whoever's got the more capital, whoever gets there first to the bare land, gets the biggest piece of the pie. It's always kind of been this way. But I'll let the community kind of speak for itself. No, I believe it was Coco, Marshall, then Code. I don't want to screw up the order, but that's what I've seen.
Yeah, I think that was the order. Go for it.
Go for it, guys.
I actually think it was Coco, Code, and then Marshall. But
okay, go for it, guys. Yeah, either way.
I'm actually gonna get going. My niece has been very patient waiting for me. But I did want to touch on just a few points. You are absolutely right, Crypto. I have a vested interest. And so I'm not necessarily an unbiased opinion. So I constantly urge people, do not follow what influencers are telling you. Do not follow what big pages are telling you. You have to get out and do your own research, because if you're not doing it, you're only going, because at the end of the day, whatever you're investing, you're responsible for. You can't blame anybody else. You have to take responsibility for what you invested in, and the only way that you can feel confident in what you are investing in is by doing research. And I heard somebody mention YouTube earlier, which, while yes, I do think you can get a lot of great education on there, I think because there's so many YouTubers, and we've seen a big downfall, right, of YouTubers that, have gotten big trouble for doing certain things. And we've had a lot of bad actors. And I feel like, if you want to really be educated in the cryptocurrency space, just in general as a whole, go to places like Coursera and Udemy and take a class. Take a class with somebody who, is actually, in the industry that can tell you what you're doing. And just, you can do it for free. That's available to anybody. There's tons of free classes out there that you can go, you can utilize. Because if you're just going off of YouTube, you're most likely going to be swayed into somebody's, more biased interest, right? Something that they're more vested in. So it's important to make your own decisions, to do your own research. And because a lot of people say it, but then very rarely go and look at, blockchain. They very rarely go and look at that white paper. And you have to learn about those things in order to feel confident in your investment. And, listen, it's still a gamble, but at least you can feel like, you know what, I did my own research. So, because if you're going off of YouTubers, you're not necessarily going to get accurate information. The other thing I want to say is that I think that the other thing that we need to be pushing people towards, because we've seen these disasters with FTX and a lot of these other big, crypto platforms, right? Is that we're doing exactly the opposite of what cryptocurrency is meant for. We're leaving it on a third party exchange, right? It's equivalent to leaving it at a bank, except that we're not even backed, right? So if we lose everything. We don't get it back. And so it's important that you guys are not holding the majority of your crypto on these third parties. As of right now, I don't care how great a third party platform is. I'm not leaving the majority of my crypto on there. I'm buying a ledger. I'm putting it on there. I'm putting it in a fireproof, waterproof bag in a safe, and I'm locking it up because you are only, don't have your eggs in one basket, because we've seen what has happened to so many investors who invested their life savings and they kept it on these third party platforms, and they're devastated. Which actually leads me into my other point, which is, you know, Christopher Columbus and Marshall both touched on it. Mental health and social media and finance are three things that are big struggles. Okay. I was in real estate when the 2008 crash. I saw how it destroyed people's lives and their mental health. I saw how devastated they were to lose their homes, their life savings, their retirement. It was devastating for people. And so it's important that, when we're here, that, you know, nobody's perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. Every single one of us. But we're all learning creatures. We're learning every single day. And so if you learn from your mistakes, you support people. You don't assume by a profile picture or by a bio that you know that person, right? And just treat somebody with kindness and respect. It goes so far, so far. People would be, absolutely amazed at just how little, just a little bit of kindness, it can go so far with people. I can't begin to tell you how many times just one little thing that didn't mean much to me meant so much to someone else. So social media is toxic, finance can be toxic, right? So it's important that if you're in both of these spaces, you're taking care of yourself, okay? It's important to take social media breaks. Go outside, touch some grass, hang out with family, put your phone down. We're all addicted to our phone. It's a hard addiction, but it's important to realize that there is a world outside of your phone, and it's important to encourage people to just be happy, be kind, and be better. Um, Also, just uh, with Doge, somebody had said something about, well, I could see where later you're going to take your profits. If I'm being completely honest, if I was going to take my profits, I would have done it last year. I could have had a very big, significant amount of money. I have not sold one Doge since the moment that I have joined in 2016. And the reason I have not done that is because I see the long-term potential. And I see that how I see it is, if I want to go and buy a Lambo later, or if I want to go and buy a house later, I'm going to use my Doge to buy it. So my goal, right, is my more, swayed interest is I want to get companies to accept crypto. I want to get them to accept Doge. Adoption is everything in this industry. We have to get people to see that there is a demand for crypto. There is a demand for Dogecoin. Because the moment that you do that, you start with these little mom and pop shops. These bigger corporations have no choice but to say, oh, man, we're just getting too many people, asking to take crypto. We need to just go ahead and figure out how we can do that. Right. So now, yes, some bigger businesses, it's going to take a while, but you keep pushing, you keep saying, we need crypto. I want to use my crypto here. I want to use my Dogecoin here. Even if you're not a Doge fan, push these companies to accept crypto. It's very important because right now it might not seem like it, but we are literally at just the very beginning stages of crypto. So in order to get crypto mass adopted to the world, to everybody, whether you have $1 or $1 billion, it's accessible to you. So, get these companies to accept Doge. Don't trust YouTube and influencers. Go take some classes, read some books. You know, you can still, listen to their videos and stuff, but just always keep in the back of your head, they might have, a bias interest in this, right? And so just remember that, there's a lot of cryptocurrencies out there, but it is important to just do your own research, keep the majority of your crypto on a ledger. Take care of yourself because money's going to come and go in your life. Family, friends, people can be lost in an instant. My best friend just lost her sister in a head-on collision, was on her way to work, and some people that had stolen a car came the wrong way on a freeway and killed her. And, so please don't get too wrapped up in social media and finance. Money's going to come and go, but your family, your friends, all of that is forever. I want to thank all of you guys so much for having me here. I'm really glad I was able to make it. I had just woke up from a nap after a NyQuil coma of trying to get rid of this head cold. So, uh, as I said, my stream of conscious probably got broken a few times, but thank you guys so much. Crypto fella, I hope I didn't offend you earlier, but I appreciate a good debate. I actually liked to, have people with opposing views so I can see things from your point of view. Hopefully you can see a few things from my point of view and we can have a middle ground because it's okay. If you like Bitcoin, that's fine. I still like you. I'm still, if you like Ether, that's cool. I still like you too. It's all the truth is we're all working towards the same goal. We really are. It might not feel like it, but we are. So as long as we continue to just work together with getting businesses to accept crypto, help educate your community, help just get people to be kind and be nice and, you know, just just live your life because you only get one. So again, thank you so much, and thank you, big special thank you to Andrew because we've been friends in this space for a long time. So I want to thank him for inviting me up here and allowing me to be part of this. And I want to thank the Dogecoin community because truthfully, it takes every single one of us to make this community work. The meme makers, the devs, absolutely everybody. Even if you're just tweeting about Dogecoin, thank you. So, again, thank you guys so much. God bless you guys and have a great night.
Have a
Thank you,
great night,
Coco. We
Coco.
appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Coco she made a lot of great points, but one of the things that I wanted to just harp on for a second here was don't just get all your information from YouTube. There are great resources out there, especially when it comes to Bitcoin. I think Michael Saylor has a site called hope.com. And in that site, you can go to the resources tab. And in the resources tab, he has books. There are papers, including the Bitcoin white paper. There are articles. He also has a course on Bitcoin. It's like a 100-hour course. And I think one of the points he makes, regardless of whether you like Michael Saylor or not, if you have ever heard him talk about Bitcoin, if there's anyone from the finance world that gets Bitcoin, it's him. And the way he speaks about it is music to my ears. He has a course on it that is meant to help you get those 100 hours in. So it's not enough to just watch YouTube videos. You really got to dive into this stuff to understand it through and through. And I mean, I have a lot of work to do still in being able to navigate the nuts and bolts and the nuances of this industry. With that said, I want to get to some hands. Code, I believe. Code Red, you were next, sir. And then, yeah, Code Red, you're next.
Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Yes, I was drinking some hot tea and I burnt my throat a little bit. I apologize for that. In between the conversations, but I wanted to touch on 3 points real quick. What Crypto Fellow was mentioning about the centralizing of the coins. That's the beauty of Doge being inflationary in the sense of 5 billion being printed. And a really good example of that is, I don't know if you guys know the Steam and Hive. Justin Soon, he came in and he pretty much bought up and took over that blockchain. And the reason why he was able to do that is because of the limited amount. So there's a lot of people that they assume that because a currency has a limited amount, that is a positive. And in many ways it can be, depending on the community and the base focus of that blockchain. But in this circumstance, it's a beautiful example of how Dogecoin, because precisely it's inflationary, it can't really be controlled by anyone or centralized, I guess you could say, persona, entity, because it's minted and it's continuously being printed yearly 5 billion. So that's one thing that I think is pretty cool and interesting. Another thing, too, that I think makes Dogecoin really, really cool is that it's not affiliated to any one nation state or politics. Whether it's theological, Republican, Democratic, green, or anything like that. And the beauty of Dogecoin is that it could be a currency that's not affiliated to any one nation state with a specific type of leaning as far as politics. And it is a currency that could be, it's simply based on mathematics, science, and supply and demand. And it's pure, clean, free of all politics, of all that type of control. So I think that's the beauty and in my view, the poetry of it is that there could be almost like a borderless nation state with no boundaries. And the only thing that unifies it is this currency that can't be controlled with any ideology other than the supply and demand, science, mathematics, which is universal, beautiful, and it can unite everybody. So that is basically it, I think, that I wanted to talk about. If you guys can, Google Steam and Justin Soon, it's a whole little drama. Like I think a pretty cool little mini drama should come out on Netflix about it, because it's really cool. Steam had or has like 421 million limited coins, and Soon came in and he bought it all up basically. And he took over Steam. It was a really cool kind of YouTube social outlet. I don't know if you guys remember it. A few years back, it was really cool picking up, and then Soon came in, swooped in, and took advantage of the delimited amount. So Doge again shines through that. An example, I'm not putting down any of the delimited ones that are out there at all, but it's just a nice example of how the inflationary aspect helps in what Crypto Fellow was addressing. So that's basically it. Cool. I might be leaving a little bit, guys, but I'll stick around for a little bit. High five to everybody.
Yeah, high five, Code, and thank you for sharing. Marshall, you're next, sir.
Hey everyone, how's it going? That was really great. And thank you for that, Code Red, because it's interesting how the decentralization works. Because in that Steam saga, I'm friends with a lot of the early Steam people. After you had this kind of like plutocratic takeover, they actually forked and became something called Hive, where all the activity went to this thing called Hive. So now Hive is kind of like, that was how the decentralized, that's how these things work, right? And I remember in 2015, or maybe it was 2014, when I was hanging out with Jackson Palmer, the creator of Dogecoin, in San Francisco. And, we were talking, and the crypto community was talking about how Dogecoin was going to get maliciously forked, 51% attacked by miners. And ultimately, it was Charlie Lee, the founder of Litecoin, who agreed, and Patrick Lauder, one of the Dogecoin core devs, that worked together to create the merge mining capability with Litecoin to be able to support Dogecoin, to save Dogecoin. So, people are, working on this stuff, and it doesn't happen in a vacuum. And, I just want to say thanks to Noah and Andrew and the Aquarium and everyone for, being here in the community and hosting this spaces, because there's just so much knowledge and so many good people in this room. I wanted to point something out on the Dogecoin addresses. So we talked about there was like 25% of Dogecoin concentration in Robinhood. And then if you look, you start going down the addresses, you see 5.5%, 4.74%, 3.65, 2.7. And then after that, it starts to go under 1%. It drops really fast. Those first 10 or so addresses outside of, the known exchanges, I believe are also exchange cold wallets. I think most of all the Dogecoin in the large percentage, like double-digit percentages or single-digit percentages, is held on exchanges. And so there are big, community advocates, not your keys, not your coins, in the Bitcoin community. And also I know like Misha Bor from the Dogecoin communities recently been saying a lot about it. The Dogecoin Foundation has been talking about it, about, taking control of your custody. So I can tell you personally, expect some big movement inside the Dogecoin community next year, where I see the Dogecoin community getting very educated about this and trying to move 90% or 75 or 85 or 95% of all the Dogecoin off exchanges. And I think if that happens, what will happen is a really powerful community movement where people see the value in self-custody and the whole point of crypto to begin with. But it was the dog on a coin. It was Kabosu, the dog, the Shiba Inu, that made people feel comfortable to go in Robinhood and, YOLO and have fun and bot and just play around, learn about crypto. But if we can see that, like 30, 40% or so right there that we know is in exchanges come down. So let's say, there's only 4% left in Robinhood or Coinbase or whatever. Wow, that would be pretty crazy for Dogecoin, because it would really show the true power and spirit of decentralization. But also I think that, for those that thought it was highly centralized, I actually think it's Dogecoin welcomes a new kind of user, which, like my platform, I have a platform called MetalPay. We make it easy for you to get a bank account with crypto and buy and sell Dogecoin and deposit and withdraw Dogecoin. And I recognize that there's a need for something like MetalPay. I built it with my team because, people need something that's easy and to be able to link their debit card and buy some Dogecoin, right? But eventually you learn how to self-custody, and that's where we need to make that software better. And that's why I was calling on people earlier to develop. Dogecoin Foundation just had an event in Australia called the Dogeathon Down Under Hackathon. I saw some awesome hackathon submissions. There's more and more wallets and technology coming up, but we have to learn how to self-custody. If we were to get 90% of all the Dogecoin off exchanges, I guarantee, and not financial advice, the Dogecoin price is probably going to be a lot higher because they've overprinted it on centralized exchanges, as we know, FTX, etc. But also what would happen is people would really they'd learn a lot about crypto, and it would inspire people not only in Dogecoin to do this, but in every cryptocurrency, Bitcoin and smaller coins and everything. And I just wanted to kind of end this, I do have to leave, but I wanted to give a big shout out to everyone here, coming here and listening, and all the speakers and supporting each other. I wanted to give a big shout out to the Dogecoin Foundation for working tirelessly to advocate for the community and, and get out there. A lot of this stuff is kind of unsung, and people are, volunteering and putting time in, and it's not they're not necessarily getting paid or getting paid not that much for it, or if anything at all. And so shout out to all those people that are pushing that education, and shout out to the core developers at the foundation and outside of the foundation for everything you guys do, because without the developers, we really would be, in trouble. And I see other chains pause and throw all kinds of issues and get attacked. And it's really impressive what the developers of Dogecoin have done to keep us as Dogecoin users and holders safe. So I just want to give, huge shout out to them. And also, take care of each other. Like everyone else said, your mental health, and reaching out and protecting each other. And also know that you don't have to hodl, a million Doge to become a millionaire. It's the knowledge that you learn. And last thing I'll just say is just that go to dogecoin.com. When you're looking for resources, be careful of YouTube, the phishing links, the all type, that type of stuff. Go to the official dogecoin.com, and there's always good information there. And also, you can always on Twitter at me, at Marshall Hayner, and ask me a question. And I swear to God, I try as hard as I can to be helpful to the crypto community as a whole. So, look out to leaders in the space, at them on Twitter, because it's helpful when you have a question. I guarantee you there's 100 other people that have the same question, but haven't reached out and asked. So Twitter is a good place for us to connect, but be careful of the scam and spam bots. Never give anyone your private keys. Always keep those private. So have a good night, everyone. Thank you. Cheers.
Hey, cheers, Marshall. Have a good night, brother. Appreciate you coming on. Bernard, you've been waiting patiently, sir.
Thanks. Thanks for hosting and everything too, as well, and allowing me to speak. I know I don't have a blue check mark. Phone still doesn't allow it or something with the country. I think because I got a Samsung, but it is what it is. But thank you for that. So I do want to go ahead and say I do have skin in the game as far as Robinhood goes. So take it as biased or whatever. But as far as with Robinhood goes, they were a startup company, and yeah, as far as like the meme rally, yeah, you had basically a starting off company. That I know they got a lot of stuff as far as who they're backed by and everything like that right now, but it was a startup company, and they put the brakes on AMC rally, and that really hurt them a lot. They're still, that's going to be going on for a long time, that they're trying to make face value for that, and come back from that. And I know a lot of people, they weren't able to buy and all that. They took the buy button away. Today, matter of fact, AMC announced a possible reverse split, and then also with an ape, they're buying it out at like 56 cents or something, and that rallied up to $1.60. But Robinhood did disclose on their app today that they did not take the buy away. Other exchanges were actually stopping and helping the stock. They continued on. But with that being said, Vlad and his team, they've made a lot of progress on a lot of stuff, and they've, as a startup, they've brought investing to the common, to the common person as far as it goes. It's easy. They got an app, and other companies are following suit. Make sure that you always, paying attention, doing your research and everything on what exchanges or what apps you use. I'll disclose I use multiple investing for multiple things for investing, different companies. I got I think Schwab. I've changed them. I've got Robinhood. I got Coinbase, a few other things. But it's always good to be diversified as well, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. In my opinion, it's best to be safe as best as you can. It's we're right now in a bear market. Things been a little crazy, and we're looking at, like, right now, things are almost back down to the June lows, which definitely a volatile situation, because is it going to go up, is it going to go down, who knows. But I was in a space yesterday, and they were talking, as far as it goes, and a lot of people got a lot of different opinions of whether or not, where's crypto going next over the next year, 23. Mario was hosting that, and some seen as, the beginning of the year not being so well for crypto. So who knows? Other people were more, bullish or bearish. It's a little all over the place. So always make your investments, or only what you could put in. Elon said it best. Don't bet the farm on it. That's one thing is have fun with it, but don't put everything in. But back to the Robinhood thing. I know I got off topic a little. So with the Robinhood, they just introduced the IRAs too as well, right? So one of the things that I look at with Robinhood is they're trying to build that long standing. Eventually, hopefully, the market turns around and we don't continue to see downs. But in the time, people now common, same as like what you're trading, they're doing a 1% match, which is, not saying to get their IRA or anything, but they're doing a 1% match. And you got a lot of people, like roofers or whatever, that they don't have companies that do any type of match. They don't have IRAs or 401ks set up. So now they have access to that. With that being said, Robinhood's been doing a lot of developments as far as their apps go, and they're supposed to be coming out with Web3 wallets. Different types of wallets, cold and then online. As far as like Web3, those wallets, it's supposed to be decentralized. Basically, it's going to put the keys into the holders of Robinhood. So with what was being said, we might actually, once those Web3 wallets are released, start seeing Doge coming off the exchange into those wallet addresses once they're issued. Now that's one of those things is they've been slow on that, but so far everything that they've put out, they've made good on as far as what they're releasing and stuff like that. So we'll see. That's one of the big things, if whether or not these Web3 wallets come out. I wasn't affected by the AMC thing, but at the same time, I currently am giving them a shot. But like I said, I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. And also, it's kind of like Wells Fargo. They just had their second thing where they were doing issues with loans and stuff, and just got hit. Screw me over once. Shame on you. Twice, it's on me. So I won't give you. I'm not going to give them, the opportunity. I see anything odd, I'm not going to play around with that. But I think that's important for people to make their decisions, do their research and everything like that. But as far as those Web3 wallets go, we'll see if they come out. And that's one of the big points that I'm currently waiting on. I want to see that wallet come out. In the meantime, have Ledger, stuff like that. Have some coins on other things, but I got it diversified in different ones as well. So we were talking about adoption too. I'm sorry for taking up a little bit of time. As far as like adoption goes, and I really like the point. I think it was Coco who said she wants to use her Doge to actually get products. It's not that she wants to sell it on the exchange. And that's one of the things that I'm looking at is, where wallets actually become wallets pretty much. Everybody has wallets, using it for storage. But when these wallets actually become like swiping your card, there's different apps, but as that adoption grows, it's, that's, if you see that future, that's what kind of, backs it. And right now, with Doge, the inflation, inflationary, that's definitely going to help that along the way as it goes. Because if you think about it, even if it got all eaten up, it's going to be whatever they see the store of value as, and that's going to definitely, help things along the way. It's kind of like you think about Doge is kind of like the the hell do they call it? Gateway, the gateway crypto. Once if it actually has a platform, you start seeing more utilization of it. It's going to be kind of like that gateway, and I think the crypto community as a whole needs a coin to do that. Bitcoin, Ethereum's definitely got it as far as Meta, the NFT marketplace. Litecoin has its place as far as mining, amongst other things. That's kind of what I'm seeing. So hopefully Elon, he does do something and integrates it into Twitter. And I don't think it has to be a sole coin it's just a matter of how user friendly these platform integrations are. That's all I got.
Great, thank you, man. We've had a lot of long streams of consciousness today, and I've been learning so much about Doge, and I honestly didn't realize that there's this much this much momentum behind it. It's nice to hear from the actual speakers. Code, I'm gonna pass the mic to you, man. Go for it.
Hey, thank you. Oh, real quick. I said I was gonna leave, and I'm still here. Well, real quick, I wanted to quickly also emphasize the value, as far as the vertical that Elon has. Really is something to appreciate. For example, you've got energy, right? The mega packs, and then you have transportation. Now you have the social app, which you'll incorporate payments into, which he's an expert at. He worked at a bank, understand the infrastructure. The guy's a physicist. He's very good with math. PayPal was X, I believe, X.com. And so he has an excellent background. So, and also you have solar, right? Space travel, which the ship, the big ship that they're working on, could easily transport people from one end of the earth to the other within a few minutes. So I even think that air travel will change. So Elon Musk's companies are a beautiful, almost self-sustaining ecosystem, like a little country. And I believe that Dogecoin will play a pivotal role within this little kind of independent little nation state, so to speak. And it'll be a portable type of economy that can be transplanted from planet to planet. So I think the future of Dogecoin and the fact that Elon sees the value in it, on top of all the other details that we spoke about, the qualities, that's one point. Another point that I think is really, really cool is the minimal amount of energy it takes to mine. So you can grab an old laptop instead of buying a $4,000 ASIC machine that sucks up tons and tons of wattage and energy, can spew more CO2 into the atmosphere if it's not from a clean source. You can just grab your own little old laptop and just, I'll put up the links on if you guys want to check it out. And you just install the app, and you can have your laptop chewing on like droplets of energy. And you're asking yourself, what makes Dogecoin, the network, function? What makes it transport from point A to point B so people can receive payments? And where does that blockchain live? My friends, family, everybody here, that blockchain lives on individual laptops, tiny, spread throughout the whole, earth. And granted, there are some maybe that have a more powerful node, but that's the beauty of the decentralization of Doge. No one central government, no one central mindset, ideology controls it. So it's a very stable in that sense. So if a government goes down or whatnot, your whole wealth doesn't, get destroyed because it's based on that fiat and that country's delimited parameters, geographical location, etc., like in Venezuela. So that's point number 2. You can grab your laptop, an old one, and throw in your 2 cents into the network. And then lastly, what I wanted to say real quick. Okay, so Okay, so the minimal amount of energy, the infrastructure. Anyways, I think that's cool enough. Yeah, I think those are the basics right now. If I remember anything else, so next one that I'll chime in or I'll put it in on a tweet or something. Guys, high five. I'll stick around for a little bit and then I'm gonna skedaddle. But thank you guys. Beautiful community. You guys rock, and I'm so happy I'm here. And Noah, thank you. I appreciate everything. And Andre, the what is it? The aquarium, and everybody here. Big Doge power hug to everybody.
Yeah, Code, thank you again so much for coming on and sharing your insights. Maybe you'll stay. Maybe you'll stay for another round. You said you were going to leave last time, and you're still here, and you went on another stream of thought. But you've added so much value to the space, and you've helped us learn a lot more about the world of Doge. I guess I could say the same about so many of the other panelists that have been on here today. Bernard's also one of them. That said, his hand's up, so I'll pass the mic to you, Bernard.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So Code brings up a lot of good points as far as like the ecosystem that Elon actually holds. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the robo taxis and stuff that they're working on, but the adoption, or actually I say utilization, actually having apps. Shout out to all the devs that are working on all that stuff. I know that coding it takes a lot of time. A lot of them, mental wellness. You definitely have your mental wellness. So work on that, and always try to keep that, good. But with the robo taxi stuff like that, in thinking of the big aspect of things of where could crypto or Doge go in the future with integration, and imagine just getting inside like your Uber. So let's say robo taxi. And all you got to do is just pull your phone out, you swipe your Doge, you got your QR code, whatever, where when they come out with Giga Wallet, stuff like that, you just swipe it, boom, you're done, you paid. Or even ordering it through your phone, whatever, easy. Similar to what debit cards, stuff like that, or putting your information in. But the thing is, a lot of like companies, they save a lot on transaction fees with crypto versus if they're doing credit card transactions or bank fees. There's a lot of fees involved with all that stuff. He also brought up as far as like the solar power, just charging these electric vehicles that are taking place, paying for that, swiping your QR, and think about how easy that is. And those transactions, or the bank, those gas fees are very low compared to credit cards, bank fees, stuff like that. So I see that as being a key point, a driving factor. Think about it. All these different companies now are starting to put more skin in the game. Visa, Fidelity just started some stuff. You got MasterCard. Binance has been working with Polygon. Polygon's a big thing. And then take that to metaverse too as well. We've seen that during the COVID times a lot more. But at the same time, that's a real thing. It makes meetings a lot faster, easier, Zoom, stuff like that. There's a whole opportunity, I think, as far as with crypto, and right now the market's pretty shaken as far as with all the stuff that was going on. So it's like, as far as regulation goes, is it good, is it bad? I think if you have more centralized platform, it's not as far as much as what integration is or regulation goes. It's more about its use, its utility. That utility has to be there. Once that utility is there, and you'll start seeing maybe regulations come through. The whole thing is, what I don't want to see myself is, I don't want to see a central currency through like the central banks come through, and then just everything else get blocked out. That's one of those things that I don't think there's a space for it, but at the same time, all these different tokens, coins, I believe those have utility amongst the actual, free capital, especially say like in the U.S. amongst different corporations. Like I said, a lot of these different balance sheets, I think, are going to play a big place in this in the future. It's just a matter of what they accept. And that's one thing back to, with Robinhood, I got to give it to him on the discipline as far as with the coins, and I do hold Robinhood. So take it as biased or not biased, but they've been slow to get in there as far as which cryptos. I can't even count how many cryptos there are in the world as far as it goes, or what their actual utility is. Some of them, do they have utility? Probably not. Some of them Ponzi schemes, so to say, definitely. But that's one thing that I think the crypto community actually needs is Doge integration, and I believe Elon sees a lot of that. I think he kind of got the big picture in his mind of where it could go, and that's kind of what I'm basing, my support on is where, where in the future can this be? And it's a risk because things change. What's the next big thing? A lot of people were talking about, yesterday's space was talking about, what's the next big thing with like crypto, like they had NFTs, stuff like that. To me, the next big thing is actually integration, something like Twitter, a marketplace, stuff where it's actually a lot easier. And you got to have these, wallets that are easy and secure. And that's going to depend up to the devs to get a lot of this stuff, completed. So we'll see what they come up with. And, kudos again to them. It's awesome work, the Doge Foundation, that Dogeathon. Do some research if you haven't watched what they've been working on. I suggest you do that. Follow the devs too, give them some love too. I guess they got Tipping Tuesday for that stuff. Not saying you have to tip anybody or anything like that, but it goes a long way. And Vitalik, he just donated a bunch of stuff to that community of devs to actually get some things done so that they can actually focus on that. That's all I got.
Mic drop. MPC, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of thinking more about what it might look like when Doge features do roll out at Twitter, even if they're small. I mean, I guess I'm just thinking in terms of price at this point, which is really not super. I mean, to some people it's valuable, but really, obviously, just the fact that it's being used is like the most important part. But if you do want to think about like, okay, well, how high could the price of Doge get and that sort of thing? I mean, we saw it go to like 74 cents just on hype, just on people talking about Elon Musk going on. He said, I'm going on Saturday Night Live. And, within a couple of weeks, it was, 7X'd or whatever. It was even more than that. It was, it was like, it was really like 10X'd. And then, then it came back down because that's what happens on a pump, from hype. And took a while, but it dropped, very far back down, which kind of makes sense. And, he used to share like memes and that would make the price go up and then they would come back down and that sort of thing. It's all just hype at that point. But when utilization actually gets announced, that's when we can expect people to take it more seriously and hold on to their bags and that sort of thing. And I mean, it'll probably might be some volatility to it, but I think you'll see more upside when actual utilization is happening. I mean, I think if Dogecoin is implemented on Twitter in any little way, it'd probably be like one of the most utilized coins, that there are, and so that means a lot of more people are going to buy Dogecoin, and so I'm just checking because I thought I heard an echo. Sorry. But when that happens, the market cap obviously was just the total number of, I guess, U.S. dollars that are in Dogecoin. How much Dogecoin is owned in U.S. dollars. That's the market cap, and so that will go up, and that means that the price of Dogecoin goes up, because basically the market cap is really just like the number of the number of coins times the oh shit, now I forgot. it's the number of coins times the price. Okay, or the price times the number of Dogecoins is the market cap. So that's just how it works. So market cap goes up, price goes up. I was just gonna say, like,
price times outstanding, price times shares. But yeah, you got price of share times shares. But you got it.
Yeah. And so it just works out. So, and if you think about, like, right now, I think market cap of Dogecoin is $10 billion. Okay. Now, if you think about like what an actual currency is, usually you think of currency market cap in terms of trillions. So really, for Dogecoin to get to, let's just say, $1, the market cap would be about 130 billion. And if you're thinking about, Dogecoin becoming like a global currency, I think it might stand to reason you might see multiple times that. But I don't know. I am not an expert on this, I will say. So I think a lot of people in the community will say things that may or may not be true, and I think a lot of us need to do a better job of saying I don't know what I'm talking about. But I am pretty sure that if Dogecoin is going to be used as a global currency, you might see a market cap of multiple times that dollar point. So anyway, that's just kind of what I was thinking, is just along the lines of the price. But really, most important is that it is used, and that everybody does lobby like their favorite, merchants to accept Dogecoin, because then they'll get more business from the people that really want to, see this thing through. So decentralization is key. I don't really want to see any centralized stable coins where a government can, have ultimate control over the dollar, over the currency. That could be problematic. So anyway, those are my final thoughts, I guess, for the evening. Unless anybody had any questions.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, but I appreciate you sharing those thoughts. And this has been a pretty long space. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about Doge, what goes on behind the scenes at Doge, the Doge community, and also ways that Doge is already being integrated into certain payment systems. A lot of, like I said, over 2,000 merchants accept Doge, and so it's already on the trajectory of being adopted. There were comparisons made, of Doge to Litecoin, and the question is, well, if Doge was forked from Litecoin, why wouldn't people just embrace Litecoin and say fuck Doge because Doge is a meme coin? Well, the answer behind that is that honestly, the community is too strong. The social backing is too strong when you've had guys like Mark Cuban and Elon Musk speak out and support it and integrate it into their ecosystems, right? Tesla accepts Doge, the Mavs accept Doge. Bernard, you got your hand up. So I'm gonna pass the mic to you, but it's been a great space so far. I'll keep it open for as long as people want to debate. I'm just listening in and trying to absorb everything, but my brain is a little bit mushed at this point. I've hosted and been in more spaces than I can count at this point, starting last Sunday. So, but yeah, go for it, Bernard. Or sorry, hold on. We got Australian as a new panelist, so I want to pass the mic to him first, let him get some thoughts, and then we'll go to you, Bernard.
Yeah, thanks for having me up. Thanks, Noah. Yeah, I just caught the end of that, what NPC was saying, but I'm a long time proponent of Dogecoin since the start, actually. So, but the one thing that a lot of people always bring up is that comparing it to the USD, having to have the market cap that the USD has, but the reality is that crypto, there's not going to be one single coin that is accepted globally. the different coins meet different purposes. So to me, Dogecoin meets the daily, day-to-day and purchases and transactions, and also it's very, very, very good for intra-game type of transactions that are what like microtransactions for that type of stuff. But when it comes to store of value or buying companies or property or even cars and all that, that's not the role that Dogecoin is going to play. There'll be other coins that will fit and meet those criteria. So I don't think it's I guess relevant to try and say that the current currency market cap is so many trillions and then Dogecoin needs to get to that and it needs to be $1. Besides, the $1 target is very US centric. Like it doesn't need to be $1 to be useful right now. I've been using it for 6 years to pay bills and web hosting and all that already. So it doesn't need to get to $1 to be useful. And we've got more than 6,000 vendors across the globe that accept Dogecoin. So I just want to get my thoughts on that across that. We don't need to reach $1, or we don't need Musk to accept it in Twitter, or we don't need any individual or any single corporation to accept it. All we need is just people to start to keep on using it and increase using it, and that's all that's required. Dogecoin doesn't rely on any one specific individual to get it going. It's been around. It's one of the longest blockchains, proof of work blockchains in all of history of crypto. It's still running, and regardless of all the naysayers from the start, because it started as a joke, and it was still taken lightly. But regardless of all of that, we're still going. So we're not going anywhere, and we don't rely on anyone else, and any individual, basically.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think Dogecoin relies on any one individual. Certainly, the community has been the catalyst in its growth and in its prosperity. But I will push back and say it's not to say that Doge needs Elon, but Doge benefits tremendously from the endorsement of someone like Elon or the endorsement of someone like Mark Cuban. And if Doge was to be integrated into an ecosystem like Twitter, it would help it grow, maybe not astronomically at this point, but substantially. So while it is already accepted by, again, I quoted 2,000 merchants, to have a merchant or to have an ecosystem like Twitter that has so many people on it and has so many of those folks interacting with one another, it would only serve to catapult Doge to the next level. So I think that while you could make the argument that, hey, we don't need Twitter, you kind of want Twitter to integrate Doge.
Well, yes, in an ideal world, I would agree with you. However, my reluctance with it is that Elon Musk attracts the wrong type of people. The people that jump on to Dogecoin right now, and who have been since the last year and a half, since Musk got involved, is that they are only looking at the upside movement of the price. That's all those people are looking for. They're not looking to actually use it. We're not using the coin as the amount of people that hold Dogecoin and the amount of wallets that we have. The transactions per day are not as much as we had when it was sub 1 cent. So and that's because we were using it we didn't care about the price. But now we're top heavy with people who are, air quotes, investors, but really gambling on the fact that hopefully that Musk will adopt it and will skyrocket so they can dump it. And then that's not adoption. That's got nothing to do with crypto. It's just people wanting more fiat. So yes, it would be great. Yes, I do agree that it would be great if it was adopted or to be used by Twitter. But people aren't going to use it. They're just holding, hoping that because of that, the price will skyrocket and they can dump it. And then that's not good. That type of scenario is not good. So it attracts the wrong type of people. That's
That's the majority. I mean, so first of all, Donut, who's on the Aquarium account, wanted me to say that Elon has said he liked Doge years ago, way before it went mainstream. But to your point, I'd say the majority of people that buy into any asset are buying it in hopes that it's going up.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't make it right? By buying it and selling it, we're just making cryptos a plaything of fiat, which is completely the opposite of what cryptos were meant to be. They're meant to be used for transactions, where the whole entire technology is built to be peer-to-peer transactions. That's what it's built for, not to be sold and bought to make more fiat. That's why we're going backwards, and that's why we have to make things worse. This is the type of activity that eventuated in what what's it called? FTX. FTX, eventuated in, those type of things, like people buy cryptos and leave it in exchanges. That's the whole antithesis of what cryptos are meant to be. You're supposed to keep your crypto in your wallet and interact with it peer-to-peer. That's where the technology is getting used. That's where crypto is. Otherwise, you might as well be trading toenails, because it doesn't really matter as long as you're buying and selling. If you build hype enough on anything, you're not using the technology. So I don't think that's the right way to do it. Just because everyone isn't doing it doesn't mean it's the right way to do it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And obviously, Bitcoin was meant to be a software-based, peer-to-peer, decentralized payment system. It's changed over time to more of a crypto asset, a store of value. But I understand what you're saying. Cryptocurrencies are meant to transact and buy things with. But the reason people are switching between crypto assets and fiat is just because of its youth, how young it is, and its volatility. This isn't human nature. So I know that there are people there that are saying hodl and we love the tech and we love what it stands for, but that's the vast minority. Human beings are hardwired to want to accrue more, and in this case, it's more fiat. I understand where you're coming from, but the types of people that you are saying are not good for Doge are the same people that are helping drive its adoption. I understand where you're coming from, though, and I think that if you and I just went back and forth, we probably go into circles. But I want to let some panelists I want to get some panelists get their words in. Bernard, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah. So one thing I was going to talk about before Australian talked about was I like Chewy. I have no skin in the game in Chewy, but I got two dogs, 2 English Bull Terriers, awesome. But I use them a lot. I would love to see them. If anybody's got any ties to Chewy or anything, or stop by their page and ask them to add Doge, for payment. But that's something I would love to see, and that's, to me, is a small step, that's smaller purchases, stuff like that. But I would happily spend Doge at Chewy, regardless of the fact that I believe Doge is very undervalued for where I think it can go. And a lot of that comes to integration. And I understand what Australian is saying as far as like the actual concept. And I got to give it to him because I understand what he's saying, but at the same time, there's so much money in this world, fiat or whatever, different currencies, trillions upon trillions. If you look into it, on how much actual capital is in this world, it's insane. And Doge kind of like it's one piece, and if everybody wanted to be on what he's saying, I believe everyone would just stick to Bitcoin. and they'd be trading Satoshis, little pieces of Bitcoin. But people are hardwired. They want pieces of actual wholes. And I think that's where Doge has a purpose, because people can actually afford 1 Doge, 10 Doge, 20 Doge, and so forth. And whether or not like they see it as, well, people are going to sell. Well, you're going to have companies and investments and whatever corporate, once this thing goes more corporate, as far as crypto goes as a whole, especially, if Doge gets an actual integration on a major platform, something like that, it's gonna get eaten up. Those people that are selling for pennies, or like they're selling their Doge at whatever, whether or not they're trading it or they're trying to hold it as a store of value. But the thing is, people are going to use it too as well, and it's gonna rotate, and that's economics. Kind of like with our GDP right now, as far as the U.S. goes, is 3.5%. It's up from 2.7. That's huge. But yet the market took a dump today. Why is that? Because of all the other economic factors. And then even if it does go up, think about as far as what Doge goes, you still have, there's no cap, but somewhere around 5 billion coins a year minted. That's going to help stabilize at different times. So I see what he's saying, but at the same time, I believe Doge is just breaking out of the shell. And when it does go, whether people are investing or whatever they plan on using it, if you actually have a platform to buy actual goods and it's easy accessible, I understand 6,000 merchants. DSG Arms out of Texas, they actually were accepting Doge. They're a firearm manufacturer and equipment seller for law enforcement, military, plus civilian use. They accept crypto right now, Bitcoin, Tether. They were accepting Doge for a while. And that's because they believe in decentralization. They believe in the control thing, probably more of the Second Amendment and all that type of stuff. But at the same time, there's different factors. You're going to see all these different, players in the game come in. Whether or not they want to have it completely centralized, that's up to the people that are actually holding it. And right now, at the store value of what it's at, it's a lot of other cryptos too as well. Whether or not it's about the utility. But for it to survive, I believe you do need that utility. And I believe Doge has besides Ethereum in the metaverse, I believe it has the best chance at actually mainstreaming crypto for the whole entire crypto community, because the community is so large. And the thing is, it's at a point where it's people have it, it's affordable. And and that's what I was talking about earlier, was with Shiba. Shiba, I believe, has its own spot too, whether or not it's due to the fact that the people actually holding it. It's lower, but it's going to take adoption, and hopefully, the community there is strong enough to maintain. The whole burn thing, I'm not sure if I'm into that whole thing, but I see a spot where if Doge grows to a point, people are going to want something else. It's kind of like we're trapped to these currency factors, a penny or a shekel or whatever, the different things, dollars, everything's the monetary value. And I don't see like Doge exactly being tied to, say, a dime or a dollar, or even, for it to take Bitcoin, I think it's like it'd be like almost $8 or something if it took the market cap of Bitcoin. But at the same time, they're projecting the crypto, actual whole entire crypto, to get like 5 trillion. And I know some people are, they come out with like Bitcoin to $1 million, whatever, who knows? But in the meantime, I wouldn't bet the whole farm on it. But what we do want to see is integration and utility and easy. It has to be easy utility. People don't want to mess with something that takes a lot of time, that's a hassle to do. And that's what I got.
Cool. Thank you, Bernard. And us Australian, I'll say one thing, man. I share that philosophy. I've never sold a single Satoshi. I've never sold any ETH. And I was kicking myself in 2018, and I'm kicking myself harder even now. So I just, while I share your philosophy, I recognize that human mechanism in my brain that's innately wired to want more, to need more. Because at the end of the day, I mean, what's the point of holding the way a lot of folks see it, and the way I even see it in many ways, is what's the point of holding this asset if I cannot buy something of this of the world with it, whether it's a house or a car or go on a vacation. So that's anyway, let's go with go ahead.
Can I just reply to that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, just but I'm not promoting holding. In fact, that is the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying is people need to use it, especially we're talking about Dogecoin, right? Not cryptos in general. When it comes to Dogecoin, right? Like I said, I've been with Dogecoin community since the start, and I'll let you imagination conclude how much I'm holding, but I would be over the moon if it went to $1. But the approach that the people are taking is not going to get us there. All it does is it keeps us coupled to Bitcoin on exchanges, because people are all keeping their coins on exchanges. It's not circulating. A currency needs to circulate. It needs a foundation built on commerce, on transactions. That base is what will create its solid foundation for a price, and that will increase over time. And that's where we need to get there. If we are talking about making Dogecoin a currency, because a currency's main attribute is stability, not the fluctuation that is now under at. And people are playing and making money out of that. Sure, I understand that. But if we're talking about making it a currency, then it needs to be stable, and it needs to be uncoupled from the movement of Bitcoin, because and that coupling happens because most of the coins are in exchanges, right? So and that's why most of the market moves in the same direction that Bitcoin does, because that's what's happening to all the other currencies or all the other cryptos. But regarding Dogecoin, I'm saying use it, right? I've been using it. I've been paying my bills. There are, like I said, there are over 6,000 vendors globally. I pay my web hosting. I've been doing that for 5 years. My electricity I'm in Australia, so I can pay my electricity with Dogecoin and some of my other bills, and I promote it with bars and local bars and things like that. So, usage is what I'm promoting, not holding. Of course, you hold like regular money. You save some for, as some sort of investment, and also for a rainy day you hold some. But the main thing is we need to use it, and we need to increase circulation of the coin. That's what I'm getting at, not holding.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you, and I'm glad you cleared that up. It's we're aligned in our thinking. Dragon, you're up, sir.
What's up? How are you doing? I'm from China, and my English is very poor. So sorry, but I want to say is don't worry about Elon Musk integrate Doge into the Twitter, because it's not Dogecoin choose Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk choose Dogecoin. Dogecoin is a long time. It's a long history, and let me see. One important things. We choose Dogecoin from the exchange. Don't put in exchange and and know your key, know your money. Use cool wallet and hard wallet. Be safe. And Dogecoin is simple, very simple. Smart contract to, let's give to Ethereum, you know, and Dogecoin to continue moving forward. It needs more and more people to recognize it. I love you. Doge to the moon. Okay, thank you.
Oh, hello. Hi guys, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, I can't hear myself. Oh, hello. I can hear. I can hear you now, Noah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I think I hit.
I can hear you, but it's cutting up a little. But anyways, yeah. Can you guys, if you guys can hear me, can you guys do a little emoji, like thumbs
Let's go
up?
for it.
Or okay, cool. All right. To address Australia, as far as trading, I noticed a little bit of a tinge of like not negative connotation per se, but like maybe disillusion. And I want to pat my friend on the back and tell him, look, it's cool. As far as currencies, from time immemorial, they have been traded. That's what forex is. And what a trader does is not is very normal, like Noah said. And what's really happening is, if you really analyze it, what's happening is people are trading ecosystems. They're trading in and out, and the speed is irrelevant, because when you're trading out of one ecosystem, fiat, into cryptocurrency, and then back and forth, that applies to everything. You know, you barter and you give your cryptocurrency for a service. I go and I barter and I give $1 or whatever dollars fiat that I have for whatever it is that I want, a shirt, food, and that's normal. And with trading and with forex, the dollar goes up. I want in on that ecosystem, because that value is higher, and I want to take advantage of that. And that bartering system, from the macro to the micro to the macro, is completely normal, and it is the lifeblood of what gives Doge existence in life. And everything exists because of the exchange mechanism. So yeah, that's basically my view, and I totally understand Australians' perspective, and I'm very moved by his sincerity and his deep appreciation for it being used as a currency. But inherently, any currency by nature will be traded, because a currency is nothing more than an ecosystem. It is a representation and a denomination of an ecosystem. And some ecosystems thrive during certain periods better than others, and some people want to trade and take advantage of that. And that can be broken down to the most minute transaction. So yeah, man, super big high. I think I'm gonna jam after this, but I'm really enjoying this. It's like I'm gonna leave, but I want to hear. It's cool, but that's pretty much my point. And I think and if you really, yeah. So traders, coders, users, we all create the beautiful ecosystem that gives it life.
I just want to reply to that. I do understand forex trading. I've traded forex before, That's how I've got a financial background on it, and I understand currencies. But you're comparing apples to oranges, because imagine if 90% of the population were traders of Forex and hardly anyone used it. So currency would be useless. Everyone would be just buying it. That's the problem we have with crypto right now. We're, like I said earlier on, we are top heavy with traders or investors. No one's, well, I mean, relatively not enough people are using it. So unless we have an actual circulation of the currency, everyone is trading just hype. Really, that's where it comes down to. So that's why it's so volatile, because as soon as there's any little significant sentiment that is negative, it will drop, because people, for one thing, there's too many people supposedly trading. There's too many people who are inexperienced, so they trade with their emotions, and we are top heavy with those type of people. That's why it's so volatile, and not like currencies. Currencies are somewhat volatile, but there's
They're
only a small
volatile.
percentage. But there's only a small percentage of actual traders compared to actual users.
Yeah, but it's matured as far as like the fiat is matured enough to the point where large swaths of civilizations, pieces, nations use it. And so that in and of itself, because it's instituted as a currency, it's traded in that manner. So we have to give Doge a chance. It's in its nascent form now, like a birthing, country, so to speak, ecosystem. So it'll go through its growth pangs, but the objective is very much it's stabilizing. Eventually, we're hopefully that is the objective. But yeah, no, I totally get it. I know what you mean, and yeah, brother, I'm 100%.
I want to go to Donish next.
Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me. First of all, I want to congratulate all the hosts, Aquarium, Noah, Andrew. You guys are doing a wonderful job, and fellow panel members also. I just have a few questions, and I just wanted to have an opinion about of the co-host of the event. Before that, I just wanted to tell you that it's really great to have those event and discussions to clarify about Doge, because a lot of people talk negative about Doge, who say like scam and all the negative stuff. When we discuss how people are using it in different fields, I think it clarifies a lot of things. One of the question I have is that I was in one of the spaces of Tesla earlier in the day, and Elon was there too. And there is a kind of objection from the Tesla shareholders that since Elon is too much involved in in Twitter right now, so that's why the stock price is going down, in spite of the fact there are some visible macroeconomics factors, right, which are affecting the share price in the industry. A few days before, we also saw that when Elon announced that he's going to step down and about the poll results from Twitter, we see a price action down. My in terms of Dogecoin, so I see there is a correlation with the involvement of Elon with the price action. Now, what we all are discussing right now is Doge is more like a long-term thing, and we all agree to the fact. But in a short-term basis, my question is, what can be done to clarify this from Doge holders, Dogecoin holders, and the Tesla holders? That could be done to clarify that it's just not Elon's involvement, which is the price is dependent, because price is an important factor to come into the mainstream, I believe, for the existence of the Dogecoin. And then my second question is that we are talking about integration of Doge into Twitter. If this will not happen, what you guys see, how does it affect the Dogecoin? And my last question is that We are talking about utilities, and I think I agree with to some extent with Australian, but I think we have to see how the utility can be increased, right? My last question is that what else can be done for the to increase the utility of Dogecoin? So all these my questions are there. I just wanted to get the opinion to have a little bit more clarity on these.
It looks like Bernard might have your answers. Bernard, the mic's yours, sir.
Yeah, some of the thought that I've had lately with the whole Twitter Doge integration. So we have like Apple Pay, stuff like that. Makes it fairly easy to use. Now take crypto on that grounds versus being centralized banks. If you had something like Doge, who's to say that you couldn't have Twitter Pay, something like that, integrated into Teslas as well? I know they're very computer centric as far as what apps and like upgrades that they can get as far as like charging. There's, if they had that actual like Twitter Pay, who's to say there's not a marketplace that could be created too as well, such as video games, music, the common things besides goods into that. Also, could you pay ahead? So let's say you pay, as far as your charge goes, like say if you're up in the northeast of the United States, you can actually purchase your heating oil at a certain price in case energy is going to increase or go down. So you even have a factor there to where you could actually have a marketplace, say for electricity. Hey, I believe the electricity is going to go up or down, but I'm going to lock in at this rate. And I mean, and this is taking the fact of if it was like mass integrated and that's his actual vision. But who knows what actual Elon's vision is. But just knowing his support right now, he's very brilliant as far as it goes. Like his mind's, somebody called him AI earlier. I believe he's got this type of scope. And, when I see Doge, I see the big picture. So do I plan on, like I said, I hold multiple different investments. I have different avenues as far as what I hold in. And, as far as storage goes, you should have different storages in my opinion to keep your stuff safe. Do I keep some of it on exchange? Of course. That's the beauty of it, is that you have all these utilities as far as it goes. But at the same time, like I have a bank account, you have a checking account, you have a savings account, do you have it on anything else? Different loan avenues. That's another thing. Was being talked about Twitter loans. Who knows, on how far this could go. But, I think the integration into Twitter would be a very positive thing as far as for Dogecoin, and for the whole entire crypto community, because, the Doge community is very large. It's a fun community. I can lose tons of money in the market, and, I can follow the Doge blogs or Doge, stock twits or whatever, stuff like that. People are actually, regardless, see the picture, the Doge gifs, Doge memes, stuff like that. People are having fun regardless, and it's not a good thing to lose money or anything like that, but, you got to have that mental well-being too. So, I think that's kind of where I see the big picture. I'm gonna have to hang it up here in a second, but, thank you guys for hosting. And I think, hopefully, this is where we go in the future, but we'll see. It's a matter of, definitely need integration, whether it's Twitter or whoever. I just think that the Twitter integration would be a huge step, because of the fact is, I think the platform alone, it opens up so many avenues, and that's what really I think the whole crypto community needs is, it would help mass adoption. so to say. And if Twitter does it, you'll see other corporations put more money into it, the development of it. And I know in Australia they're using different things as well. It says he pays his energy with it. That's awesome. I have no idea how I'd even do that utility here in the States, but something like that, I need a platform to do that. So that's Rusty Doge. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me and hosting everything, and you guys all in your commentation and everything. So thanks.
Yeah, Bernard, thanks for coming on the panel. You added a lot of insight, a lot of value. You seem to be super bullish on Doge, as were a lot of others on this, or as are a lot of others that were on this panel today. I'm curious to know if there's anyone in the audience, because this has at this point become a bit of an echo chamber. Anyone in the audience disagree? Anyone in the audience not bullish on Doge? Anyone in the audience hate Doge? I would love to hear your thoughts as well. Marley, you requested to speak, so you are up on the panel, sir. The mic is yours if you have any insights to share. Solo, I'm going to grab you in a sec.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm just here. I'm just a early Doge adopter, no big guy here, nothing. Got about 10K in Doge right now, just holding strong. I've been through the ups and downs. I started investing in Doge when it was 0.003 on Robinhood and have rode the wave out. I had about 100,000 in it and got hit pretty hard on the whole SNL skit. I was actually in a nightclub. Imagine walking into a nightclub with like 100 grand and then you come out of the nightclub and you're like just lost half of it. So I was pretty shitty about it. Pulled out for a while and recently put about another 10 grand in. So yeah, there are some definite ups and downs. So if you're going to get into this, just be ready to ride it out. One day you could be doing great. Yeah, the next day you could be getting your ass handed to you. So in particular, I just spent about 11 grand on Doge at about 11 cents, and then it just started plummeting because of just various bad news. So for me, it is tied a lot to what Elon's doing, I believe. And then when he's pulling currency in and out, if you noticed when he bought Twitter, and I'm not saying that all of his money came out of Doge and that. I mean, sometimes he's got to pull it out. So I would just, watch for Elon, what he's doing. I'm definitely waiting for Twitter to be using Dogecoin, and I hope all you guys can go online if you don't have any Doge right now and just at least put $10 in it, see what happens. I've just loved the coin ever since I bought it, and I'm not turning back. So I think we're going to definitely go to $1, if not more, within the next year or two. But yes, I've had my ass handed to me several times. Like when I look at my Coinbase, sometimes I see like, negative 40 grand over the year. It just sucks.
Yeah, well, they say as long as you don't sell, you don't lose, right?
Exactly. I'm still at half of my original position. The only problem is it cost me 10 grand now instead of when I was at 0.003 with 250,000 tokens costing me $1,000. I'm not worried though.
Well, guys, it's been an awesome space. Go ahead, Australian.
Yeah, I was just going to counter that last speaker. I couldn't see who was speaking, but I'm going to counter that and say, don't buy just even $10 just because in case. Understand what Doge is and understand what you're getting into, because this price action is it can become addictive, and I've seen people lose houses over the years, right? So because that's what it is. It's gambling. It's not you're not if you're just putting in just in case, you're gambling. You're not even trading. You're not even investing. So unless you're going to use the coin, like I haven't lost any money because I just buy and use. I haven't lost any money. In fact, I've made money because of the up movements, but I'm not holding it because of a trade or an investment. I just use it because that's what a currency is. So I'm going to counter that previous one. Don't just buy into it just in case. Understand what Dogecoin is and how you can use it, how it's useful, what you can do with it. And then once you start using it, once you know how to move it around and pay for things, if you think that it will eventually move, then put some some money aside, but understand what you're getting into, because this thing about just putting money blindly in, it just doesn't. It's just not good for the environment, because it just creates volatility. And when like someone like the previous speaker who can afford 10 grand to sort of even out his losses, some people can't afford that, and then they lose the whatever they put in
To
just in
be
case.
fair, I can't afford it. That's my entire life savings, man. I'm not
Yeah,
like
then
some
you're
rich
doing the
person,
but you're doing the wrong thing then, right?
but I'm not,
You're
because I
advocating
believe
the
in
wrong.
it so much, and I'm advocating a dream, and that's what I believe in, and that's all I believe in. And here's another
It's
thing, and
delusional, man. It's delusional because you're putting people
not
out.
delusional, because it's the idea that this is a coin backed by the Elon Musk, and before Elon was even
That's way
involved into it,
wrong.
I saw the utility in it and the deflationary part of it. All I saw was the coin valued. If you tell me that Dogecoin has a lot of utility in it right now, you're lying, because it's not used for a whole lot. There's a lot of other web applications
use
out
it?
there that have a lot more. I do. My company actually, my business actually takes and accepts Dogecoin. I mine Dogecoin. I actually
But do
pay
you buy anything with it?
Yes, I buy my pot with it. I buy smoke. Pot.
Yeah, but we got 6,000 vendors that buy. You can buy almost anything online now with Doge.
Yeah,
So
you can
what-
smoke your house with my company, and I'm trying to currently work with an NFT provider to build some kind of a way to where we can, utilize this token. So yeah, I'm trying, and I
promote
feel
that.
really bad
Promote
about
that.
saying just go out and buy $10 just because, but it's a dream I believe in. I'm so sorry. I should have spoke more on the utility of it and not spoken on a dream, but it is what it is. And I definitely, guys, don't do it. I've done it. I've risked so much and I've lost so much, but in the end, I lost a bunch on Coinbase, but I made so much on Robinhood before I left Robinhood when they screwed us all and froze all of our trades on GameStop and all that other stuff. But I apologize. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm just a crazy dude, so don't believe me. But this thing is going to the moon regardless of utility or not, because it's loved by everybody, and that's what this is about. So yeah, sorry, man. I apologize.
No need to apologize, but I'm just saying that it's not going to go to the moon magically unless people start using it. Then we will have an actual economic foundation that will support the price, and we won't be volatile. But if people don't use it, it will just continue to go up, pumped, and then go down.
To Mars, like the utility in it is the fact that Elon Musk is going to utilize it in his business.
Forget about Elon Musk, man. Stop idolizing him. I mean, we don't rely on him. Sure, it will be good, but
I kind of do, because he's a major investor in this project.
He's not an investor, though. Haven't you seen his interviews? He said, Bitcoin is for investing, Dogecoin is for usage. Don't hoard it. That's exact words. So he's not investing in Dogecoin.
All right, say what you will. It's fine. I believe that he's an
it's what
early
he
adopter
said.
to make
It's what he
billions
said.
of dollars on Dogecoin, but it is what it is. Who do you think pulled out when Dogecoin plummeted? Who do you think pulled out all at once like that? Come on, man. Get real.
Bernard seems to have some thoughts, so I'm gonna pass the mic to him.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it was a very good conversation or debate between the two, Marley in Australia. The way I see it is, this kind of just proves the fact of the integration as far as with Elon Musk. Whether or not you say, it needs to be happen, I would love to see it happen, because the fact is, Marley will have his place there too as well, whether or not he sells his, 10,000 Dogecoin at whatever price, if his dollar is his price target. Somebody, if it gets adopted like that and actually has a platform, that's, kudos on him for having that place. I have a stake in it. Like I said, I have multiple different things, and it's just like that. So it's just like fiat. I have, checking account, savings account. I have investments. Same thing with Doge. I have wallets. I have, everything in certain spots. So they all have their place. Do I plan on selling some if it goes to a certain point? Of course, because I'm going to put in different investments, and then guess what? It'll rotate. Hopefully, Doge is larger by then. Even with like say Tesla, let's say Tesla with their there's going to be a lot of used Teslas on the road eventually, and they're going to need new batteries and stuff like that. And I don't want Doge to be like, hey, the used car coin or whatever, but Doge was used on Tesla to buy merchandise. There's a starting point. Yeah, Bitcoin automatically jumped to Teslas. I wouldn't want to go ahead and buy a Tesla right now if it went to even a buck, or whatever. Maybe I would. But like if there was a used incentive, hey, you buy Doge or whatever, you get, a 5-year warranty on a used Tesla. Who knows? And that's the thing is there's marketing factors. It's different ways of marketing. Companies can do certain things, cash back on Doge, 10% off or 5% or whatever it is. Those are the things that are going to streamline and be able to actually maintain. But like I said, this is one of the reasons why Twitter integration would be amazing for the crypto community in a whole, not just Dogecoin, but just in fact of the community of Doge. You have all these different economics. Same with this platform as far as or the space. People have different views. We've seen all these different views. And that's the thing is, where do you find your middle ground? And like I said, it's an investment. You can lose your ass or whatever or not. It's an investment of whether or not your belief is it's going to go up or if it's going to go down, or is there utility? I'm not going to use something that I'm in a loss on unless, my business or something like that would be at a point where I need to write off a loss. It's all economics when it comes down to it. But, this just proves the economic space that we're at in this space, but with actual mass integration, something like this is very key and important. So I'll finish this up, but I really do hope that Elon Musk actually integrates it. I'm not, as far as it goes, with Elon, I think he's a brilliant man, and he could actually, provide that utility. I think he'll benefit from it too, and I think he sees that. I think people, it's the people's coin. The people will benefit from it as well. And that's where kind of I think we're at. This could be a turning point in crypto, if something like this does occur. And that's all I got. And thank you guys for hosting.
Yeah, again, Bernard, thank you so much for coming on, man. You've been on for a while and you've shared some awesome insights. Slick Rick, welcome to the panel, man.
Yo,
Mike's
thanks for
yours.
having me. What up, Australian? I came up for a couple of reasons, right? Doge has beauty because everybody across the world, the platform, we're all in different financial situations, right? Somebody like me can, find good entry points and, profit, sell a little bit, use the vendor. But at the end of the day, I can always sharp entries and bolster my bag, even though I'm pumping it out into the economy by using it on other people's websites. So I'm down. It's just whatever anybody wants to do with it. I think that you have to understand your risk tolerance and understand how much you can hold. If you're a business owner, I understand the issues that you do have from a risk standpoint, whether it's the market risk, whether it's the tax risk, the chargeback risk. These are all things that are the reasons why Doge hasn't been implemented across the platform, across the world with McDonald's. I think the biggest use case that we do have right now are obviously the tipping. You can go to Newegg and you can buy a computer on their website, various different websites. But we need to look into getting other people opportunities through website integrations. That is a huge opportunity for Doge, because if you look at small businesses across the world or the country, they're getting killed on their credit card processing. That is where my background is working with franchises, doing API integrations, finding different payment solutions that can work that is a little bit more cost friendly for them. And I've since got out of that, but I spent 5 years into wealth management prior to that. But the opportunity is in e-commerce, right? It's an opportunity for businesses to kind of put their foot in the water and understand what their risk tolerance is, how much of that they want to convert to fiat, at that time, how much of that they need to get out of the market for operating risk.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you think you could be capable of creating a point of sale that would be able to integrate Dogecoin into it that could convert it directly into fiat for the actual business? And maybe we could put that out there and market
I
that.
think it's a little bit ahead of the curve, right? I think the solution was designed to help small business, right? Interchange fees, credit card processors, card brands, they all take, let's just say 3%, right, of everybody's profit right off the top. So we need to come up with a solution. That's Dogecoin, right? I can send somebody $10,000 for a fuel pump right now, and it's only going to cost me a few cents, right? That's value. But where the value it doesn't come in is the tax consequences, right? There needs to be regulation. There needs to be clarity around how things are going to be taxed. There's obviously the market risk, right? So you just need to understand that how much you need to operate to make sure your business can function the next month, and then whatever portion you don't need in Doge, well, why don't you use that portion for future income to maybe buy a truck?
What about Dogecoin's application in Web3 as far as NFTs going? I'm not really scientifically adept on this topic, but I think as an idea person, what is the possibility of putting a creation together with a Dogecoin NFT?
I mean, I think it's putting the cart before the horse, right? We need a solution for people to transact business, right? That's all sweet and dandy, and we can work on that moving forward, but we really need to understand why we're all here. What is Dogecoin for? What is its utility?
Well, that's what I'm trying to allude to. I've seen a lot of other businesses utilize the NFT, and if we used an NFT that was housed in Doge instead of Ether, we could sell our services. Like me, for instance, I flip houses, I buy houses. I've been trying to talk with people about putting a blockchain or some type of Web3 application together for real estate. But if we could do something like monetizing our services, or not monetizing them, but minting them into an NFT that's made with Doge, I would gladly do that and give my people a discount if they did purchase their services.
Well, that's Doge. Something you could do, right? To just bring awareness to what Doge is, right? You go to a store and buy a T-shirt, and they might sell it for 25, but they might sell it to 20 if you're going to pay in cash. So why not use that as an opportunity to educate a customer and give them a discount, and but figure out what how much you need to operate your business. I mean, we're way early on this. I mean, you think about, look at the market cap. I mean, less than 1% of the world population's even in crypto right now. So like, to talk about POS solutions and things like that, I think we need to look more into like a QuickBooks solution, right? Some way so people can help understand the taxes, and understand all of, control their business, their bottom line, and focus on a solution for small businesses, right? Help them.
Yeah, I think we need to have a regulation breakthrough with the taxes like you're speaking about, because me as a business owner, I can't just take my money and make a distribution and put it directly into Doge. I have to classify it as income, then put it into Doge. Then when I pull it back into my bank account, it counts as income again, as the laws state right now. And that's what's messed up. And I'm the type of guy, I don't really care. I'm ready to go do whatever I have to do to push this through as a regulation. Whatever we need to do to develop these regulations is key as well, because that really hampers things. Because when people were able to use their business credit cards and business funding to purchase cryptocurrency, it was a whole nother ball game. We were literally pulling banknotes out and buying crypto. And then when they passed the law saying it was, you got to declare it, now no one's doing it. So we need to go back to the old way. That would help out a lot.
Another option or avenue is looking at a micro payment solution, right? You go and you buy a pop at a vending machine and you use your debit card. That thing gets hit with a 22-cent transaction fee on top of a percentage fee. But if you take, 22 cents divided by 2, I mean, you're looking at 11% that they lose right there. What if you could just go up and tap using whatever wallet and pay with Dogecoin and get a soda? All right, that's a little easy. Now somebody can come collect that, and they have a little bit bigger window to gauge their risk tolerance with how much they want to convert and how much they want to keep in Doge, right? For the future side of it. I think without regulation, Australian, I think it's kind of created the environment where people want to hold, right, versus use, because there's not a lot of use out there or a lot of websites that people are privy to. Correct me if I'm wrong, Australian.
Yeah, well, no, I agree with you. That's because we have so many few people using it, it's like a chicken and egg, right? I've spoken to a regulatory lawyer here in Tokyo, in Japan, and I told him what my ideal is having a currency where people use it, and basically 90% of people are users, and only like 10% would be trading it. And he said the government here would move to tax it as a digital money and not as an asset if that were the case. But so it boils down to that the governments will do what the majority are doing. So if the majority are treating it as an asset, then it will be taxed as an asset. If the majority are if there's an actual economy based on Dogecoin commerce and transactions that are basically as an exchange for goods and services, if that's its main use, the governments will have no choice but to tax it as a currency. But right now, most people are using it as a investment asset, so they'll tax it as an investment asset.
Right. And that's the other holdup. I mean, you got, if I go in, I buy some Doge tomorrow, and then I go to somebody's store and I spend it, right? I got to pay capital gains too, right? And then you got to pay income tax. Like, dude, the only people making money off this is the government, right? So it's like, it's the way it seems anyway, but it's just weird, I think we're a little early, and I think that we all have a lot of ambitions for Doge, but we just got to remember like why we're here, right? And what the solution's for, and start there, because that's where the awareness is.
Yeah, and for those wondering, there is a package for WordPress sites called Doge Garden. If you look it up, you can accept Doge directly on your website if you're using WordPress. We're working, well, not we, but there's a few people working on other point of sales for websites to handle that, and also probably integrate Shopify sites. But at the moment, there is one called for WordPress called Doge Garden.
Yeah, and Inevitable's been huge on that. Inevitable and Blue, like, as much as they probably think I don't like them, but like, I really appreciate what people are doing, right? I can see both sides of this, and it's really fascinating to see like what people want to build, and then it's like, oh, but hold on, we got to focus on how do we bring awareness and provide utility at the same time, and it's kind of focusing on both sides of the coin.
So, Slick, by the way, man, thank you so much for joining. I love the new truth bombs and the new insights you brought into the panel, the thought-provoking ideas that we hadn't really discussed yet. I'm curious actually to know about your profile. It says righting Matt Wallace's wrongs one sheep at a time.
That was just, so we created this podcast, me and my buddy Jimmy, and it's more of a meme cast, but the idea around what is community, right? How do you build a community? And it's not scamming a community, right? It's like, you have to understand who's in the community, understand everybody's story, understand everybody's situation, because there's so many people out there that have utility or have done a lot of work to provide utility to the community that don't get any light, right? It's like everybody in this community gatekeeps stuff. Like they'll find somebody's sweet tweet on a 500 account profile, and then all of a sudden you'll see that thing show up on Matt Wallace's tweet, and it's like, why don't we just quote tweet that person and give them the props? But there isn't anybody outlining what is good in Doge, right? Where are the use cases, and having these kind of conversations. And so that's why we just said, screw it, you know what, let's build this podcast, and we've coded it to Discord, and the memes work like puppets, and it's cool. I mean, we talk with devs and we talk with various people in the community and just kind of play games. So we just kind of said, this is what Matt should have been doing, is building a community, not tearing one down. So
sounds like a good bit of fun. Slick, Sean Lay, let's see, Slick, Sean Lay, Marley. We got Moot. We got fresh new set of panelists. So guys, welcome to the panel. The mic's yours. You have a question, Sean Leah. I see your hand up, so let's start with you first. Sean Leah, you there? I see your hand up. All right, I'm gonna go to the real Risa. Just waving at me. The real Risa, go for it. Uncue your mic. All right, Australian, let's go, guys. You have your hands up.
Hi.
No one's talking. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to join a group because my father passed away today, and if anybody wanted to go on my page and click the link in my bio, because we need help with funeral expenses. We have my mother, she's 67 years old, and we're just trying to get by. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just really need to get it all out so that she don't continue to hurt as much as she already is with that on her mind more. Thank you.
Well, the real Risa, first of all, my deepest condolences regarding your father. I honestly can't imagine what you're going through, and I'm really sorry to hear that you and your family are having hard times. If anyone wants to go ahead and donate, they're more than welcome to. I see you have a GoFundMe link, so I'll leave you up here on the panel. And again, I'm really sorry for what you're going through. I can't imagine what that must be like. But I hope you guys come together and hopefully are able to raise the funds and give your father a proper funeral. And I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as well. I'm really sorry about that again.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys for listening. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers. Shanlea, did you have any thoughts to add to the panel, or I think you might have your hand up in AFK. So, Australian, the mic's yours, man.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on Slick's reply to your question about his profile name. I think he's too polite to say that he doesn't want to directly say Matt Wallace is a scammer. So I'll say it. Matt Wallace is a scammer. He hurts the Dogecoin community. And if anyone doesn't agree with that, you're free to DM me and I'll have a cordial conversation with you with enough evidence to show that. So that was all.
I have a quick question about Matt Wallace. I'm not really hip to him. I got canceled on Twitter, so I just came back recently. What's his position? I see he's always trying to, tweet about Dogecoin, so I'm not really sure of his nefarious actions. Maybe you could enlighten everyone.
Okay, so I'm going to just point out his latest project was a token he created called Accept Dogecoin Token. That was the name of the token.
So he's like making other coins that are basically like parody coins of Doge, and yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, that was the one he created that, and
here going, let's go to Mastodon, guys. That's lame as hell.
Yeah, but he created a token to basically siphon the liquidity from the Dogecoin community into his token. But a lot of us from the community called him out on it and said, why are you creating this coin? What is the purpose? And his excuse was saying that with the token, he was going to promote usage of the coin, of Dogecoin. But Dogecoin is a layer 1 coin. It has its own blockchain. It does not need a token for it to be used. all we need to do is people to use it. So he was just using an excuse to promote his token so that he can basically, get people to buy it, and then he'll dump it, which he was going to do. And then because of the pressure from a lot of us, he ended up changing the token to accept cryptos. And then that ended up being going forward. And he changed that on the mint, on the day of the mint, because there was so much pressure on him. But and he ended up deploying or that token, and then that he ended up rugging the people, and then now he's going around saying, oh, he wasn't really the founder, it was the developer's problem, and there was a problem with the code, and that's his excuse. But the whole point, he's diverting the issue to that it was a problem with the contract. But the problem is there was no real purpose in the first place for the token to be made. So that's one thing. The other thing he does is he attracts attention by writing on Elon Musk's posts, promoting Dogecoin and basically idolizing every post Musk does, because then when new people come on to the environment, into the Dogecoin space, they think that he has some credibility. So then he ends up guiding them to his YouTube channel where he just like does delusional predictions, and then he says, come and join me on my Patreon groups, and then he charges people to apparently advise them on trading. But all it is just pump and dump schemes, and he historically he's pumped and dumped and shielded a lot of the derivative tokens that use anything to do with Musk, Baby Inu, or Shiba, or Baby Doge, all of those.
King,
he's done that. Yeah, Tiger King is another major one. That's just got too much history.
That started getting into the other meme coins when my friends were like, "Oh, buy Shiba." I was like, "You're a trader, man," and it's just gonna hurt Doge, and it really, I can't stand the thing. I wish it would plummet into the ground.
Preyed on people.
The thing is, any of those tokens that are derivative of the name or right on the name of Dogecoin, in either Shiba Inu or Baby Inu or whatever, anything of those, they are not offering anything of value. Because if they were offering of anything of value, they could have named it something else, but definitely not. So they are writing on the name of Dogecoin. That's all they are doing.
It's written on top of Ethereum, right? It's like a layer 2. It's not even original coding.
It's either Ethereum or Binance Smart Chain. So, and most of them are on Smart Chain, but they're not doing anything new. All they're doing is copy and pasting it and naming it into another some name that is either popular or another derivative of Dogecoin.
I feel
so
like
they're not doing anything.
Is the fact that Dogecoin now is the second largest mining pool behind Bitcoin when Ethereum went to proof of stake. If that's, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm doing. I just mine it on a couple gaming computers. I mean, nothing major. So that's what I do. I'm secretly a gaming nerd.
You know what's funny about the accept Doge one is that all that pressure that you were talking about, they buckled, and they actually him and Miles locked themselves out of the liquidity pool. Like they even rugged themselves. Like they're amateurs. And somebody like me who's held insurance licenses, investment licenses, somebody that's collecting money from people who are going through a pandemic, have stimulus money, have lost their jobs, and they're trying to find some hope. Well, a lot of people put it into crypto and stocks, and this guy did nothing but get the money up front from people, get the money into the token, and then he rug pulled them, and everybody lost money. And to me, it's predatory. And somebody like me who holds investment licenses would have literally been in prison for something that he's doing. And that's where regulation has to come in with these influencers. They don't understand the damage that they do just by retweeting something without any research.
Absolutely.
Australian, I'm really glad you made that one point. I cringe anytime someone adds the name, anytime a project adds the name Inu or Doge to their name. I think it's just I think it's just so fucking lame, honestly. And I, and it's always under the guise of, well, our community is strong, and where we have all these like arbitrary utilities that don't make any sense. So I know it's a kind of a one-off topic and takes us on a tangent, but it's something that you mentioned that I always kind of vent to my core team about internally, because I just find it very irritating. But anyway, I agree. Whoever said that the regulators need to go after these influencers that are pumping and dumping tokens and aren't being held accountable, that's spot on. I mean, I think that's the first place that regulation should probably go in and clean up. Yeah, we have a lot of new people in here, and I don't know much about Matt Wallace. He was supposed to come to the space tonight, and he didn't make it. So it would have been interesting to have you guys debate.
Showing up.
But yeah, this space has been going for. Go ahead, Australian. I think you had something to say there.
Yeah, he's not going to show up where I am because he's blocked me, and I've called him up on many things. But he has a silver tongue. He knows how to say things. But I honestly would appreciate it if you don't include him in anything to do with Dogecoin, because that only gives him credibility with new people. I mean, people who've been around may know or have a suspicion or have second doubts about him, but new people who come in and he starts speaking, it gives him credibility when you give him a platform.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't know much about him, and like I hear what you guys are saying, and I'm not denying it at all. I don't know anything, but I would, as a broadcaster, I want to talk to everybody. I don't even care if I don't agree with you. I would just like to talk to the person one-on-one and hear what they have to say for themselves.
All right. Well, I'm open for a debate with him if he's willing to debate, and I'm up for it for sure.
Yeah, what's funny is when he's kind of the big reason why I'm here, right? I was buying stocks and things like that, and then I saw Doge on Robinhood, and I was like, what the hell, Until I bought in at like 3.5 and 4.5, and I just kept buying and buying, and then it took off, and I never sold. I just kept my bag, right? And but he's a big reason why I'm here, and I learned a lot about what Doge was initially, and I even paid for his Patreon at one point. Never got as far to look into the tokens because I didn't want to invest in them, but I even emailed him at one point and let him know, like, hey, this is my background. I'd love to be on the show to talk use case, utility, website integrations, and things like that. Didn't even fucking reply back. But, I'm just some small nobody, But then, here we are having these conversations now, and he's turned a blind eye to everybody. He doesn't give a shit about anybody in this community but himself. He's got to be the first to report everything. He's got to be the first behind Elon's tweets. It's literally a clout chase to get attention to his Patreon group. But, I'm open to having a conversation with him. And I think there's a lot of people that need to own some mistakes and take some accountability. And I think if we can get some of that happening from a regulation standpoint, I think, people are going to start waking up.
A bunch of people just came up. Guys, if you have any questions, raise your hand. If you don't have questions, please don't request, because it gets confusing, and I'm just bringing people up for no reason. But Slick, I wouldn't call yourself a nobody. You're somebody. I think everyone here is just somebody. I know what you're talking about, though. I've been to a lot of these. I've been to crypto conferences and gone to influencer parties, and a lot of these guys, because they're well known in our small community, think that they are world-class celebrities, and it's funny to watch them interface with other people. Yeah, that's just one-off comment. Cool. Well, guys, this has been how long have I been going for? I don't even know. We started this space at 8 p.m. I think, and it is now where I'm at 12:45 a.m. I could keep this going for a while, but it seems like people are kind of getting gassed out, and the conversation slowed down. So with that said, I'm probably going to wrap things up here. Andrew Forte, thank you so much for suggesting the space. And I think it's been a really great one. We had a lot of speakers come on and come off, and I personally learned a lot about Doge. I didn't know half of the things
that well, probably no, never mind. I didn't know like 90% of the stuff about Doge that I learned in the last 24 hours. And I want to, I want to shout out to, and I need to learn how to pronounce his last name, but Alex, pronounce this, Alex Velitis, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but Alex, and I pinned it to the space. It's the first pin on the Jumbotron. It's an ultimate in-depth guide to Doge that he wrote himself. And it really helped me get a high-level overview of everything there is to know about Doge. At least, from a nuts and bolts perspective. So I can understand now. I used to hate meme coins, and not hate's a strong word. I used to not like them very much, and I just thought they were silly, and I couldn't see the utility. And then I slowly went into the camp of, I like meme coins because they're a bridge, as my colleague Donut said. They're a bridge into this industry where people who otherwise might not get involved with this tech see Dogecoin overnight millionaire, or just think it's fun and see the AMC stuff, and then the GameStop stuff, and they want to get into the meme culture on the crypto end, and so they come and they play with the tech, and they're like, okay, well, I came for the memes, but I actually like this tech. I like how quickly I can send money. I like how easily I can swap between assets. I like that I can own my own assets. I like they can cross borders and move this stuff across space and time without it eroding. And I do understand why meme coins are important now. Well, mainly Doge, Shiba, but I guess there are some other ones like Floki that have strong communities. But specifically with Doge, once I started peeling it back, I said, well, wait a minute, this is more or less a fork of Litecoin, or at the very least inspired by Litecoin. And the Litecoin, I mean, the founder sold most of his bag at the top of the bull market 5 years ago. So people say, well, why Litecoin? Or sorry, why Doge? Why not Litecoin? Because since Litecoin was an original, because Doge has a fat community behind it. And
well, they need each other.
What's that's like?
They need each other.
Right. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So was that 2013 Australian when Litecoin forked with Dogecoin, and what that did was give Doge more utility than just be a tipping or online currency. It allowed it to have speeds to where we can hold transactions or maybe future be on a POS system. None of that's possible without Litecoin. Just like Bitcoin would be really junk if it weren't for the Litecoin network. So it's interesting how all three are there. I heard you guys talking earlier, and it was Doge and Bitcoin. One, I view them like a checking and a savings account. But then you brought up the meme side. There's only one meme coin. Fact, there's only one meme coin. But that's the built-in marketing piece that Marley was talking about earlier. That's what's going to keep this thing moving, right? The utility is going to always keep building, but the memes are the marketing, and that's the cool part.
Yeah, and so Slake, do they still need each other?
Well, I mean, it's the fork. The fork's done. Everybody benefited from it. Litecoin benefited from it just as much. I'd honestly argue to say that Doge benefited a lot more, because it basically freed Doge to limit, like, no limitations, right? It's whatever we want to build now. We have the capacity to do things thanks to Litecoin.
Can't the original team access the Dogecoin code and actually cap it as well? I know there's a minuscule, like 2% inflation that's like any normal currency, but I had heard Elon, not to say his name and sound like a bot, but that they could actually cap it. Is that true? Could anybody speak on that?
Never say cap ever. You will
No, there's no need to cap it, and he didn't say to cap it. What Elon said is he wants to increase the throughput of Dogecoin, but the parameters he spoke about are not really realistic or viable. But he had, that's the overall idea was to increase throughput. But to answer the question, why Litecoin and Dogecoin need each other right now, it's that in 2014, they merged
Hello,
a
I
mine.
want to say
So
something.
we are mining. When you mine Litecoin or Dogecoin, you're mining for both. So the reason why it was done was to increase security for Doge, not to give it any more abilities or increase speed or anything. It was just to increase security.
So,
Okay, I want to
hello.
say something.
What's up? Yeah, what's going on, man? Go for it.
Yeah, if our country has been war, so we are deprived from 5 days electricity. Can I use Dogecoin then? And is it any scam, this Dogecoin? Would you say something?
Is Dogecoin a scam? I would say no, not to my knowledge. And I didn't get the first part of your question, sir. If you don't mind repeating the first part. Okay, well, I'll say something. I'll say something else, and I guess this is towards Slick.
Okay, I'm saying that if our country will on the wire and we are deprived from electricity and others energy, then how can I use Dogecoin?
If you guys aren't sorry, did anyone else catch that? I'm not able to decipher the question. I'm really sorry.
So I think he's asking about service providers that can accept Dogecoin in his country, but it depends on the service providers in your country, right? So that's what it matters. So it's up to you to create awareness of Dogecoin and why it's better for your service providers to accept it. So then if they accept it, then you can use it. But until that happens, then you won't be able to use it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Cool. Yeah, thank you, Australian. Back to the supply thing, guys. What wasn't at one point? Wasn't Doge's supply to be capped at 100 billion, and then back in 2014, the supply cap was removed, which now makes it inflationary and theoretically have an unlimited supply?
No. What it was thought that it was capped at that amount initially for the first 3 weeks. But when the core developers were looking at the code, that they found that was not a cap on that it was not a hard cap, and in fact, because he was cloned from Lucky Coin, which was a clone of or a fork of a Litecoin, all of those coins had that same assumption that they were capped. So what had happened was we found out that it's not capped. So what should we do? So then after there was a meeting with the developers or some online chatter with the community, it was a unanimous decision to say, okay, let's just leave it as it is. Let's not put a cap on it. But because of that news discovery, other coins that were based on the same fork ended up putting hard caps. So all along, Dogecoin did not have a cap.
I had no idea. Christopher, what's up, man? We're still going. But I was on my way of dropping.
I meant to say hi. I kept on fat fingering the unmute button. I can't believe
no worries,
you guys
man.
are
Go
still
for it.
going, man. I came in here to say, do we need to take a knee, or do I need to order some food for y'all? Are you guys drinking water? Because man, Noah, Andrew, you guys have been in this space. How many hours? It's got to be 8 hours.
No, it hasn't been that long, man.
Like 6?
Yeah, no, not 6, because 6 is the record that we got last. Let's see, the aquarium on Wednesday went like 5.5, and then I rugged. But this one's gone. Let's see, 8 p.m. This one's gone almost 5 hours.
Okay, so okay, close, man, because that's crazy. And it's interesting because when I jumped in, it's amazing how profound talking about a specific, especially coin, blockchain technology, is, where you can kind of fill the 5 hour space. Obviously, it's not all going to be, gems, but you can fill the 5 hour space with so much information, because I heard some stuff here that I didn't hear before when I was in the space, and which is kind of cool. Which, it just shows you how, for you to really understand a topic, you have to consume a lot of information, especially when we're talking about stuff like Dogecoin and tech like this. The Litecoin and the Litecoin and the Dogecoin thing, I wasn't aware of. I didn't realize that there was some sort of synergy that existed there. I wasn't aware. So I want to educate myself a little bit more on that front, which is actually kind of cool, because you're always learning in this space, and it is 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so I might as well be learning if I'm not doing it, if I'm not freaking sleeping, right?
Yeah, if you could even there's a whole, we did our last episode with the core Dogecoin devs. If you go to my bio and go to the YouTube channel, there's a lot of good information where we talk about this. This is a hot topic right now. It's funny seeing this come back up, and then having the devs talk about it. And our next episode is going to be really good. We're going to have another dev on. I can't tell you who, but it's going to be a good one. And we're going to talk more about the Litecoin, Lucky Coin, really that 10, 12-year history of Doge now. So.
No, it's really cool. Noah, man, how long are you going to be doing this tonight? You going to try and break your record?
Man, I don't like to force things. And actually, before you hopped on here, I was wrapping things up, because I don't like to just keep it open if no one has anything to say. But then, every time I'm about to wrap it up, someone makes an interesting comment, and it leads into another conversation. And as long as the conversation is flowing, I will keep it open. But I won't keep a space open just for the sake of breaking a record. I think we're going to have we have plenty more spaces to come in the future with great topics and great speakers. And
can I share an unrelated alpha nugget for you guys?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yo, you might already know this, Noah. Andrew might as well. Or somebody in the space probably knows this too, but to the extent you don't, if you want to check if you're shadow banned on Twitter, this is a really cool website I discovered. It's called shadowban.yuzurisa.com. You put your Twitter handle in there, and it shows you different categories with on Twitter if you have been shadow banned, because I've friends in the space that occasionally are complaining, I've been shadow banned, you can't search my name. Hasn't happened to me, thank God, but in case you were wondering, it's a pretty cool site. Mario, I also tweeted it, I think earlier today, and I checked it out, and I wanted to share with the group, just in case.
Can you share the URL in the comments of the space, and then pin it to the space if you don't mind?
Do that right now.
I definitely got banned. There's no shadow ban about it. This is my new account, so I never got restored. I never even tried to restore my other account, but I never was on Twitter for quite a few years. But yeah, that's very interesting to know. I hear they're gonna put more analytics on all of your likes and everything like that, like your views and all that on your post as well, so you'll be able to see that.
Yeah, so I guess one of the things I was
I just pinned it up. I hope I did this right. It's been a while since I've pinned it.
Cool. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, one of the things I was saying before Slick kind of interjected and dropped some knowledge on me was that people were, there was one guy in the space earlier. I think it was, it's been
Sir Doge.
What's that?
Was it Sir Doge?
No, it wasn't Sir Doge. He was here earlier, but there's one guy in the space basically saying why Dogecoin? Why Dogecoin? Why not Litecoin? Right? Litecoin was the original. Why Dogecoin? Why not Litecoin? And I said, don't underestimate the community behind Dogecoin, and don't underestimate the notoriety, especially when people like Elon Musk and Mark Cuban are backing it, and when there are so many merchants that are already accepted. That's its network effect. So yeah. I'm personally more bullish. After learning more about Dogecoin today, I'm more bullish Dogecoin than I am Litecoin for sure. Go ahead, Australian.
Yeah, just to clarify the why not Litecoin. Litecoin and Bitcoin, they both have hard caps. So they regardless of the security, they make a better store of value type of asset. But when it comes to a currency, Dogecoin, whether it was because of a joke or by accident, the parameters that it was built on ended up being that it makes it a very viable functional currency. So when we're talking about that, that's the thing. It's like we're comparing two different things. Dogecoin, even though it's based on Litecoin or Lucky Coin, which was based on Litecoin, it's not the same because the parameters that Dogecoin is built with, one of them being that it's uncapped, make it ideal for a functional currency. That's one thing. And the other thing, just want to clarify, when they'll comment about how you didn't you weren't really into meme coins, and you put Shiba and all that in the same category. They're not in the same category. Dogecoin, like I said, is it's a layer one coin, an actual crypto coin. It has its own blockchain. The other ones are just tokens, so they're not in the same category at all.
I'm aware that they're not in the same category. I was strictly putting them in the same category with respect to how they're perceived by the public and how the average layman, who is the majority holder of these tokens, from what I understand, perceives these. I mean, the average layman that's holding Doge, my friend, she made like $200,000 off of Doge. She knows nothing about crypto. She bought it on Robinhood. And she has no idea that Doge is built. Doge is its own layer one. Dogecoin is a layer one blockchain, and Doge is the native asset, and that Shiba is an ERC20 token. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just, I get it. Like, you're right. There is a difference, and I acknowledge that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get to the point that Dogecoin is the only meme coin. Yeah. There's no other. There is no other meme coin.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like, you ever pull out of a retirement fund early and you got to pay that hefty tax, that penalty, right? That's basically what you're going to have to do when you go to AMC and you want to pay.
I think the idea of meme marketing, especially when it comes to these coins, is very interesting. Especially when it comes to like the liquidity or like the weight, especially like the weight of the Litecoin. It's so much lighter than the Doge, but I mean, that's just my experience and with it so far.
Slick, man, go ahead, finish your thought. So USC, like, welcome to the panel, but it's give Slick a sec to finish his thought.
If you ever pull out of a retirement portfolio, right, early, you got to pay a penalty. Or if you pull out of like a 401k, you got to pull, like, let's say you want 20K, you might have to pull 35 to get 20 because you got to pay the other 15 in taxes. That's essentially what you're doing with Shiba Inu. You go into AMC and you got to pay for, let's say, a $20 movie ticket. You got to use $40 worth because you got to pay the gas for the ERC20 token, right? So it's kind of the same concept, right? So it's a double negative. Like, I try to avoid double negatives at all times. I got to pay the taxes and I got to pull more than what I need to get what I need. That's a double negative, and that's literally a taboo in finance. So,
but doesn't a double negative mean a positive? I'm just kidding. I'm just being an idiot.
But isn't a lot of the Doge that's held like wrap Doge on the Ethereum chain?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. There's a lot of money being siphoned out. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
What are some ways to trade native Doge in a decentralized way, not on a centralized exchange?
That's an Australian question.
Well, I don't really trade it. I don't advocate trading it. I advocate circulating and using it for goods and services. So, but there are exchanges where you can buy and sell, but avoid Robinhood, avoid Binance, because they will force you to basically hold digital IOUs. You're basically holding a synthetic derivative of Doge, depending on the value that they are holding. So you're not really holding Doge.
You guys would be the perfect people to ask regarding the reports recently about Elon Musk speaking of Vitalik about, Doge, and I would love to know your take on that and how you see that being beneficial or a hindrance or whatever regarding Doge adoption and being able to implement Doge as a payment, on Twitter and being able to utilize it as a currency on Twitter. I'm just curious to see if you think that that is actually a good thing and how, if it's a good thing, how is it a good thing? And technologically speaking, I'm just curious.
I think Doge is a great tool. I think a lot of people, I think from an ETH standpoint, they need Doge to solve their problems, right? Their problems are high gas fees, right? So a Doge is attractive, right? So from a proof of stake standpoint, that's where the Vitalik crowd, I am sure that's kind of a theory that most people are talking about, but he's a proof of stake guy and Elon's a proof of work guy, right? So I see Elon buying Twitter and it's basically two people in a boat rowing in opposite directions. That's the way I see it.
Interesting.
Yeah. From my perspective, adoption of Dogecoin by Twitter is going to be good if people use it, but it will only be good if it's only Dogecoin. But I don't see Musk doing that. He'll probably get Ethereum and Bitcoin in there because, I mean, well, there's so many people here in this spaces that are holding Dogecoin, but I mean, how many people are actually using it? I mean, most people who are here are probably deemed as first adopters, right? So if first adopters are not even using it, how are you going to expect others, especially those who holding bags of other coins, to use Dogecoin? It's going to be an uphill battle. So unless we're all using it and there's actual transactions.
Transaction and is good right now. We have our wallets to utilize. I think, like you're saying, what we need to do is focus on making it a utility coin, or not a utility coin or Web3 layer or anything like that. Keeping it layer one apparently is the current idea, but if we could kind of jump up, maybe make an NFT, maybe start utilizing it in businesses, start actually reaching out to all these different businesses and speaking to them, because we can all talk about it, but unless we become actionable and start picking up the phone and taking these big risks, like hell, let's just call the head of Visa, let's just call the head of American Express, explain to them why using Dogecoin over Ethereum is better, explain to them why they should use our systems. If we could get a big payment like credit card to come online with us and accept that, I could see that as a big jump or for long-term usage. But unless there's some kind of mainstream adoption, we're not going to go anywhere. We need to get traction. We need to make a plan. We need to have a roadmap.
Yeah,
so the Doge community,
inside out, find solutions, create utility for small businesses. If you are a small business and you want to try to test the waters, why not start on an e-commerce site, right? Because you're getting killed on your processing at the tune of 5.5%, right? Because there's more risk for fraud, chargebacks, and things like that for e-commerce. So provide a solution that's cost friendly for your website and test the waters with what your risk tolerance is. Just create utility, create awareness with small businesses, because McDonald's ain't taking Dogecoin. Like, just think about how much Dogecoin they would collect and how much they would sell. They would literally create way more volatility, right? We need to focus on grassroots people where the solution was intended for. We're competing against the banks, the card brands, the processing companies. That's what Doge's market cap could be.
Hey, Bella, welcome to the panel. You got your hand up patiently. The mic's yours.
Oh, thank you so much. I just had I've spent so many hours in Doge to $1 room. And I'm hoping that maybe some of you guys can answer this, or anybody. What is being built on Doge? Who is building on Doge? What is the code? Why are they building on Doge versus anything else? Because if you don't have any builders, if you don't have any coders, At the end of the day, what do you have? So does anybody have any examples of what's being built on Doge? You're asking, your typical farmers market or B2B people to adopt this, but what is being built? Who is building right now? And what is the next thing coming on Doge? Thanks so much for giving me the mic.
Kill that one, Australian.
I don't know if I can, but I think we have enough developers maintaining Dogecoin, so it remains secure and useful without any glitches.
You mean
and but free.
validators or miners?
No,
or are you
no,
talking
no,
about,
no. Actual developers
builders?
who are
Okay.
keeping the coin
Okay.
active, right? But
Yep.
for businesses to adopt it, we still have we don't have the demand. That's the thing. See, everyone is holding, no one is using. So if we have more people actually using and circulating the coin, we will encounter problems that we can't foresee yet what problems we'll have. For example, seamless interaction between the vendor and the customer. So unless we have people using it, there's no demand at the moment. So developers don't need to be the core developers. We can attract other developers, but unless we're all using it and unless we start using and circulating the coin more and more, we will encounter roadblocks which will need to be resolved, and maybe new technologies will need to be invented. But until we get there, we're not going to magically have shops accepting it because no one is using it. So unless you're using it and you're saying, okay, I tried to do this and this and this, I couldn't do it because of this, then if that becomes like a lot of noise becomes, it promotes activity, right? But if everyone is just holding and waiting it for it to magically go up in price, the shops aren't going to accept it. They need to see there's actual volume getting used. So people need to start using the coin. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's all about use case, right? Everything. With anything, with an NFT project. Yeah, no, I don't want to interrupt you, man. Go.
Oh, no, sorry, man. I was interrupting you. I was lagging out and didn't realize you were talking. I was going to build up on what Australian was saying is nothing needs to be built on Doge. Doge is just a way to transact. Like there's no reason to. I mean, if you wanted to scale it with like layer 2s, you could, but I don't think there's any reason to do it. But Christopher, the mic's yours, man.
You know what, man? This is just maybe a stupid thought, so just disregard if it is. It's late, and I'm sorry, but I'd love to see Dogecoin do some NFT stuff somehow. I'd really love to see, Doge immerse itself in that. And I know maybe Doge people in here are probably saying, "Oh, it's stupid. We hate NFTs," but maybe not. So, do you think Doge in some way can get into the NFT arena and use its chain for NFTs? And
it's been done.
It is being done.
There has been an NFT minted on the Dogecoin blockchain. If you go to Inevitable 360's page and you can look for that, but there is one that has been minted on the blockchain. It's not easy by any means, but
yeah, but it's possible. And right now, just as a matter of trivial knowledge, that NFT that is right now circumventing the moon in the Artemis satellite, just in case you didn't know. But it is possible. But bells and whistles aren't going to make Dogecoin. Dogecoin, as it is enough. All people need to do is use it. That's all it is. There's no need to add other bells and whistles. And we haven't saturated usage with the actual vendors right now. Once we do that, maybe. But right now, there's no real need to add any bells and whistles. Just keep it basic.
It's open source, Bella, too. So I mean, anybody can build whatever.
Yeah, I'm just, I totally
get that.
agree.
Hold on 1 second. I'm so sorry because it kind of got skirted around, but it's so Dogecoin is here. I get it. I own Doge. Anybody in crypto owns at least some amount of Doge. But my question is what like who's building on it, and you're saying there's nothing that needs to be built on it because it just works. But then you're saying the only thing that will make it work is mass adoption. So therefore you do need builders to build something that makes mass adoption happen. So it's this hamster wheel that's going on where it's like, well, we don't need anything else for Doge, but yet we want everybody to adopt it, but yet they're not going to adopt it unless somebody builds it, but yet nobody's building it.
Well, nothing.
So,
Nothing needs to be built on Bitcoin. The Bitcoin blockchain.
well, Bitcoin needs a lot of shit built on it if it wants to work.
Well,
It took me 3.5 hours to transfer some Bitcoin last week.
What Noah's trying to say
I'm
and everyone else is
disagree.
trying to say with regard to this is that nothing needs to be built, because what Dogecoin and Bitcoin represent is fundamentally different than what you're stating with, like, let's say Solana or Cardano or whatever. They're
Okay,
not
first of
intending to
all,
be a currency.
don't hold on one second.
Oh,
Don't
no.
ever
You're
accuse me of
interrupting.
using.
You're
Don't ever
interrupting me.
accuse me of using Solana or Cardano. But
Oh,
keep going.
I'm not here to accuse anything. That's not even, like, I don't even know where that came from. So that's kind of weird. So all I'm trying to say is that Bitcoin and Dogecoin are payments. They are a currency, and that's what they're intended to be. So they don't need anything to be built on them, as represented by the Doge builders in this space. So now, if other people think, I came up with the idea of them getting into NFTs. I learned today that there was an NFT, which is cool. I'd love to have them do more, because I'd love to mint an NFT on the Doge blockchain, me personally, and I'd love to see a whole NFT ecosystem, because I think that if there was one, that would provide a utility for the Doge to be utilized in the NFT framework on their chain, and build kind of more volume and more use of Doge. And I do believe that adoption is necessary. Australian was making a really great point earlier about, well, just having our vendors use more of it is basically what we really need so that we can get that adoption. Totally agree. I just thinking outside the box, how can we build some Web3 business infrastructure on Doge? NFT comes to mind as a really solid business. Obviously, right now, volume sucks and we're in a bear market, but eventually this will turn around. I think Doge would be, just because of its ethos, a perfect place for people to mint NFTs. I would love to see that. I don't know how that would look. Many projects, blue chips. I would love to see blue chips on the Dogecoin blockchain, but I don't know if that's something that really the people who are building Doge care about. But at the end of the day, BTC and Doge are completely different than your, other cryptos, right? And they want that to be a currency, and I respect that. And the way it was coded, as was stated earlier, is perfect for it to be a currency. That's why there doesn't need to be a limit. So, I mean, there's no limit to the U.S. dollar, right? We're printing money like it's going out of style. We printed $3.3 trillion in 2020, just out of thin air. So.
Well, that goes back to the cap too, right? Why put a cap on it when we don't know if population's going to increase tenfold down the road, like 500 years down the road, 1,000 years down? We don't know what it's going to be.
Then you'd be like gold. You'd be like a commodity instead of a currency if you did that.
Right.
Yeah. 100%. Like, was it just me, or was there just like some combativeness in terms of like
No,
the whole?
I'm just not going to completely go Doge to $1, and everything that comes out of your mouth is accepted. Because to be honest with you, in crypto, we have to be questioning what is the purpose, what are people doing, what are people building. And so whenever you actually came after me like I was combative, you were the one who was actually being combative.
No, I
You
didn't. I
actually
just
said
was asking you not to
crypto.
speak
No,
over me.
you
That's all.
just cut me off again. You just did it again.
Oh,
And what I was asking was, if you want more people to accept payments in Doge, then you're going to have to build and market in order to do that. Like, that is, you need builders, you need marketing in order for these things to happen. So it's not just going to happen.
I think I can answer your question. I think I understand. You brought up the farmers market stuff. So a lot of you guys deal with, taking payments with credit cards, and you're losing a lot on your off the top because of that. Doge can be it's already its own layer 1 blockchain, right? So now we just need to code that into tools that people do build. People do need to build, let's say, a QuickBooks solution that maybe ties in with something like a My Doge app, to where you could take payments on a mobile device and it routes back to your home desktop, and you can run a QuickBooks. You're talking about solutions, I think, to be able to use, right? For somebody like you, I think. Am I understanding you, Bella?
I mean, I wish that I grew my own vegetables and sold at a farmer's market. So you're not talking to me. I just know that I've talked to others who have sold in Doge at a farmer's market, and we're talking about mass adoption for any cryptocurrency here. If you want to talk about mass adoption, what does that mean? And so, yes, you have to have coders coding apps that make it super easy to use, which is not going on for any of crypto right
Oh, it's
now.
happening for Doge. There's My Doge app. If you want to look at, I'm not a fan of My Doge app. I'm just not a fan of
Okay, well,
the
there's
CTO.
stuff going on a lot of blockchains that a lot of people will download, they'll play with, and they'll be like, this is crap. Like,
Well,
that's going on all over the place.
I'm in Vegas, right? I can go downtown to the Strip, and I can go down through the Hyperloops on a Tesla, and all I have to do is go scan my Dogecoin wallet. It's going to pull $12 out, and I can literally ride up and down the Strip instead of walking up and down the Strip.
That's awesome.
That's
we need more
Elon.
of that.
That's an integration that somebody used with Dogecoin blockchain. It's with an API integration. That's it. Like,
That's
it's
what I'm
up to
saying,
you.
but that's
Like,
Vegas. But that's Vegas. So
no, that's
if
going to
you
be
want
everywhere.
mass adoption, there has to be a use case everywhere. And I don't even know. And I go to Vegas all the time. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that doesn't even matter. Because I spend my time in Vegas where I spend it. What I'm talking about is, if you want to talk about mass adoption, it has to be not, you have to be in some specific metropolitan city in order to use this. It has to be like, in order for me to buy groceries, I pull up my Dogecoin wallet because that's where my money is. That is mass adoption. There's a difference there.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about. And if you don't have builders on the blockchain, and I have gotten into this with the major Bitcoin people, I've gotten into it with Jason Williams and a whole bunch of them. Like, nobody's building anything to switch what Bitcoin is doing to make a mass interface. Why? Because they're hodling and they don't want anybody in their little crew. They just want to continue to hodl and grab their Bitcoin, and they just want to become rich, but nobody is actually building on Bitcoin. And there's a lot of reasons that's not happening. People aren't building. We just talked about Dogecoin NFTs, and I would have to ask Christopher Columbus, what do you want a Doge NFT to do?
Take away the cost of buying one on the ETH platform and paying
but that already exists. You can do that on Polygon, Avalanche.
But that's like
Solana,
saying, because
Phantom.
it exists on Algorand and
saying,
Cardano and Solana and Ethereum, so you shouldn't build it anywhere else. So we should just stop innovation anywhere else because it already exists. That doesn't make any sense, right?
No. I'm also
Jesus
saying,
Christ.
no. I mean, with all due respect, Crypto Columbus, I'm saying that when I look at all of these NFTs everywhere, what is the actual function of them? So what is the actual function of these NFTs? And you want more on Doge, which, yes, they've already existed.
Well,
and
it depends on the project, right? What projects are you analyzing on the NFT blockchain? Which project are you looking at? Like, let's take Bored Ape Yacht Club. What's the value of that? Right? Let's take Mutant Ape Yacht Club. Let's take Goblins.
Not a lot.
Let's take Doodles. Let's take,
in my opinion, they don't have a lot of.
Let's take the
They
gods.
don't have a lot of value in my world.
I get it.
All right, I want to. Sorry, guys, I did a mass mute real quick. I want to just stop for a second. I love the discourse. I think the discourse is very important, and I actually love where this conversation is going. And Bella, first of all, I apologize. I think I conflated or I misconceived. I misunderstood what you meant by building on. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't mean actually building dApps on the Dogecoin blockchain. You're saying when you say building on Dogecoin, you mean like building ways for people to use Dogecoin as payments, to transact with it. Same with Bitcoin. You don't mean actually people building on Bitcoin. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't mean people actually building decentralized applications on Bitcoin, but you're saying that people need to be building ways for Bitcoin to be actually used as a crypto asset. Is that what you were alluding to?
Sorry, it was muted. I mean both. I mean, both things need to happen.
Okay, well, the reason that the Bitcoin developers did not want smart contracts to be built on Bitcoin, because when you introduce smart contracts, you introduce a wide array of new complexities. So Bitcoin is meant to be the way it is, as it is, and Dogecoin, from what I understand, I'm still very new in understanding Dogecoin, is meant to be the way it is, as a cryptocurrency. As far as the NFT goes, I know that one NFT has technically been minted on Dogecoin, but I don't even think it's an NFT by the standard of NFTs that we understand it to be. I don't even think it's transferable, but I stand to be corrected there. Anyway, Cryptopher and Bella, you guys have had a great exchange. I would just try to keep, like, let one person talk and then let the other one respond, vice versa, just so that I can understand what's being said, because it's kind of hard for me when you guys are talking over one another.
I think we should pass it to Bernard. His hand's been up.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Bernard's been crushing the space. Actually, Bernard, I apologize, man. I'm gonna skip the Spooks because he's new to the panel. I want Spooks to get some words in. Bernard's been crushing this panel. I mean, he's been in and out all day and just adding incredible insights. So hats off to you, man.
Hey, thanks. I like the energy in this room. It's my first time here, so thanks for welcoming me and letting me speak. I think, just based on what I just heard, it seems like there's this notion that Dogecoin would be used as a currency and somehow will get some sort of traction, it being used as a cryptocurrency. I think that's naive to a certain degree, because I think what's happening now, based on the evidence, is that they've slotted a lot of these assets as assets. And if you think of what's happening with the likes of Voyager, Uphold, where you can tap into these crypto assets as a basis for a fiat-based money system that's digital, it's already happening, because you can buy these assets, and I've got a card at Uphold that allows me to utilize any of these assets to purchase goods and services. So there's this notion of, well, everybody's going to start using Doge or Monero or a Bitcoin Satoshi vision at some point, and hopefully we'll get traction and usage there. But the reality is it's not happening. And these will be assets. Bitcoin cannot scale whatsoever. You understand this. Lightning is not a solution, because it's not the actual blockchain itself. It's actually rebuilding the current system that we have on a digital form. So, and I'm a firm believer that BTC is not the actual, original ethos of Bitcoin. So when you start to put things together, it seems to me that governments have everything under control in their favor to get this fiat-based system into a digital fiat-based system. That's my take.
I think you can't get mass adoption without regulation. Regulation has to come first, because there is literally no incentive to use Bitcoin or Dogecoin as a currency, because literally you run into tax hurdles everywhere. And I think that these currencies need to have regulation. So, like, if I was to pull out of Dogecoin into fiat, then yes, that should be a taxable event. But let's say I buy something in Doge on somebody else's website and it stays in the Doge ecosystem. That is a currency. It needs to be treated as such at that point, right? One's leaving, one's not. And so until there's regulation, you're going to see that hodl mentality, because people understand that we're still ahead of the curve.
Yeah, but Slick, I understand that perspective, but if you start to really notice what's happening, there's a significant saturation. If you look at Litecoin, an example, they've implemented Mimblewimble as an extension block that allows for privacy. It's actually more like digital cash, right? So if you start to look at your Bitcoin Satoshi vision, they've got, micropayments capable with NFTs already on the Bitcoin blockchain that they claim is the original Bitcoin protocol. So once you get these saturations of all these digital assets, you can say, oh, well, once legislation comes in. But then what happens is that people are going to go into these different ecosystems and use those ecosystems, right? And whoever gets traction from a retail perspective, whether they're using this digital asset and so forth, it doesn't matter because they'll tie it to a digital base US dollar as far as what it's meant to, until you have a culture that allows for a Dogecoin to say, okay, I'll accept Dogecoin, because those services need to pay for, if you're a butcher, you got to pay for the meat, and if you're the meat producer, you got to pay for the grain, right? Until you have an ecosystem that everything revolves around one ecosystem like a Doge, that's not going to happen. It's going to be a fiat-based system that taps into these assets accordingly. And that's where I think the government has a big advantage of it, because once digital currency or central bank digital currencies come into play, they'll just treat everything as an asset that you can hold like gold, right? All these digital assets turn into some sort of assets that we can derive value from. But when we spend it, we'll spend it based on the fiat-based system. That's where it boils down to. I mean, I think the greatest chance of this working out is really, there's a lot of headwind. That's all I'm saying.
I have to
I have
counter
a
that.
question.
So I just like to counter that previous statement that
Go ahead.
CBDCs are not going to be the way to go, because Dogecoin is global, right? CBDCs are still country-based. So, thinking about it as a fiat has advantage, it doesn't have advantage.
Gotta get some. Gotta get some.
We
some
got a
late
nice
night,
troll in the house.
You
late
got
night
it.
comic
Once
relief,
you get
man.
a troll, you're like totally legit.
We are legit now.
So anyway, as I was saying, like Dogecoin and cryptos are useful in a global sense, right? Looking at it just from a US centric, it doesn't make sense, of course. But when you're looking at it globally, it has so many more advantages than relying on fiat. That's all.
Australia, I understand that perspective, and I've thought about this very deeply with regards to CBDCs. I'm not for CBDCs in that regard, right? I'm a liberal. There's a certain part of me that's a liberal, right? I understand the technology and the decentralized nature of some of these assets and technology. But I think if you start to look at it from a practical sense, countries will develop their own central bank digital currencies, no matter what protocol they decide it built on. Right? Because in the end of the day, we understand the endless money printing that's happened, right? If you look at the US dollar now, there's a mass migration into the dollar because economies, their sovereign fiat currencies are actually deteriorating with this inflation. So they jump into the strongest money system right now, which is the US dollar. So what ends up happening is the US CBDC becomes a massive player in this global transition to a digital currency. It's not going to be a Dogecoin because regulations come into play, because the regulations will make sure that it doesn't get big enough, because countries want to remain sovereign to other countries.
Yeah, but
and that's just the way it is.
We're printing a lot of money right now, man. Why the hell would we want to buy anything the government's fucking in control of?
No, it's not about the printing at this point. We understand the problem of the printing and the hyperinflation that may cause with these things. It's a balancing act, right, between these countries and these sort of economies that happen within these countries, right? So let me put it this way: if a CBDC comes in Norway, they're more than happy to integrate a public blockchain. If a Saudi Arabia has actually said we don't want a public blockchain as far as a CBDC base, right? So they'll probably adopt a private ledger of some sort, right? What ends up happening is that you need to rebalance based on the countries. There's some mistrust because the US dollar is printing endlessly. We don't even print M2 money supply anymore. right? Before last year, they were printing exactly or issuing and telling everybody what the M2 money supply. We don't do that anymore. We're literally printing everything, and China is going back. China's saying, well, we can't trust the dollar because we don't know how much dollars is in the system at this point. Right? So what ends up happening is CBDCs will be a counterbalance to a lot of these issues, but a neutral bridge asset will have to happen between these CBDCs to make sure these sovereign countries remain sovereign. And it's not going to be an issue, even if BTC becomes somehow scalable magically, right? It's not going to go that way. I just don't see it happen where as much as the liberal elite wants it to happen, the countries will want to remain sovereign and still issue their fiat-based money system. We just need an accurate, reliable accountability between these CBDCs.
One Doge equals one Doge. So if
nobody's using it, I mean, that's all I'm saying.
If you're out, let's say in Argentina, somewhere where it's extremely inflated right now, but you bought Dogecoin a long time ago and you had some use case, like you have a little bit more control over your financial future. Actually, your government has no control, right? Where like they had Bitcoin, they had to literally use Bitcoin because in Brazil as a solution because they had printed too much money. They gave out too much money.
But Slick, did you know reserve rights have significant traction within Argentina already? Do you know that projects like Nano, which has pretty much zero fees and instant settlement, is now active as far as a foundational piece, and they're pushing it as far as a digital currency next to the yen, the British pound. These projects are happening right now. What ends up happening is when we go into these projects and we stick with one project, we get tunnel vision and not realize that movements of other players are already in play at this point. So again, the saturation will happen, and what ends up happening is that because the base money, I'm not accepting Doge to buy my product, to buy my meat, to buy my grain. That's not happening. We still go back to, okay, well, I need to convert it to a US based system, right? Well, that meat is $10. The grain is $5. Right? And that's where the CBDCs will come into play. As much, like I said, everybody dreams of the scenario that Bitcoin or Dogecoin somehow become some world currency. It's not going to happen.
No, I don't think no. So the idea is that you're protecting your money, and you're protecting your money by putting it in a software-based, peer-to-peer, decentralized asset with a finite value that cannot be manipulated by any centralized entity. So yes, while people have the option of using CBDCs, they're going to also see their CBDCs get hyperinflated, just like the Argentine peso has, just like the Iranian rial has, just like the Lebanese.
No, again, Monero is decentralized. You can argue Litecoin is. Bitcoin Satoshi Vision is decentralized. Again, the saturation. Grin, for God's sake, the privacy coin that the initial Mimble-Wimble protocol is built on is completely decentralized and private. Again, we're having the same sort of discussion. You can give me this liberal argument. Well, this is not decentralized, but there's other options.
Power, though. It's about protecting your purchasing
But there's other options.
No,
countries will adopt other options.
Sir, a CBDC does not protect your purchasing power. It's just a dollar on the blockchain.
Yes, what I'm saying is when CBDCs happen, there will be a bridge asset between these CBDCs. And in fact, that would be the most precise accountability for the different CBDCs. I agree, the CBDCs, if I'm in the US, I'll print more dollars when I need it, when my economy needs it. I'll burn more dollars when my economy needs it, and rebalance my economy and the supply of money that way. Right? So Japan's going to do the same. The Russians are already in the regional talks with China and Iran to develop some sort of digital currency as a base asset for payment of their oil reserves and so forth. Right? These things are happening now. What I'm saying is that when we say, oh, well, this coin's going to be doing it, it's not, because there's other options that in saturation that are more decentralized and as decentralized as what you talk about. Some even on a private version of the ledger, private coin.
I understand what you're saying. It's not about just the decentralization. It's about protecting your purchasing power.
So all of these countries launching their own CBDCs and creating this system of interoperability means nothing when they still control how much they can print. Bitcoin was not meant to replace fiat currencies. Bitcoin was birthed as an alternative.
No, I give you that. That's what I'm telling. I don't think you're understanding my 2 steps forward in the argument. I completely agree with that. But what ends up happening is that you're relating your purchasing power to other countries, right? In the global economics things, if you simplify it, you're relating your dollars to the Japanese yen in a global economy, right? You may say this inflation happens and you might cost $10 more to buy bread next month because the money is inflated. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a middle system between these CBDCs. So as much as those things happen, you're going to have these peaks and valleys within our economies, which is what we have now. There will be a version where it interoperates with the other countries accordingly. And then our economies will still run on these fiat-based digital versions of it. Right? As much as we dream that we're going to crash the system because now we're in a hyperinflation mode and everybody's rioting. I just don't see it happening. I think it'll be a slow transition to CBDC, right? They implement it accordingly. They use all these cryptocurrencies as some sort of assets, and they'll still be based on CBDCs. This is how they've neutered BTC itself. Right? If you really study what happens with Blockstream and the capping of the blocks to small blocks versus big blocks on Bitcoin, and what Digital Currency Group and implemented the core developers and Blockstream, you realize that the government's plan was to really neuter the ability for micro payments between peer to peer. That's really what they did. And once they did that, they now can sit back and say, well, it has to come back to a fiat-based system because this digital assets becomes assets and not currencies. Because again, nobody in the beef, nobody in the wheat to feed the cow is taking Dogecoin or Monero or whatever insert coin it is. So we have to be practical in how we look at this stuff.
So I agree with you that CBDCs are inevitable. And I also agree with you that they will eventually there will eventually be a global system where they are easily interoperable with one another. However, Bitcoin's not going anywhere. And so even in a world of CBDCs, I will choose to hedge and I will choose to protect my purchasing power by buying Bitcoin. And when it comes time to purchase something and I need to buy with CBDCs, I will convert my Bitcoin back to CBDCs, probably worth 10x what it was 10 years before that. And that's really the philosophy that I have, the philosophy that I have going forward. But I'm not gonna hog the mic for too long. As a host, I see you.
No, I'm just gonna say one last thing.
Sure. Go
Yeah,
for it.
and I can respect your Bitcoin sort of thesis, but it just doesn't scale. If you really study it and realize that if we have a hyper Bitcoinization world, right, your 10-minute sort of settlement consensus mechanism goes way, way higher. Right, so it's almost you're unable to transact on Bitcoin. So in that kind of world, you're almost using BTC. I think that's what you're calling Bitcoin, as a sort of savings for whatever fiat-based CBDC you're going to be spending that Bitcoin on. Right. So at the end of the day, you might argue that it's a store of value. But my argument is there will be other store of values because there are the digital currencies or cryptocurrencies that will be that base for whatever CBDC they may use.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I can only go by my own anecdotal experience, and Bitcoin has what is it? It has outdone every other. God, I'm running low on sleep, but it has outdone any other investment that I put my money into over the last 6 years. So I will probably continue betting on that trajectory. A lot of hands are up. I want to actually skip. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to skip to Devin. Devin, a lot of thumbs downs, man. So if you had some thoughts to share on that note, go for it, brother.
Actually, I agree with you. I'm all in on Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's like the gold standard of crypto. If you don't know that, then I guess you're new. But I've been involved in it since 2012. Yeah, everybody kind of knows that. It's a fucking given. Excuse my language, but I'm gonna keep my hand up because I like to keep my hand up. I'm gonna hear everybody.
Sir, I'm actually in the technology field, and I completely understand Bitcoin
Yeah, me
probably
too,
more
dude.
than
I
you.
actually
I'm so
worked for
sorry,
Google
bro.
on the Glass. I
Sorry,
was
go
the
ahead.
top author on the Glass project, so don't talk to me about technology. All right, so I've been there, done that. I did dev work for Oculus,
Hey,
so
are
shut
we really
up.
coming into those
No,
space and
no, we
shilling
just need
with Bitcoin?
shit it.
Come
So,
on.
guys, hold on 1 second, really quick. I appreciate everybody. There's a lot of hands up, so I just wanted I wanted to let Devin get his thoughts in because he was reacting a lot with the emojis, and I wanted to just hear what he had to add. Spooked, I really appreciate your contrast in opinion. I think it's really important to have someone come in from the opposite end because oftentimes we find ourselves in these echo chambers where we're all just touting the same things, and really those echo chambers are part of the reason why I did not exit as much as I should have a year ago, even though I had been through this episode before, and even though the signs were there, I was just around too many moon boys and too many super cycle fanboys, and it was a disaster. So I really appreciate someone else coming in and interjecting and giving an opinion from the opposite side of the spectrum. I think it's really important. So, with that said, lots of hands up, and the space has kind of come alive as I was about to close it about an hour ago. Let's go with
No, can I go real quick because I gotta
yes,
go.
Like, go for it, man. Go for it.
I'm gonna go hang out with Queen Rach. It's good seeing you up here. I'm gonna pass the torch to Rach. Rach, I've been in the community with Rach for over a year and a half, and built a good relationship with her. So her and Australian should carry the torch. But I wanted to say you were really good at hosting spaces. Like you're really good at interjecting and getting everybody back on course, man. And I appreciate the opportunity to come up tonight. Australian, Rach, everybody, happy holidays. It's good seeing y'all. Yeah, DM me if
Slick,
you ever
nice meeting you,
have
brother.
any questions. Yeah, likewise. I had a lot
Pleasure
of fun
talking to you. And Noah, I'm gonna take Slick's cue and I'm gonna bounce too. But I just kind of want to just say something. Fiat's always gonna be. I'm trade fight over 20 years. Bond trader, investment banking, corporate finance. I've been in the weeds. Okay, I'm retired from that world, and now I run a business. So I understand that world very well. I know what Spooks is saying, and he's not wrong. The government is not going to allow Bitcoin or Litecoin or anything take over and replace their the currency that governs the country. I get why some people would thumbs down that. Believe me, I do. The U.S. government printed $3.3 trillion in 2020 and basically propped up the banks who fraudulently, because of their unethical practices in 2008, created one of the largest economic crises due to the subprime mortgage crisis. And TARP, 700 billion bailout, and then many trillions of dollars were spent as a result of that. So, and even banks were fined. Look at Wells Fargo recently, $3.7 billion in fines as a result of something recently they did. The banks, even regulated banks, look regulation. What does it do? These banks are still breaking the regulations, breaking the rules, and breaking the laws, and they're paying a fine and they get a slap on the wrist. So I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form BTC, Dogecoin is going to replace the dollar or the yen or whatever. But what I am saying is there are segments of the world that are like micro communities that are willing to transact amongst each other with a currency that is decentralized, that is not backed by fiat, it's backed by Doge or whatever. And those micro communities are going to create a value for that. Now, there has to be use case. So Spooks, you're 100% right. Right now, there's no use case for a lot of this stuff. It's just this theoretical thing. And unless there's use case, unless I'm actually using one Doge to buy more, really there's, you can argue the value is not there, right? Hopefully, for the supporters of these cryptos, the more development continues and more use case continues. And obviously, I don't think every coin is going to make it, obviously, right? 95% of them are probably not going to make it. But it's going to be the ones that are able to build their community are able to provide value and able to provide a prop up that, you know, digital currency. Now, the CBDCs is very contentious the conversation, and the reason why I say that is there's a lot of people that do not want government oversight with respect to their purchases and what they do with their money. Once you have a CBDC, government will be able to track and see everything you spend your money on, and that scares the hell out of a lot of people. A lot of people don't like that. I personally wouldn't want the government knowing, oh, I bought this and that and the other thing, because, you know, that's how they build data on you. It's like, you know, the algorithm on Twitter. Oh, this person searches this, and all of a sudden you get ads on your Twitter because you search these things, and all of a sudden you're getting these ads. Why is that? Because you're being monitored. Well, imagine that with your money. That's a little freaky. And there's a lot of people that don't want that to happen and are going to work really hard never to interact with the digital currency. Will it be inevitable? I do believe so, because the power of government is the power of government. We cannot be naive. And the U.S. government wants the dollar to peg for everything, and they're not going to stop. And I definitely don't see that ever changing. Being from TradeFi, knowing how BlackRock works and knowing how these big boys work, they're not going to allow it to happen. But it's the people in this room, it's the builders in this room that can challenge that narrative and build that decentralized system and build that framework to challenge that system. They're not going to challenge it entirely on a macro level and replace the big machine, but they could take a chunk out of the market cap. That's why if you look at the market cap of crypto, it's XYZ. It was more. What, you know, it will go up and down, and it will be a sector just like trading stocks, trading options, trading gold. Billions of dollars or have wasted their time creating a digital currency or some sort of denomination that's, you know, decentralized, that allows people to have control of their asset. Will there be governmental um, um, position? Yeah, we see it. Look with XRP and SEC. You got Gary Gensler, you got the CFTC. No, you've got a lot of headwinds. Spooks, your argument was like pure TradeFi, and you're not wrong. You're totally not wrong. But there's so many people working so hard to try and make what you said not the norm anymore, because we're printing money out of control and inflation's out of control, and people are sick and tired of having that government overreach when it comes to their money. Will they win? I don't know. But I do appreciate the effort being made to be able to create something tangible, decentralized, immutable, scalable, where I can transact with people all over the world, where I can, Spooks, I can send you some money. I don't have to wire you money and got to deal with your banks. I can literally send you Bitcoin right now, and you get money for whatever it is that you need. Like, we're buds. Yo, Crip, I need some money. Oh, okay, well, what's up? I have the surgery, blah, blah. Here, I'm going to send you some money. In an instant, I can send you money you get in your wallet. That's a powerful thing. I think we can't lose sight of that. And the CBDC, not necessarily going to be able to do that. It's not easy to create a CBDC and have it uh, incorporated in all this software that's being built and all of these ecosystems that has been built. Remember, it's very complex to have something programmed to be able to, you know, I can't use USDC on the Cardano network. I can't, you know, there are technological challenges for that. So the government's not going to be able to implement this like scalable across borders, because there's going to be some countries that were like, no, I don't want the US CBDC. I want to use the Chinese CBDC. Okay, so you're going to have friction between where that currency can go. You won't have that friction with Doge and Bitcoin and Litecoin and all that stuff. Now, are those coins going to actually be used enough or sufficiency to be able to say there's really a use case for them? The guess is we're all in this experiment, just waiting to see how it plays out. But if Elon Musk brings Dogecoin onto Twitter and he creates a use case to make Doge an actual currency on Twitter, then hey, what's the next chip that's going to fall? So Spooks, your argument, totally, listen, everything you kind of said made me remember how powerful TradeFi and how powerful TradeFi and traditional finance and government is when it comes to currency and it comes to fiat. And I don't know if we're going to be able to defeat, and I don't think it's about defeating. I think it's about getting a fraction of the market cap of how money flows through the system. And if we can have a $10 trillion market cap in crypto, you're going to see Dogecoin and all these tokens have pretty good use cases. So it's going to be survival of the fittest, 100%. I'm not making, and I'm not endorsing any crypto on this space. I'm saying do your own research. But I also think that there's more to these cryptos than just, everything has to challenge fiat. We need to replace fiat. It's not about replacing. It's about creating use within this ecosystem of a specific technology, of a specific smart contract. And that could have a very powerful, tangible value. And of course, you would then take the value of that and transfer it out into whatever fiat you so choose based on the market value in that ecosystem of that valuable asset. And who determines the value of that asset? The participants within the ecosystem. Because the price of anything in this world is basically determined by demand. Why is this product $100 and not $5? Well, demand, cost, and marketing and all this stuff. And you know what? There's value in this. And oh no, I'll pay you $200 for it. Oh well, I'll pay you $300 for it. Now all of a sudden the price of that product's going to go up. Why? Because someone deems it valuable. Like a house, I'll pay $300,000. No, I'll bid $325. Oh, $350, and that affects the comparable sales in the area. And now the market value of all other homes in the area are affected because the sales are going up, and you've got your comparable sales in the area being XYZ, and now the market value of the units or the homes in that area has gone up. Same thing with Doge. If the ecosystem that utilizes Doge is willing to pay more, 10 cents, 12 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents for one Doge, the value will go up. The participants in the system determine the value.
Correct.
We
Can I
know
add
that mostly
something?
crypto.
You mentioned something that's
So
really.
I'm gonna go.
No,
I'm going on a rant.
no,
It's
no, no.
almost
You
2 in the
mentioned
morning.
something that's really good, dude. Like about real estate, right? And I just want to
Yeah.
say that I'll make it my life's mission that Hal Finney, his death will never go unjustice. Like I will make sure that his work and the concept and the proof of concept of what he's done, because just Google him if you don't know Hal Finney.
What's the name? I'm
Hal
sorry.
Finney. That's Satoshi.
Oh.
Yeah, that's who Satoshi was. He's dead. He
Okay.
got MS. And so like, think about it, right? Crypto, Bitcoin, it's somebody who has nothing to lose, right? So it's either somebody that's going to die or has no family. That's somebody who goes against the IRS and the feds. And unfortunately, it was somebody that was dying. It was Hal. And he actually, before you mentioned housing, he made Bitcoin because of the '08 crash with the housing market, that nobody had a fallback plan to go on. And so when he invented cryptocurrency, he said, never again will the people not have something to fall back on, because the banks, they just weren't there. They got bailed out. And that was the whole principle of crypto in the very beginning. And that's the history of it. And Hal Finney is the father of crypto. And he's unfortunately passed away.
Yo, Christopher, man, I love those deep thoughts. I appreciate you coming on, brother. And I'm gonna start getting to some hands because we've had some hands patiently waiting. I want to go. Rach because she just came on the panel. I want to hear opening thoughts. Then Bella, then Bernard, and then we'll get to Bug Lady.
Oh God, now I don't really know where to start because when I come on, Rick was still in here, and then it went on to whole other tangent.
Just bring it. Just bring
Yeah,
it.
bring
Reed.
it back
I'm
for
like,
us. Let's go.
Bring it back.
yeah,
bring
but
it back.
like, if y'all know me, I can go off of all of these, but I think ultimately, and like where we're at, like currently, no one is spending Bitcoin. No one's been tipping Bitcoin in years. And if they ever have, I've never known that. It seems like it's just like lore of the internet. Like, yeah, Bitcoin's the beast, but we've been tipping Dogecoin out the ass. We've spent it. I just bought like my son's main Christmas present. I spent it at Newegg. There's a lot of businesses that use it, and even if it's not directly, I feel like doesn't fucking matter. They're accepting cryptocurrencies, and I know which one is the fastest, that's the most acceptable, quickest, whatever, it doesn't matter.
I
And that's
resent that you
Doge.
said no one's tipping in Bitcoin. I'm the first person to make it rain Bitcoin in the world. I've been tipping in Bitcoin for years.
You're the one and only then, because that's folklore. Like
It was fun. It was a blast. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Did you just say tipping Bitcoin was folklore?
I've never heard of it. Like that's the whole kind of like joke of
I love
having, you know, the tipping thing, whatever the shit this is on Twitter. No one's spending Satoshis for any of this creator crap, and that was kind of the point of like I would totally follow, like super subscribe, you know, because that makes it less embarrassing, aside from before it was like super follow or whatever. But you know, I don't like, I'm 90% liquid, like in dog money, and no one's spending Bitcoin. If it's gold, no one's cutting off gold to like go buy groceries or anything. People can do that in Dogecoin, and it's the same thing as Bitcoin. It's just faster, more expendable, just like you would be spending monies, like little pennies at like a gum machine, compared to taking a loan out for a car or a house or whatever. And that's the way I think of cryptocurrency is shouldn't have been this. I'm not even making any sense right now. Things should be, it's still like looking at like dollars, like if you're taking a loan out for a house, like I thought that's what like smart contracts with NFTs were supposed to be, and like SEC would have looked at like NFTs and had that kind of guidance there, then the whole currency part could have been completely past that. But you know, 2 years later, it's still the same place of everything is completely made of shit because people don't know. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're onto a good point here, Rach. And with respect to gold, gold's meant to be a store of value. Bitcoin's meant to be a store of value, and I can see the argument why, you know, Dogecoin is more of a cryptocurrency than Bitcoin is, and how Bitcoin's more of a crypto asset. I want to pass the mic to Bella, and then I want to go to Bernard after that.
I'm gonna pass the mic to Bernard because I'm so overwhelmed right now. But I do have a lot of thoughts. I will come back, but yeah, pass it on. There's so many hands.
Hey, thanks. Uh, so back to Bella, she was talking about are people building, and I think like with the My Doge wallet, Doge CTO, he's building something right now, and they're updating the versions and everything like that. And they just got like a little marketplace going. That's a huge aspect of it, where things need to go. Everything's scalable. If you look at Dogecoin right now in scalability, it's probably within the 1% still, as far as growth that could actually happen if you're actually looking at it from a very large standpoint. And I don't look at Dogecoin as like a, say, currency. It's more of a currency vehicle. And I like the fact that, it is an asset. And that makes it, to me, in the eyes of corporations or corporate, ideal for them to actually take that onto their balance sheets. Because the fact is, you have these assets that can either grow or they can drop. And whether, you're ahead or you're down, debt is equity. And the fact that you would actually be able to write off, debt, that's something that's actually feasible in corporations' minds. And to me, we've seen it, everything's been dabbled in a little bit, especially with Elon, with like, say, Tesla, accepting Bitcoin for Teslas. That's huge because the fact
No,
is,
he did. He no
Tesla
longer
has
accepts it. He did for yeah.
no,
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. He did, and and now Tesla has Bitcoin on their balance sheets. At least the last I knew of. I don't think that they've sold it or sold, all of it or whatever. But, that's a store of value in a sense. And whether or not you have this rotation, these cryptocurrency vehicles, pretty much these assets, that's going to help float different corporations. We've seen so many times where, different sectors get hit at different times because of economics. Well, these cryptocurrency vehicles, technically, and it's a cryptocurrency in a sense, it's an asset that could help float these companies at the same time, because it's another way of pulling in more investors. Think about scalability, like Shiba, it's like .0000 whatever. You have these, as far as basically you can hedge or whatever. People call them penny flippers. But at that large of a level, when you're in the decimals, it's easily manipulated or the fact of hedged, so to say. Like with Doge, it's at a pretty good standpoint right now, where it's not as easy of a hedge vehicle. Yes, it trades in the decimals, but at the same time, the actual market cap and users, or hodlers, whatever you want to call them, it's there. It's just a matter of, like we were talking about, Elon Musk integrating Doge into Twitter, to actually give it a platform like that in a marketplace, whether it's tipping. They have marketplace for Twitter. You can buy goods, your top 50 products or something you want to give to somebody. That's all growing. Go into Twitter Business, see what Twitter Business actually has right now, and think of it from that standpoint. So a lot of people look at it as like, oh, we're going to do DeFi. You're right. Back to the governments, they're going to control the currencies. But at the same time, if you have an asset that's international, globally, that can maintain stabilization, that's a big point, because it's the people that are holding it. And like I said, it could actually float companies in a sense, if you think about it. So
yeah, but what type of regulations are
that,
going to get cracked down once you start implementing a actual currency within your business? What's going to happen then? Because
there's going to be regulations 100%,
right.
And it's just a matter of how it's done. But the thing is, something such as like Elon Musk taking it onto Twitter and integrating it and like say Doge being basically the
Hold on,
beginning
hold
of
on.
it,
I
if that was
gotta
to
ask
happen.
another question. I think it's Bernard speaking, but I can't tell who's speaking. And I passed the mic. Is it Bernard speaking right now?
Yes, I'm speaking.
Okay. I do have a serious question for you right now. Okay, so number one, you're talking about DeFi, which Doge doesn't have any sort of DeFi platforms. Like
Negative.
that doesn't exactly.
No,
But then
negative on what you're saying. They do have DeFi, and Doge is actually
really
the most
on
DeFi
Doge,
there
like
is.
it's running. Hold on. It's running on the Doge platform that you can run DeFi.
So have you heard of Radio Doge?
I have not.
So Radio Doge, they offline, off the actual internet, was able to transfer with the radio frequency, with RF. So Doge is actually the most DeFi there is. You don't even need
So
internet.
what
to
can you
transfer Doge.
do? No. I have two specific questions here. What can you do with DeFi on Doge? Like, I want to know, like, can I get a car loan if I have $100,000 in Doge? Can I take out 30 grand to go get
Yeah, it's
a
called
car?
assets,
You
sweetheart.
can,
You can do anything. Same thing with your
yeah,
house.
you
You can go to
can.
the bank.
Did you just really call
I
me a
was trying to be
sweetheart?
polite.
And then my second question is why the Doge push with Elon, whenever Elon literally pushed Doge up to 69 cents and then said, thank you all just paid for SpaceX. And he literally liquidated all of his assets like that. He literally took all of it out and he said, by the way, I'm going to send a freaking, you just funded SpaceX. Thank you on Saturday Night Live. Like, I mean, that is what happened in the last bull run. And if anybody wants to debate me on this, I am up for it. But I have a hard 20-minute stop because I have a whole bunch of family members for Christmas in my house at 10 a.m. and I'm not going to be able to handle them.
I don't even
I don't
think
even
you
know if I'm
could
going to be able to handle them.
comprehend the numbers that SpaceX even does. Like, you don't even realize.
He
No, you don't
literally,
even, Bella. You have
but
no
he
clue. Have you
literally
been inside,
rug
Bella?
pulled at 69
Have you
cents.
been inside
Did
SpaceX? I have.
he or
I have.
not?
Have you?
Did he or not? Did he or did he not rug pull at 69 cents? That's where Dogecoin made it to. Did he or did he not rug pull and take a whole bunch
He
of
did
assets
not.
out
He didn't
to
even
pay
own
for
any
space
Doge. No,
programs?
first of all, like, get your facts straight, because he didn't even own any of it
Well, what do
when
you
that
mean he
happened.
didn't own any Doge?
Just
My
because
friends were paying for
a
their
billionaire
Teslas
likes to
in
play
Doge.
with your
So
finances out of
no,
spite and thinks it's
but
funny,
like
don't get
literally, my
mad.
friends were paying for their Teslas in Doge. So what do you mean? So you're saying he physically, he as a person didn't, but did he or did his companies not own Doge at that
Oh,
time?
like, you're talking about
Whenever he
all the
went on
thousands
Saturday
of
Night Live.
employees that he has. You want to account for all the thousands of employees and see if
No,
any of them
I'm
own
talking
Doge.
about no. I am saying that I had friends who bought Teslas in Doge.
Well, they bought it from a
They
private
put it
seller.
on their Instagrams.
No, they did not buy it through Tesla.
Tesla.
I own a Tesla.
Yes,
you know how
they
complicated
did.
it
They
is,
literally
actually?
said,
They make you bring in a
you
check.
own Tesla?
You can't even do an
Wait,
ACH loan. You don't know what
did
you're
you
talking
just
about.
say that you
I do own a...
Wait, Devin.
All right, guys. I like the discourse and I like the back and forth, but please try to like speak your points and then wait for the other person to speak their points. It's just I'm learning a lot from these spaces, and I really enjoy them. Especially this one has been going forever and it's been awesome. But it's hard for me to understand what each person is saying. So please go back and forth if you can. I know it's getting heated, but that's also understandable.
So I do own a Tesla, all right? And I'm going to tell you, it was a painful process. It's a very painful process. You have to actually bring a physical check. They don't want no ACH loan, none of that stuff. They want a check when you go there and pick up your car. And if you don't pick up your car in 3 days, guess what? They give it away to the next person, and you got to wait months on end for another vehicle.
So please do not tell me the process of buying a Tesla because I know all about it. You can't buy a Tesla with Doge. You never could. You could buy a Tesla at one point with Bitcoin. That was a thing. That was real. No longer can. All right. And the person that you're friends with or whatever, they're either lying to you or they're telling you the truth and they bought it through a private seller. That's the end of the discussion.
Or they had Dogecoin. It went through the roof. And they converted it to Bitcoin if that's what Tesla wanted. But to tell me that I'm a liar is a whole crazy thing. Like that's
Well, all right. Here, one last thing. No, I'm
so Bella-
sorry. I just one
Bella,
last thing. So set your alarm clock
Of
for
course.
10 o'clock a.m. All right. Get some water. Go get some water.
No,
Drink some
8.
water. Hydrate yourself, and then go to
No.
bed.
Yep.
All right.
I only have till 8. Yeah, I have to be up at 8.
Just so to be fair, Bella, he was just saying that whoever told you that might have misinformed you. But I will say this, I vividly remember, obviously, I think we all do, Tesla buying Bitcoin and adding it to the balance sheet. I remember Tesla adding Bitcoin as a way to purchase Teslas. I do not remember, and I could be mistaken, I stand to be corrected. I do not remember Tesla ever announcing, or Elon ever announcing that they've, or maybe Elon, I'm not sure, but Tesla ever purchasing Dogecoin, putting it on the balance sheet, or offering it as a way to buy Teslas. If that is the case, someone please pull up an article or some sort of source and pin it to the space, just so I could be more informed, because I don't think that ever happened. But if you wanted to respond to that, you're welcome.
I would love to respond to that and not be interrupted, but that is a hard stop on this space. But I will say that if you know anything about crypto, you can convert it from one to the other. So I could be wrong. She might have made her Tesla in Dogecoin and converted it to Bitcoin and bought it in Bitcoin. That's possible. However, there is nobody on this stage who cannot say that Elon was the Dogecoin champion up until Saturday Night Live, and then told everybody who lost from 69 cents as it fell with a 50% drop the very next morning that they just paid for SpaceX. So, I mean, I might be wrong about the conversion. I don't know how she paid for a Tesla, nor do I care, because I don't care about anybody's finances. Like, I just don't. Like, your finances are your thing. But at the same time, we all know that Elon definitely went on Saturday Night Live. It was definitely at 69 cents. It pumped right then, and then it completely tanked after that. So to put your Dogecoin hopes on Elon and think that he is looking out for your best interests, it seems very naive to me. All right, and with that, I still have 14 minutes. I'm going to continue to listen. I'm going to mute my mic, and then yes, I am setting my alarm for 8 a.m. Love you all.
Yeah, I think he was on Saturday Night Live, but I don't think he ever scoffed and said, "Hey, you guys were exit liquidity. This Dogecoin was exit liquidity."
He said it the next morning.
I'm trying to Google it.
He tweeted it. I mean, you can look at it. Look on his Twitter.
I'm trying to find it.
Can you guys?
I'm trying to find it, Bella, but I can't. So maybe someone else can find it. But I want to pass the mic to Bug Lady. She's been waiting patiently. I'm so sorry for the.
Can I ask those 2 questions that Bella had real quick?
Yeah, Bernard, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, so first one, you had the question as far as with like loans. Yeah, Dogecoin, no, there's not loans on that right now. I wouldn't expect that at the price it's at. Now, as far as Bitcoin, yeah, Coinbase actually offers loans. I'm pretty sure there's a few other out there that actually offer loans on Bitcoin. So is it there possibly in the future? Who knows? As far as number 2, as far as Elon and putting the bets on, it's kind of like what he said as far as what I look at it as. If you believe in something, hold on to it. You know, there's going to be there's going to be headwinds, there's going to be all kinds of different stuff. But whether or not the fact it's still been growing, whether or not there's pumps or whatever, hey, that's the way things are made. Who knows? Twitter might not even been possible if it wasn't for Dogecoin. Who knows if he is selling or dumping or whatever at times and buying. But regardless of the fact, if he actually does integrate it, that's a huge point. As far as it goes, I'm not going to put all my eggs in one, carton as far as it goes, whatever you want to call it. But when it comes down to it, does Dogecoin actually have the community, all the other stuff? And it would be a great thing if he does integrate it. And I think that, that's a whole topic of, will Elon do it? I think he will, because I think it's a benefit for him as well. This is a big thing, like I said, as far as cryptocurrency, that's whatever. It's a whole thing. Nobody wants to keep revolving around fiat. And if they actually do have this, CB, whatever the hell.
A CBDC?
Yeah, it's going to be what it is, but at the same time, it's a market regardless. So it's a matter of where, what can you do with it? I said it's more of a vehicle in my eyes, a way of transferring, same way if you got a credit card or anything like that, you're not trading stocks, for like houses, but a crypto vehicle, cryptocurrency, eventually, for whatever goods, whether, a house is a big asset. Now, as far as like smaller assets, sodas, pops, whatever, Cokes, that's the type of stuff you'll see. So that's what I'm expecting in the near future. And then, as far as good stuff like that, I think about it. Doge was even implemented with Burger King as a marketing tool. And these corporations, they're getting ready for it. They're hungry for it because they know, this is going to be a big thing. You can't just have the market always going up or your stock always going up. There's going to be different things. Apple's even starting to realize it. Just wait, you'll see different things. And that's either the evolution, we're at a crazy point in time in this world right now as far as where we're at, but at the same time, what's the next growth? So that's what I got. Those are the two questions, and those are my answers.
Cool.
No, I really appreciate that. If I could respond real quick, because you said something very crucial, and that is, and this is the question that I stepped on stage to ask, is what is being built on Doge? And then I asked, are there DeFi platforms on Doge? Like, I'm not, like, I don't hide anything, y'all. Like, that's not what I do. That's not why I got into crypto. This is not why I do what I do. But then you said, well, you can loan out on Bitcoin. Of course you can. You can do it. You could have done it on FTX if you really wanted to. Like, you could have put your Bitcoin on FTX and gotten a loan against that. My question was, is anybody building anything? And this I go against the Bitcoiners on this all the time. Are they building on Bitcoin? They're not building on Bitcoin either. They're not building utilities for the people on Bitcoin. Is it a store of value? Absolutely. But they're not building shit. Nobody is building on it.
Did you say you're not trying to
building.
hide, but your name is Real Crypto Bella?
I mean, are you?
My name's
you have
Devin
a small,
Creighton.
like, I don't.
That's my name.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
All right. I want to get to Bug Lady because she's been waiting patiently, and I actually want to start. I let Bernard respond and Bella respond, and I want to start getting back to order of hands because it's just I want to keep things kind of structured. But it's again, I love the discourse. It's been great so far, guys.
So I can't finish my response. It's totally fine.
Sure, Bella. Go ahead, Bella. Finish.
I mean, I get cut off, and yeah.
Well, no, it's not. It's not that you got cut off. It's just it's too much yelling, and I like to keep things. I like to keep things like organized and let people speak and let people respond.
I understand that, but you let somebody else cut me off, tell me that I'm fake. I get there you go, and you have that going on stage. It's all good. I mean, you know what? It's good. It's good. Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope everybody has a great night.
Right. Merry Christmas, Bella. Bug Lady, you're up, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody's perspective. I just want to say from my personal perspective with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin being the father, mother of cryptocurrency, is that it is a disruptive technology against the current system, right? So we cannot work within the current system for DeFi because we are disruptive technology. Not we are, but like I'm saying with Bitcoin, Dogecoin, all that. Like the type of farming I do as a farmer is a disruptive technology, but actually it was originally the first type of farming. So, you know, like I don't want to be so simplistic and break it down that way, but I do want to say, like, this is a disruptive technology that goes against the mainstream. So you cannot work within the mainstream. Just like Tesla, right? With, you know, with the vehicles and everything like that, it is a disruptive technology. Solar is a disruptive technology against the mainstream, you know, that is oil based, right? So our store of value may be our knowledge, it may be our seeds, it may, whatever it is in these micro communities in a bigger scheme of things. And the powers that be right now globally don't want that kind of fractionalization, or you know, to where one community sets up their store of value, which could be a seed or multiple seeds, right? And they use Bitcoin or some proof of work, right? Like Dogecoin. So I think everybody has like really good things to say, but remember, this is a disruptive technology against the norm of what's going on globally, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could respond to that, but I also want to let other people talk. Let's go to Australian. I don't know why I have such a hard time pronouncing your name, man. Australian. Go for it, brother.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Bug Lady. But I just wanted to clarify just a few things in the previous set of conversations. Basically on what Tesla has and what they accepted. So to start off, Tesla, I mean SpaceX as well. SpaceX did not pay for the mission to the moon in Dogecoin. What they did was they accepted payment by the company that is sending a satellite in that SpaceX mission called Doge 1, and that's going to the moon. And SpaceX accepted payment in Dogecoin for that mission. So that's one thing. And yeah, and Tesla, not Elon Musk, holds Bitcoin. Like someone clarified that. Tesla did not ever accept Dogecoin to be paid for their cars, but they did and do accept Dogecoin for their Merc. So, or merch, however you want to call it. So you can buy buckle belts and whistles and all that from Tesla with Dogecoin, but it's not global yet. But that's just want to clarify that. that one could never buy an actual Tesla car with Dogecoin directly from Tesla.
Yes.
I just want
Not yet. Not
to
yet.
quickly add. I just want to quickly add about that is that they're using BitPay, and they actually have some pretty cool stats on their website. I would highly suggest everyone check it out, bitpay.com/stats. They've tied up also with Verifone. They're one of the largest crypto payment processors out there, and that's all for that part. Sorry to interrupt.
I have a question.
Kind of go for it. Go for it, bro.
Just, do we have a room for another speaker? Toucan is a very smart individual, and he's been down there. And I've been copying his emojis, just kind of goofing off, and I apologize about that. But he's a very educated individual on this topic.
Have him request.
Toucan request. I know
and I'll
you
bring
hear
him
us. So.
Is he on a computer? Because you need to be on a phone.
Nah, he's hitting the laughing emojis right now. He hears us. I don't know. Give us a thumbs down if you're on the computer, I guess, Toucan.
Well, Bernard has his hand up as well, so.
Yeah, so let's go to Bernard, and I'll bring up guys. If you're on the panel and you don't want to speak anymore, that's fine. If you could drop down and make room for people that want to come up, that'd be great. Majestic Glass, I'm gonna bring you up. Please don't scream. Bernard, go for it, man.
All right, so I think Bug Lady brings a good point. Yeah, it is disruptive technology, so to say, but at the same time, everything has its place. And as far as like it's on the market, so it's an asset being traded on the market right now. So it has its place, even though it's disruptive. Not to say every single token. A lot of those are very disruptive because there's so many of them, and then there's so many scams. But at the same time, it's creating FUD. But at the same time, when it finally does go mainstream, and I highly believe that crypto is not mainstream yet. It's still in the starting stages. Like this thing's a baby. The actual viability of where it can actually go is huge, and it does have its place. But at the same time, it's not going to be, the cryptocurrency of the world. But it is going to have its place. And it's like basically stocks. You're looking at different coins or whatever. Bitcoin is a store of value. Ethereum, I really believe as far as contracts, the fact that the metaverse with NFTs, that has a huge spot. Litecoin with mining, different transferability. That all has its place.
Could I say that it has its place in the current system, but in its own system, hypothetically decentralized system, which we're not there quite yet, we're trying to get there, what place does it have then?
Right? I'm not 100% sure as far as with DeFi, because regardless of DeFi, it's mainstream. It's in the market. You start feeding it to corporations, and I don't really know. Like, let's say DeFi. If you go true DeFi, is there going to be a Silk Roads? Well, you got Radio Doge in a sense, and whether or not you got money washing and all that stuff going on in the world, who knows? But that's because of this. Those are the dark assets of currency, regardless. We've seen people trading paintings, artwork, holding stores of value for money, and that's how it was moved. Now you have NFTs, and that's something that, how money can move, all this different stuff.
Yeah, in farming, we've had a lot of that darkness go on in farming for, when we tried to do organic farming, they were like, okay, we're going to make you get certifications and pay all this money. And, for healthy food, it's so expensive now. Just to farm without pesticides, because it's a disruptive technology, we're going to pay for it. because we're working within a current system.
And I understand.
But these destructive technologies have the ability to make their own system. We have the ability, grasping on to these destructive technologies, have the ability to make our own systems and communities that have stores of value and all these kind of things. I don't say it as good as you guys do, but that's what I'm trying to say is like, we have to keep going. You have to keep going. It's
so I kind of understand what you're saying here. And what I think I'm starting to see in the Dogecoin community is actually a splinter and a splinter effect. And what that's coming down to is you have those that want to DeFi, and then at the same time, you have it actually gaining more and more traction towards mainstream. And once it gets swallowed by mainstream, I'm not sure how much of DeFi, like it might be there in a sense, but at the same time, I can see where there's opponents against, Elon actually integrating it and stuff because of that system that's trying to be built. But the thing is, there's so many, it's pretty much mainstream now. The fact that it is an asset, it is out there, and like I said, you had Burger King give away like, $5 million worth of Dogecoin as a marketing tool. But what happens when it actually makes a turn and people are paying for their meals with it, and then it's becoming an actual asset on their balance sheet, whether or not.
Well, if you remember when Elon said he was going to build reusable rockets, everybody fucking laughed at him. Here we are now. Nobody's fucking laughing. They're trying to take him down because it's a disruptive technology that, like, they're like, no, we've got all this money, all this power, all these kind of things. Like, yeah, I mean, we're going to let you do it because it kind of fulfills some of our needs, but we're going to trash you when it, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it, but like, you're 1 foot in 2 worlds with a disruptive technology, right? You have to work within the world that you're in, but get out of it at the same time, working towards the other world, right?
Yeah, the way I see it is there's money to be made and people are greedy, and regardless of the fact, it's growth. It's a whole nother sector. That's a whole nother sector that you're going to see different things come across. And the fact of with Elon, I mean, he sold burnt hair, the cologne or whatever, and people are buying it up. And what it is they're behind the fact of what he's doing. Now, everybody wants to be anti whatever, but it's a matter of right now. The way I'm looking at cryptos, in my own opinion, is they're like stocks. Which ones are you going to invest in, regardless of the fact? Now, if you actually use it, that's fine. That's what it is. You trade it, you get it on your balance sheets, whatever. But it is a utility. It's basically a currency vehicle at the same time. So it's basically a stock that's not tied to a corporation. So I understand exactly what you're saying with the people are going to be against it, but at the same time, there's money to be made. So you're going to see a lot of FUD. You're going to see a lot of scams. You're going to see people trying to manipulate it and use it towards their advantage. And that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, and you have to persevere through that crap, like we wouldn't have Falcon 9 and Dragon and all these kind of things if not just Elon, but a huge team of people at SpaceX that are amazing engineers, passionate about this and technology, and all of us that like were rooting them on, cheerleading them, like, yes, you can do this. This is, you know, like, cryptocurrency is really dangerous because it's disruptive to the current system, is what I'm saying. Just like, you know, electric vehicles and Teslas and SpaceX, reusable rockets, all that kind of stuff. They're like, well, no, we've got this thing in place. We're going to spend billions of dollars on, you know, the slowest train ever. I don't even know. I don't know how to describe it, but we have to just, we don't have to agree on everything, but we have to say, yeah, like, we have a store of value. We have a use case. It's proven. Like, we can do the technical analysis, the TNA, all that kind of stuff over and over and over again, but we're using it, we're doing it all over the world.
So,
And
I'm sorry to interrupt. No, I just
sorry.
wanted to say thank you for letting me speak. I think this is one of the most courteous spaces that I've been in a while. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll definitely try to watch out for your other spaces. Thanks for letting me talk, guys. Bug Lady, it's not as disruptive as you may think. I think there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that you know, as Bernard said, it becomes like a stock, right? It's a asset with some sort of value that allows us to use it. So it's the original ethos of Bitcoin was disruptive, but the way it stands right now, there's a lot of hills to be climbed in order for us to really make a change the way we wanted to. So thanks, guys. I appreciate the conversation. Learned a lot today. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
So much
Thank
for coming
you.
on.
And I would like to talk with you more about that and learn more. Thank
So,
you.
really quick, I want to get to Litecoin Underground. He's had his hand up for a bit, and then we'll keep going.
Yeah, appreciate that. I made the scream sound as a joke earlier, guys. I hope that was not over the top. Man, you guys covered a lot of stuff, so I don't know quite what to address. But I think you guys are conflating when you guys are talking about DeFi. One of the things I want people, Dogecoiners, to understand is when people come in here and they say, "What's being built on Dogecoin? What's this? What's that's happening?" There's only 3 cryptocurrencies right now that are prominent, that are proof of work, that have been running for, what's Doge on now, 9+ years, and that dominate their mining, and that's Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin. That is revolutionary technology. Bug Lady, you're 100% right. I know Spooks might have tried to say no, but governments, when they lose control of the money, they lose control of everything. That's how they influence people. It's how they coerce people. And when they lose control of the money, it's very disruptive. When banks lose the ability to lend money, to hold your money, it's very disruptive to everybody who's a major player. So Dogecoin, yeah, haha, it's a joke. But you know what? It's a very powerful tool. And being a Litecoiner, I feel like we have a nice, strong community, but we're, I don't know, maybe a little older, a little more boring. Dogecoiners, you guys crack me up. I love your community, and you're super powerful. And so don't let the naysayers come in and talk a bunch of shit to you.
Awesome.
Devin,
Yeah,
go for it,
I
man.
mean,
Oh, so my friend actually built a security platform for Doge. It's called DigiShield, and they paid him $1 million Doge or Dogecoin, which I call it because that's what we called it back in the day. And I'm not bashing on anything, so please take my comments and tread lightly. But anyways, he thinks it's funny still too, and I think it's funny, and it still works, right? They did a NASCAR way back when, if you remember, and it was freaking awesome, and it was a joke, and it was funny, and it showed proof of concept that people in the crypto world are here to stay, and if we want to make change, we can, and we don't need fiat money to do that. That was the whole principle of it. And like Litecoin said, I love the community. They're more uppity than the Litecoin or Bitcoin community. We're kind of, we've been on this roller coaster. So, but anyways, I'll go ahead and mute myself and hear.
Are you saying Dogecoin are uppity? Is that what you're saying?
Dogecoin community, they're more uppity.
Oh shit!
I like it.
I would never have used that word,
Oh,
but
my
all right.
bad. I'm just saying, a little more energetic or whatever, right?
Yeah. Uppity
Like
is
Toucan's
like,
uppity
Bitcoiners is uppity.
down there in the
Like their
listener
shit doesn't
panel, and you
stink.
get a phone.
All right.
We got Ryan Doge that just joined the panel. Ryan, what's going on, man?
What's up, Noah? What's up, Andrew? What's going on, guys? Aquarium, much love. Dogecoin to the moon. Love everything you guys are saying. Everybody's right on. Freaking Andrew knows my stance on the Doge, and you guys are rocking it. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I actually fat fingered and removed Bernard from the space, so I need to DM him.
Get him back. Get him back.
Yeah. Oof.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't take it the wrong way. I'm trying to find him right now. But yeah, I mean, anyone that wants to kind of lead the convo, go for it. I was about to close this like 2.5 hours ago, and we got a bunch of new panelists in and new conversations going, new thoughts being shared.
Brother,
So,
sleep,
Well,
you know.
I will say it's super late for me, and I just stayed up because I wanted to chime in for a second. But I do have a Litecoin Spaces. I'm gonna shill if that's all right. Every Wednesday night, just follow me. But we talk Litecoin, Dogecoin, Monero. Indigo's in there all the time, and we'll give you all the ammo you need to talk to these people because we're all in this together, man. Seriously, this is the people against the powers that be.
Yes, I just followed you, and I had no idea you had spaces every Wednesday night. I'm going in there.
All right,
Yo,
I'll see you
Underground,
Wednesday.
you made a really good point though about the 3 top proof of work. I mean, platforms really, man. This Doge is going to be number 1, and it's going to overtake Bitcoin in market cap, and that's. I think a lot of people don't understand the reality of what's happening right now. And,
you know, it's crazy. I can see that reality. Not Indigo. Now, Indigo's. I mean, this guy knows his shit, but I could see it happening because of the community.
And that's exactly what it is. It's the community, and people don't. I mean, they say Doge is going to lose, because of Elon's stance on Twitter. I think that's the absolute opposite. I just think that he's a strong catalyst for it, but we don't need it. It's just a solid proof of work platform, man. Period.
Yeah, go ahead, Indigo. Sorry.
Amen.
No worries. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm kind of disheveled with my thoughts. I came up initially because of Spooks and what he was saying, but I forgot what I wanted to say. What I was actually thinking though recently was Michael Saylor recently said that, Litecoin could apply as a digital commodity, just like Bitcoin. CFTC right now recognizes Bitcoin as like the only commodity, right? That's a digital form of it. But he says that someone could file an application for Litecoin. I think it would actually be really funny if, not just funny, but it makes a lot of sense that Dogecoin should also do the same thing, where people within Dogecoin community should file an application to get Dogecoin recognized as a commodity, because it is.
Why do you think it's a commodity? Why would you say that? I'm just curious.
It's a proof of work coin. It's mined. It's I don't think there's ever a pre-mined, as far as I know. That's basically it. There's what else do you say? I'm sorry?
Why would you want it a commodity so you can get taxed more and have it more regulated than what it already is?
It's actually less regulation because, like, if you were to compare Dogecoin, Litecoin, or Bitcoin to like any of the other stuff that is pre-mined, those are unregistered securities, basically. And those, if you're a security, you have to go through so many more hoops in terms of regulation, as opposed to like a commodity. It's a commodity. It's gold, silver, sugar, it's cotton, and it's just kind of comes about through work and effort that you put in. And so I think that's basically it.
That's interesting. I mean, I can appreciate your perspective, definitely.
Does anyone?
Sorry, man.
No, go ahead, Ryan. My bad.
Well, I just think there's a fundamental difference between Doge and Litecoin and Bitcoin. Litecoin and Bitcoin, in my mind, Litecoin is Bitcoin 2.0, right? It's more scalable, it's cheaper, it's faster. Dogecoin, has a inflation rate, but it's limited, right? It's not a fixed cap, asset.
Hard cap,
I think hard cap. Thank you. So there's fundamental differences, and that's why it makes it better for currency. So I would say, instead of a commodity, I would say Dogecoin is currency.
Well, commodity money, metallism, right, is money. It's a commodity form of money. Gold is a form of money, silver and copper. Even you could say a cow is a form of money. So I wouldn't separate Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin. I wouldn't separate Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin, saying one's a currency or not. They definitely have different attributes that weigh one thing to be better for one thing than another.
No, answer that. When's the last time you paid in silver? Did you go to McDonald's and pay in silver today? I don't think so.
I mean, I had silver dollars before as a kid. Okay, my grandma used to she tried to teach me. Hold on. She tried to teach me like the value of money at the time, but I used silver dollars. She said, "What the hell? This is supposed to be worth more in the future."
Do you do it on a regular basis? You go to McDonald's and you hand them silver.
No, of course not. Okay, hold on. Like, I'm not advocating for silver. I'm not advocating for gold. Like, obviously,
do you understand where I'm going here?
Well, I appreciate his perspective, and I'm a huge gold and silver fan for precious metals. Just so you know, I'm just saying that there's more of a case for real world active use, use case for using it as a currency to purchase things. Even now with things like BitPay, being able to actually pay at McDonald's with Dogecoin is a real possibility versus taking an ounce of a silver round out or a silver coin, American Eagle, whatever you want to call it. You're not going to pay for a cheeseburger with a silver dollar. They would look at it and say, that's worth $1. And you'd be like, no, the spot price is $24 today. That's ridiculous. It's worth $24. But they're not going to say it's worth $24. You got to go to a, silver commodity exchange or, you know where I'm coming from? That's my perspective.
Well, can I ask you then, why do you think Doge is different than Bitcoin and Litecoin in terms of a currency? Because they all function pretty identically as far as transactions.
So they're all proof of work.
They're all proof of work.
And the fact that we actually spend it. So there's that.
Yeah, no, I mean, trust me, is like.
But I've spent Litecoin too. Like I've bought silver with Litecoin, or I've bought silver with Bitcoin.
They're all currencies and they're all spent. Like, here's the thing. Sorry to interrupt, but like
I'm just saying, like, on a mass scale of like where people are spending, tipping, they're spending in dough. Just like if you had change, if you had a bunch of pennies, it's the same thing. Like, no one's tipping out Bitcoin.
But the inflation rate is higher in Dogecoin, but it's not hyperinflated like the U.S. dollar. Okay, you got to understand. So
right. That's literally what everyone argues about. Like, we're like, I was gonna send you some Bitcoin, but everything you just said is always the argument. No one's fucking doing that or even saying that. So,
Rachel, that makes it better for a currency.
I don't know what your point is. I'm just saying no one's spending Bitcoin and no one's even
Rachel. Okay. So bitpay.com/stats, Bitcoin. So BitPay is one of the largest crypto payment processors. And I'm on their
Yeah.
website right now, and it actually shows you their distribution on what coins are what the coins that they have and how they're being used. So Bitcoin
I
has
do
the
like.
highest at 50.
Whoa.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, Bitcoin has like the highest usage at 41.62%. So BitPay, what that means is 41.62% of all the transactions on BitPay are from Bitcoin.
But I'm curious though, because I do appreciate. I feel like I'm on the price. Am I in the prices?
All right, go, please. I don't want you doing that. That's kind of annoying. Let's try to keep it professional and let people finish their thoughts.
It wasn't me.
No, I wasn't calling you out. I'm saying whoever is doing that making that noise, please don't do it. It's really annoying.
I was just gonna say that like I like BitPay and I've used them, but not as like the company has had them as a payment for crypto that I've used, but like I don't have an account with them, so it doesn't really translate to like
You wouldn't have an account with them. They tie up with retailers and
yeah. But I
right,
mean,
so
like, and I like what they have, but it's just like having Visa or whatever, and then there's still that whole curve of however any retailer that uses them and blah blah blah, which is lesser point for me. It's just more the point of like acceptance. But
Yeah, I think it's just an example of how you can use the media, and
yeah,
there will be more acceptance.
thanks, Ryan, for my point, which was not what you were saying. My point was like just being that like no one's out tipping and sending out Bitcoin. There's no small transactions. There's nothing happening on Twitter for creators. No one's being spent at. There's a reason why they're ending the entire thing.
Hey,
Like,
Rach, can I tell you this though? What Indigo is going to tell you is that he's going to tell you about Litecoin and Dogecoin and those statistics. And I think the thing to take out of this, and I say this again, is that Bitcoin was like 41, Litecoin's like 27%, and Doge is like 10%. So those three put together are like 80% of transactions on BitPay are those three coins. Like that's a huge number. They could use Shiba Inu, they could use stable coins, they can use Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, but they picked those three coins because they work.
Well, yeah, because no one's gonna like spend shit tokens that cost you a shit ton of money to spend because you bought a token that costs you more to actually make money off of it. That's just stupid.
Yeah, I'm saying don't take it as an adversarial thing. That's what I'm saying.
No, well, what I'm saying is like just like on a small basis is nobody's like out tipping in Bitcoin. Like no one's ever been like, hey, let me give you some Litecoin. Literally, no one's
I'll
done
give you
that.
some, Rachel.
Well, even though that we know how integral it is between Doge and Bitcoin, like most of us know that it's just not happening, and that's just my point is that like everyone wants to give you this shit token. It's gonna moon, and then they like, what do we do with it? And they're like, oh, it costs a lot of money to sell it. And I'm like, why did you buy it if you're not, if you bought crypto to like sell for fiat? I don't understand, but that's just my mindset. But Doge is so easy to spend, and so like the fees are so small that there's not a reason for it to not transact across. I mean, it already is globally, but like to more companies or whatever. Like
Well, Rachel, it's, like right now, in terms of the whole entire cryptocurrency space, there's maybe 2.5% of the world has any form of that, right? So it's still, we're not even at the early adopter stage. We're probably in the insane, yeah, I guess early adopter stage, but like the people who are like really into it. And a lot of that stuff will come. And with Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin, the integrations are there, and the fact that they all use the same, I'm going to call it the Nakamoto protocol. SegWit was added onto Litecoin first, and then Bitcoin. Lightning on Litecoin first, and then onto Bitcoin, and all these could also be integrated onto Dogecoin. MWeb was integrated and added onto Litecoin, which adds for confidential transactions more privacy when you do a transaction. And it also improves the scalability. And all of these, like, this is one thing Bitcoin maxis don't want to talk about but the fact of the matter is that any Bitcoin developer, they're open source developers. Anyone can take that code and port it onto Bitcoin, onto Litecoin or Dogecoin. And the way I see it is like, yeah, like what Spooks was saying earlier in terms of the limitations on the number of on-chain transactions Bitcoin can handle. Well, yeah, you got other freeways, Litecoin and Dogecoin. If you want to be able to self-custody, you can do that on chain. The point is like we're still very early. You're saying, well, all these other ones are not being used for anything. Well, technically, even Dogecoin isn't really being used. The fact of the matter is only 2.5% of the world population has any type of form of cryptocurrency. So it's still really early, is my point that I'm trying to get at.
and it feels weird as the person that's that's been concentrated on like spending it in like places that haven't adopted, and then have to realize like, oh shit, nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about, and they all think I'm crazy.
I want to call on Australian really quick. He's had his hand up, and then I'm gonna go to Bug Lady after that.
Thanks. I'm just gonna go back a little bit where two points I wanted to make. One was about recently someone was saying that they wanted Dogecoin to be a commodity, which I completely have to disagree. It's distinct, even though it's proof of work. It's proof of work, of course, but it's definitely distinct to Litecoin and Bitcoin, because Litecoin and Bitcoin both have hard caps, so they are like a commodity or speculative asset. They fit that role, but Dogecoin does not have a hard cap, so it is built to be a cryptocurrency. So not an equity, not a stock, or not a commodity currency. That's one thing I wanted to just clear up the difference between.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, thanks for saying
Indigo.
that.
I'm going to say what Indigo said, but no commodities have hard caps. Gold doesn't have a hard cap. Silver doesn't have a hard cap. The point is that it's decentralized. There's no governing body that can change its supply at will. These are like inert objects in a way.
No, I understand that, but it's not a commodity. It doesn't make it a commodity.
I don't think that because Dogecoin has an unlimited supply doesn't make it a commodity. I just don't see how that one difference in parameters.
It's not unlimited. It's not an unlimited supply though.
It's unlimited.
Circulating supply versus
it's a rate limited. It's a rate limited supply,
Sorry.
right? It's okay.
You're right.
I just want to make sure that we clarify.
As far as I'm concerned, the Dogecoin community wants to be transferred to the Ethereum chain because
no,
Vitalik
shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
And Elon are part of the board now, and they're like
really trying to board of what? All right, Troll.
This is
all right.
so
No, hold on. So this has actually been going on since like 2014.
No.
No,
It's
not
part
a
of the board.
thing.
So
It's
he was proposing.
Not a thing, so it doesn't even need to be talked about.
I'm gonna say it again. I really prefer not to have people yelling over each other in these spaces. So if someone's got the mic, let them finish their thought and try to raise your hands. I mean, typically
I'm okay with people chiming in if they have something to add to whatever's being said, but it's like a lot of yelling. And I know it's kind of late. I don't know where you guys are, but it's late where I am. But please just try to keep it one at a time. Let me just, there we go. Cool. We're good.
I got to peace out. So goodbye, guys. Good night.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bug Lady,
See you
Bug
underground.
Lady, go for it.
Sorry, man. I just wanted to make one more point.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish. Earlier on, people were talking about how cryptocurrencies and all that are disruptive, and that we want to have control of our money, and that banks are, not the way to go, and all that stuff. However, that's good, but to me personally, it's a more like lip service, because leaving your coins in exchanges is basically treating them like banks. So unless exchanges are meant to be exchanges, you're supposed to just exchange your money and take it out. You're not supposed to leave it in there. So unless you're actually holding your coins in your wallet, then you are just playing the same game that people are playing with
I've
banks.
had my shit on Coinbase for 4 years now, and I'm all right with it. They show like everything that they're like dealing with. It's a
That's not the
publicly
point.
traded company.
The point is
like,
you don't
it's
have
fine,
control of
I
it.
understand. It's all right, dude. You're like, are you gonna be like one of these thousands of people that tells you that it's not your keys, it's not your crypto? Like, who cares? Like, we all understand.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Not
troll.
your keys, not your crypto.
Yeah, I'm
Detest.
like,
I'll echo
shut
that
the
as
fuck,
well. I mean,
shut up.
Detest.
Like, you guys are all like green.
Detest. I know Detest, and he's a complete troll. And yeah.
I'm not a troll.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Bug Lady.
So yeah, I mean, this is what I was trying to say in the beginning is like we're working within a system that we're kind of born into, right? And we're working with a disruptive technology to change the system. So we're 1 foot in 2 worlds, okay? So I see a great future with Bitcoin, Dogecoin, all that. And why it's disruptive is because it has stores of value based on the
Oh, shut the
communities
fuck
that
up.
are
What are you
using it.
talking about? Just speak your fuck. Why?
Hey, man, I like just that's not cool. I prefer not to be disrespectful. I'm honestly really tired, and I might just shut off the space. But it's getting a little out of hand, and I just don't have the mental capacity right now to. I mean, guys, come on. She's talking. She's not able to maybe articulate herself as fast as you. You don't need to tell her to shut the fuck up. I don't understand that at all. Bug Lady, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. We're working within a system that we're born into, and our technology that we're hooking onto is disruptive. And so we're 1 foot in 2 worlds, right? So we have to work within the system to change the system. I don't know if that makes complete sense, but we're doing it. And we can have all kinds of ideas and theories and all this kind of stuff, but really, this is a disruptive technology that I think personally fractures the current system and puts it based on our communities. Like, there are communities that are using Bitcoin, communities that are using Dogecoin. We are using it. It is happening. It's going on. Like, the powers that be may try to stop that in whatever way, whatever, but we have done this not just with cryptocurrency, but we have done this with farming. I'm a farmer. I'm in farming. We have done this for a long time, thousands of years, hundreds of years, but then recently with genetically engineered seeds and all this kind of stuff, a lot of us farmers across the globe came together, and our currency was the seed, right? And our knowledge on the seed, okay? And we're spreading this information. So what is backing Dogecoin is what the community wants it to. What is backing Bitcoin? The community wants it to, right? We're going to use it as a vehicle, as some people have said, to, and the currency, a vehicle toward the currency, right? Like, I think that we are stifling ourselves and putting blinders on when we're working in the current system of how things are in the market and all this kind of stuff, when we're talking about a disruptive technology that doesn't go with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Ryan wanted to respond. Ryan, go ahead, and I saw you unmute your mic. I wasn't sure if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, I was just telling Bug Lady, I said, just, you got this. So I appreciate you saying what you said. And, I'm sorry that D-Test got in there and said those things too. That's totally uncalled for. But
No problem. It's okay.
no, yeah, and I hear what you're saying. I mean, you're right. We're in a disruptive system. It's a kind of a neo-feudalistic caste system that I think a lot of people, are starting to see. Right, the veils are coming off their eyes, and so how do we integrate digital payments and use Dogecoin, Litecoin, Bitcoin in a way in the world and in current society? And because obviously we saw through the pandemic, when we're going to this almost cash is infected kind of mentality to everything's digital, we're not accepting cash payments. I don't know if any of you have experienced that in the last 2 years, at a Dutch Bros or McDonald's or whatever. It's like, hey, we're only taking cards or digital payments right now. So yeah, how does it integrate, and what do we do going forward? So I get your point.
Rach, go for it.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, adoption is still always key, and with Doge Fam, that's what we've been pushing for years, and it's slowly getting there. Anytime that you can actually pay in Doge, or if you have a business and accept crypto payments, find the ways that you can, and hope that people will pay in whatever coin integration that you have, because the good thing with crypto or just Doge is you can pretty much accept any sort of shitcoin that you want. It's just I think I think we're past the point of getting people to realize that this is a shit token. But here are ways that you can maybe utilize your piece of shit that you thought was gonna moon. I'm hoping we're at that point now. From the previous years of this girlfriend, boyfriend, Inu token is gonna moon. Like, have that adaptability, and you can easily do it with, subdomains or whatever.
Well, Reach, I was going to say also, you remind me that as a farmer, I'd be more than willing to accept Dogecoin for my vegetables, as well as time, or, like, there's like a whole space in there that is totally acceptable, and to me, Dogecoin is $1 already. Every Doge is awesome.
Well,
You know?
and because it's easy and it's simple, and it's like if you went to a gumball machine, you had a penny. Like, I haven't seen one of those since I was a kid, but it's that simple. So one of the things I have, like, as a proposal for Own the Doge is to kind of integrate, like, real life usage where you can have your, like, a QR code and then have, like, a payment system, and it be with whatever currency, even if it's USDC or anything. And that's kind of the things that I think we need to just, like, focus on, other than what's the best, because we know that people are really primarily spending, tipping, using Dogecoin versus any other currency. Like, there's a couple that people hold, and the gold standard, it's like, yep, are you spending it? And no, they're not. We know where people are spending it, so might as well adopt that and keep doing it, because I mean, I know, like, it's the fuck is the point if I if I have like 1 million Dogecoin sitting in a wallet that I have to have like a random, like, I die and have to have like a weird map for my son to figure out where every phrase of my seed phrase lies, just so he can have access.
Well,
There,
I mean,
there's
safe
not
ways.
to be dark, but that is the reality
No,
of
I want
the
to
future
I
that
want to
I
push back on
see,
that,
that
Rachel.
it will be there.
Rachel, I want to push back on that really quick, just because there are safe ways to store your private keys, and like the notion that the notion that wait, if you just look at the last 5 years, the number of merchants and the number of just sellers that accept crypto assets as payment has increased, and it's increased tenfold. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but yeah, no,
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean it to be dark. I just mean it to be a reality of the fact that, like, I wouldn't trust an attorney and give them my, like, cold wallet seed phrase. I'd rather have like a really weird, like, treasure hunt, very plain, like, but these I've talked about this stuff before with other people, and it is one of those weird things because we are at that weird um stage of how you go about that as an adult, as a with children and going on, because this is going forward in the future of a reality. If I didn't believe in it, then I wouldn't even question it.
That's a really good point. And I think
So
a good conversation to have is um, how to pass on inheritance, how to pass on your wealth to your family. It has been talked about, and there's a lot of solutions out there. But it's definitely education, and it's going to be repeated. It's going to have to be repeated as more and more people get onboarded. But it rather is pretty simple. You got 12, 24 words, and say, this is how you get your money. Enter these words into this wallet, and now you have access to your wealth, your inheritance. Basically, that's the simplest form of it. But there's definitely more, what would be the word? Intricate or more creative solutions that are more secure, multi-sig, for example. We don't need to get into that, but it's very like the point I should have left it at, there's 12 words. These are the words stamped on metals buried in the backyard, basically. It could be as simple as that.
the multi-state, all of that, like all of that came up, and I know it's kind of dark for some people to talk about, but like for me, it's like I'm just me with my son, so a multi-sig would, we're talking about real life circumstances, and like at some point I think there will be a good solution, because I feel like I'm at the end of the ageism or whatever, but a lot of people don't like to think or talk about it, to where this is like awkward right now. But I'm like, I'm in my 40s, and I would like for this to be like a safe conversation in the years to come for people that are even in their teens, early 20s, to think about, because I don't trust an attorney, or
Don't.
that would
No,
be
you shouldn't trust
weird.
anyone else but your kid. Actually, personal
Yeah.
question though is like, how old is your kid?
He's 16. So
Okay.
for me, this is like an easier, well, and it's been a couple of years of me being like, okay, so I'm drawing out this map, but like, so, but I know,
No,
but I know for other,
don't
I know
overthink
for
it.
other
Just like,
people, but I know for other people going in later, or that are like married, like I have spouses that aren't in the crypto world, or, I know how awkward that the whole idea of it can be, just like having a conversation about, um, do I want to be cremated or what the fuck when I die? I'm like,
well, no,
here's a map
it's
of my seed phrase, but it's in silver phrases and
actually
a whole
your son is,
Jumanji.
your son is actually older than when my grandma sat me down and like gave me a silver coin and said, "Don't spend this. This is valuable. It's going to be more worth more in the future." I obviously, as a kid younger than your son, I spent it, but that is still stuck with me to this day, and why I look back and thinking about what is money.
Yeah.
And so what my point want to get at though is like your son's old enough. He probably grew up in tech, tablet, whatever. But the fact is, like, what you could easily sit him down and say, "Was Dogecoin?" He probably already knows more. But like, here, I have some Dogecoin, I have some Bitcoin. Let's go through the process of here's the words. I want you to create a wallet. I want you to just go through that whole process with
Yeah.
him and
Well,
just say, something happens to me,
well, he's heard all my craziness, but for me, it is explaining this to like everybody listening right now that is like, why the fuck are you talking about like when you die? I'm like, oh God, I don't want to break it to you, but we all eventually at some point die. As uncomfortable that it is. But like, how do you
Hey guys, I'm really sorry to cut off everyone. This has been an amazing space. It's gone on for it started at 8 p.m. So it's going for almost 8 hours, I think, something like that. I've lost count, but I'm getting really tired, and I want to shut the space off. I think we've had great conversations, and we've great exchange of ideas. So many panelists. I really appreciate everyone coming on. I'm gonna shut it down now because it's just late for me. It's 3:30 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm just ready to go to bed. But thank you all so much for coming on, and we do these impromptu spaces every now and then. We have our aquarium episodes every Wednesday at 4 p.m. UTC. The Whale Coin Talk account does daily AMAs of different blockchain projects, protocols, solutions from across the industry. So, guys, tune in. Appreciate you being here. Take care. Have a good night. Bye bye.